Monthly August PCE number 0.1% versus 0.2% expected there overall. 0.1 in line with expectations of a 0.1% print, 2.2 on the year over year versus 2.4. So here we go again, back to the downside for PCE. This has been the one, if you've been keeping score, that has been sticky to say the least and taking its time to get heading in the right direction. Good to see again, year over year, 2.2% versus 2.4% on the August PCE final print. Coming up later this morning, 10 o'clock, we'll get that Michigan consumer sentiment number. There's also inflation data in that print as well. So yeah, back upside here, not only for Apple, but the overall market liking this. Not a huge move, 0.16 right now. Positive though for both the Nasdaq and the S&P 500 as we wrap up what's been a pretty positive week for the overall market. I was checking just before we came on here, more than a full percent for both the S&P and the Nasdaq here. Tech back in charge. It
was ridiculous yesterday to watch that sell-off after we made that 20,050 or 500. GDP also for Canada, Brendo, up 0.2%. Not a bad look there. Lots to talk about today, guys. Meta in focus again, getting a fine from Ireland, but also releasing more information on their augmented reality glasses. Reporters able to actually use those in real life. Intel with a couple of headlines. They're going to get their $8.5 billion by the end of the year, and they're also rejecting ARM. They're not really looking at doing any business with them in crypto. Right back up again, Brendo.
Yeah, some of these crypto-related stocks I saw top of the mover list that I look at here in the morning. There's a better look at the overall market. Back to green, as I mentioned, almost 491. Fabian, thank you. Almost 491 coming into play there for the Nasdaq. If you flip over to not SY, but SPY, you'll see basically the same thing. But yeah, if you're joining a little late there, downside we go for inflation. The PCE print just coming out 0.1% on the month over month number. Yearly print comes in 2.2 versus 2.4. So is inflation even an issue at this point, guys?
Nope. Well, I'm checking my notes. That's actually
what say about inflation.
Well, it says that it's good news if inflation is coming under control.
Oh yeah, right. Is that what they told you in school there? Is that
that's
what
a
they
good thing.
Economics 101 over there. No, I think it just comes out as pretty much as expected. I mean, a little bit lower there. I mean, the market does seem like it wants to go here. I mean, we looked at this the other day, and I'll call it up in a minute because I don't have it right now. But the CME Fed rate tool, we looked at this yesterday on the market recap show, and it was 50-50. For 25 basis points or 50 basis points come the November meeting. We don't have one in October. We have to wait, skip a month, go into November, and see what I'm saying. So there it is. So there's where the number was. Goes up 30 or not even 25 handles, and now it's fading right back in. So yeah, I think it's stay the course. We know that with the Fed is now has our backs per se. We don't have to fight them anymore. It's a great print. I mean, I'm glad it came in line. Roughly a little higher, a little lower is fine by me. Just stay the course. And I think as long as nothing, dramatic comes out, then we have earnings 2 weeks today, starting with the banks. So 2 weeks today, the banks will come out and give us a look on, the health of that sector. XLF, I mean, these ETFs have been super fire. A little bit of a pullback now in some of the major banks. And so we'll just work through this all. But I think the market will probably just continue to stay the course. And as Brendan said, up 1% this week. Yeah. Nice move. It's clear sales, I think.
We just got to dodge an SMCI bullet today. If you look at yesterday, it feel like it's a totally different day yesterday if not for that DOJ with SMCI story. Right, that stock tanked, and then pretty much everything just started rolling over. There were bounces at the end of the day, but by then it was almost too late. So, yeah, I think that's what you got to dodge today. I mean, the market's going to be, it's slightly to the upside, but I'm looking across a host of things. And, Apple's actually challenging yesterday's high. That was a recovery. They came back pretty much all the way there. Looking over at Tesla here. Tesla had its own issues, but it was over 260. It's gapping higher, trying to get back above that key 257 level, which we love. So, look, clearly, it was not a good day for the longs in yesterday's trade. And finally, you get a little economic number, hopefully no bad news. I'm looking at you, Boeing. Hopefully no bad news, and you should be all good. The Chinese ADRs are all up again. not as much as they were before, but they're all still trending higher. So there's plenty to look at. Bitcoin's over 65,000, Mara, Coinbase, so those are all looking very, very strong. So at the end of the day, I feel like we might have dodged a bit of a hiccup with SMCI yesterday, and you're getting some decent retracement, I should say.
So I just want to, whoa, my daily chart just fell again. Okay, I want to talk, hopefully this will load back up, but I want to talk about Win because I just want to show it to you on the daily chart because we were very, very close.
Winning.
That's funny. Ever since that never happens to me now, all of a sudden, when now all of a sudden this chart wants to crash. Okay, so I just wanted to show because I was listening to the radio and they were talking about casino stocks have made a nice move here, especially Win with Macau and all the Chinese bumps and things like that. So I'm actually going to exit, I think, my Win position. I'm going to look to see where we're in on it. But I remember looking at this thing when it was falling from graces like crazy over the summertime as, again, like, this is just a stimulus package for China. It's being stimulated because the economy is not the greatest over there. So that, to me, is not a recipe for great success for the actual underlying business of the casino. It's great for the stock. That's fine. But what will this actually do, bringing more customers into the space? I don't know. So I like this sort of the sell maybe on this, and then I still like the stock, but then maybe reload it a little bit back here. It's not a huge holding of mine, but I do know that I own some Win stock. Nelson, if you're watching, this is a name that we talked about during COVID, and I think it was $50 or $60 at that time. It hasn't moved up the way other COVID names have, but I just feel like this is a good opportunity right now to possibly get out. We talk about buying stocks at 200 period moving averages. I think it's something to say maybe about selling, and there's LVS as well. I just wanted to show you the difference between what that looks like as opposed to what Alibaba looks like, where you're going to see the 200 period moving average is right here. So, a Win is approaching that average. Baba used it as a springboard to get right back there to the upside. So I'll just fade one and go long the other. We're already long Alibaba, so let's just fade Win. But before I just say, let's look at LVS quickly. I want to see if it's the same setup because it wouldn't surprise me at all if it was something similar. I don't know where the 200 period moving average is on Las Vegas Sands, but yeah, okay, so you've beat that and you're into, again, another area right there. Las Vegas Sands, of course, has more property than just Macau, but a good move up right there for LVS. So anyways, Win would be the one that I'd be selling, and I think I will.
It's winning?
It's winning now, but I don't think it's going to be a long-term winner.
Yeah, crazy week right across the board. I was just looking at PDD as well. Some of the e-commerce names, as you mentioned, Baba leading the way. Back higher again today. That's Costco on a daily time frame. We are downside a little bit. A few notable earnings names coming through today as well. 890 looking like the place that needs to hold. Anyways, if it's going to be a good day here. Overall, it's a $900 stock. So, the reaction here kind of muted overall, but good quarter.
No, not bad at all, Brendo.
Yeah.
Look, profitability at the end of the day is the most important thing, and they beat on the bottom line here. They printed $5.29 per share in profit, but they missed on the top line. Revenue fell short. Why is that? Well, consumers are being more selective with where they're spending, especially with big ticket items. These things like, what are they called? Appliances and stuff like that, Brendo. They're not really spending on that. But demand for groceries still very strong, and a lot of people are focusing, obviously, on stretching their buck, and that's where they're doing it.
One line I read in this that stood out to me was the digital side of things. They're still lagging. A few analysts had the same opinion of they're still lagging on the digital side of things, and I completely concur. I don't know if you've ever shopped on Costco's website, but it's absolutely terrible.
Is it?
It's not terrible. It's just, it looks like it's from 10 years ago. Like they haven't updated it in 10 years. So there's a lot of technology now that would make that go away very quickly.
Are you still using Cart to get your Costco delivery?
Yeah.
Okay, nice.
But you still, when you do that, you're still shopping on the Costco.
I gotcha.
So,
okay.
But anyways. JP Morgan among a few here. D.A. Davidson, another one with positive notes this morning on COST.
So Costco, there's nothing wrong with them. That's all I'm going to say. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But look, at the end of the day, we were actually, I never hope for stocks to go down. I think sometimes when we talk about wanting opportunities to dip buy something, it's like, I don't want things to lose value that other people own, but I do want to scoop things up when they do potentially retrace. So Costco why not just be headed for the 50-period moving average? Because I've been looking for opportunities to like get into this maybe dollar cost average or something like that in the 200-period moving average. For today, however, you just can't ignore this on the daily. You can't ignore a quadruple top on a daily chart, and it might lose support at the 890. Like, it's a very clean range up at that top. Like, there's your test of the high, that above 920. There's your lower high, and it's kind of a double bottom at $890. It's like an over-under kind of level. If it can bounce from here, then the dip buyers are going to win in Costco because they always love it. And if it loses $890, it probably goes $20 to the downside. What I would say is this, though: if there is a stock with a spread like this, with volume like this, or maybe with a profile like this that I trade today, it should at least be SMCI, because like Costco is great and it's a great long-term holding for everybody, but at least SMCI, if you catch a move, because the risk when the spread's like that, it's going to be bigger than normal, but at least with SMCI, the opportunity is going to be there for, I think, a really big move at some point today. I don't know that Costco is going to do that necessarily, but I do like them. I think it's a good dip buy opportunity at some point.
All right, Fabian, are you ready? Hey, look, man, why would you ever buy Costco when you could just buy Shiba Inu right here, up 15%? I thought my guy over there, Fabian, would be pretty excited about that one. You have Dogecoin in the last 24 hours, up a measly 8% right here. Yeah, no, I have like $300 of Shiba Inu coin. So, yeah, I mean, I could buy another pair of sunglasses maybe. But right there, no, I just wanted to say that right now, we'll see what's going on. We started the show off with a little bit of news there with crypto, holding that 65 and looking to get higher. Break through 66. You're almost at all-time highs again. So I just want to say Bitcoin, Ethereum now 1%. Binance, Solana up 2.5%. Dogecoin, everyone's favorite coin, of course. What's up, Elon? Are we accepting them for Teslas yet or what? 8% right now. Whatever Toncoin is up 1.2%. The best name ever, Cardano, up to 41 cents right now. But look at the 7-day run is more importantly. Shiba Inu, just 38% over the last week. I mean, it's not that bad. Everyone's favorite link, Chainlink, up 10. But as you look, man, just it's a nice little move up. We talked about the Nasdaq being up 1+% over the last week, while Bitcoin and the crypto universe right now up nicely. So as it goes, right? We talked about this yesterday with Fabian. There it is right there, the whole market cap right now, 2.4 trillion. So we'll see what winds up happening with crypto, but it looks like it's trying to go upside again. There it is right down here, 65.7 for Bitcoin, and we'll just drop that down. 27 there for Ethereum. So yeah, so far so good here as we watch out for iBit and crypto and yeah, just all assets right now running other than energy, really.
Chain wax over Chainlink all day of the week.
I put it on the chain wax.
You got to. Let's be real.
All right, let's bring in Michael Nauss here to wrap things up on a Friday morning of what's been a pretty exciting week as far as the market is concerned. Yep. Are we buying the dip yet here, Mr. Nauss? You have a couple of ideas for us as to where we should be looking for that.
I do, and I want to really talk about the difference between, the whole saying of catching a falling knife and then looking for some of these sectors that have been oversold and bought. Quickly, I saw you guys mention crypto. I'm going to make a bold call. I think it might be this weekend, that new all-time high in Bitcoin. We've been waiting weeks.
So Michael's buying the dip on Bitcoin then?
It looks right to me. Now, I've been wrong, I think, twice before trying to buy this all-time high breakout, but I don't know. It just feels right. Now, full disclosure, I own a bunch of Bitcoin, so I'm talking my book on that one. But yeah, let's talk about sectors that aren't near all-time highs and how we can play those. So I have been very lucky to be on here and to be talking about China and how that was working, and natural gas, and how that was working before these breakouts. And basically talking about how I think these things are ready to go. And then I got some questions from your audience, which I love when I get, that, hey, you talk about buying relative strength. These things have been beaten up. How do you know the difference between, I'm just going to buy something that's in a downtrend and hope that I catch the bottom, and I'm going to look for things that have been in a downtrend for a while and may be turning around? So the first slide I have here this is Stan Weinstein's from one of his books. He's a great technician. He's been doing this for many, many moons. And he kind of coined this term about stage analysis and essentially talking about how the market generally moves in 4 stages. And he used a 30-week EMA for this, so I put that on the charts as well. But I don't really think that matters too much. I think most of us as traders can kind of eyeball this. You have stage 1, which is accumulation. This is where essentially you have value investors, people who have done the math and say, this is a good price for me to start getting in. That's where they participate. And then you have stage 2, which is generally your uptrend. And this is where generally people like me who like to buy pullbacks and trends, like to buy continuations and uptrends, this is where we get involved. Then you have stage 3, which is the opposite. You have the momentum traders taking profits. You have the value investors taking profits. And then generally speaking, this is where retail starts to get involved, unfortunately, at this stage 3 at the top. And that causes this accumulation phase. And then you have stage 4, which is your downtrend. And then that cycle repeats, not perfectly, right? You don't obviously come right back to where you started and things like this, but you'll see this happen over and over again in markets. So what I'm going to kind of show is why I was interested in China, where I was and when I was, and why I was interested in natural gas, where I was and when I was, and how these line up. So this is a kind of a perfect chart for this. So we talked about these different stages, and the blue line on here, I just put on Stan Weinstein's 30-week moving average. These are weekly charts, just to show when we are under this moving average, and you can see a pretty precipitous downtrend here. This is a stage 4 distribution. This is people selling. This is a downtrend. I'm not really interested. The slope of that moving average is lower, and we are below that moving average. That's a stay away, or if you're a short trader, look to short for me in that time frame. Now you can start to see the stage 1 that occurs where that starts to level out. The moving average levels out. Price starts to cross above and below it, just like in the diagram above. That to me is around a stage 1. So that's where I'm going to start looking for breakouts in these. This allows me to stay out of downtrends. And then if we are going to enter that stage 2 uptrend, hopefully I can get some. So a better example here, I think, is the next chart with KWeb. So KWeb, again, these look the same over and over again. We had this stage 4 downtrend. You notice I wasn't really talking about KWeb at all there. I don't think many people were. This is right, it's in a downtrend, stay out. But then you have months and in this case, over 2 years of this stage 1 accumulation. This, to me, if you're somebody who wants to do the buy low, sell high, as opposed to trend trading, this is where you take your shots. You never know which one is going to break out into a stage 2 uptrend, but you're taking your shots. And this is why I think a couple weeks ago, I was buying Baba and JD and a couple of these names that I have in my portfolio now, because what I'm hoping is that this stage 1 morphs into a stage 2. So this concept alone, I think, would really, really help traders that are looking to buy low and sell high, is just stay out when you're in this very noticeable stage 4 decline, and then start to get in when you enter these kind of stage 1 accumulation areas, because at least you know where you're wrong, right? On my KWeb and my China play, if we break down under this base, I'm wrong. Maybe we go into another stage 4 decline, and it's time to move on. Now, let's take a look at a couple ETFs that may be setting up right now. So first of all, we have TAN. So this is solar. I've talked about solar a few times, been dead wrong on it, breaking this level. Not too wrong, because you can see for the last 2 years or so, we haven't moved. So this is a very zoomed out view where you can see pretty much all of them, right? You can see the stage 2 uptrend that happened in 2020, the stage 3, that was the distribution. Again, the moving average is flat. We're above and below that. That's another no-go area. That's 2021 to 2023. And then we enter this decline in 2023 down to now. And maybe, are we in a stage 1 now? Is this the point at which that we are going to start accumulating and start to push higher? So solar is very much on watch for me. If I can get a breakout in this ETF above this moving average again, I may take another shot. You can almost see where it broke that moving average before, where I took the shot before. But the beauty of this kind of analysis is that when you're wrong small. If this thing trends, it trends big. And then last but not least for this chart, I just put giant question marks here for MSOS. So this is the marijuana ETF. Not enough data to see the whole stage 1 and stage 2. This is essentially, it had a run and it's been in that stage 4 decline forever. But you can see the same kind of pattern where crossing above and below this 30-week moving average. We haven't gone lower in a long period of time. It hasn't gone higher, but it hasn't gone lower. So this is another one that I'm going to keep an eye on. I just put question marks here because I just don't know if this sector is ever going to get going. We don't have evidence like we do with other sectors that they have these kind of cyclicality. It could just be that, right, this is just dead in the water. Weed just never becomes an industry that you can invest in. But this is another one that I'm putting in that kind of stage 1 bucket, and I want to keep an eye on.
I can answer that for you. No, it's not. I know because we're going to get this question. Is there, in your work with this theory, is there a time frame on the way back down? So obviously we're looking at weekly time frame or a swing type of idea on the investing side. Is there a time frame on the way back down shorter where this starts to lose some of the validity or efficiency when it comes to spotting these types of moves? This is not necessarily, and this is an assumption, but you tell me, this is not necessarily something you can apply on a 5-minute or 3-minute type of time frame.
No, this is more for the concept behind this is the difference between your major market participants, right? So stage 1, and again, is going to be your Warren Buffetts, your value investors, these guys who they have a number in their head and they say, if natural gas or the China ETF gets to this level, based off all this fundamental data that I've done, that's where I'm going to start accumulating. And that's what the theory is. That's what creates that floor, is these people say, right, the solar is worth this amount of money based off forward PEs and cash and growth rates and whatever it is. And that creates that kind of floor. And then you have the transition when it breaks out to the momentum traders and the trend followers like myself. So I wouldn't really look at this on anything shorter than maybe even a weekly time frame or a daily time frame. But that doesn't mean that you can't look at something like an MSOS on a weekly time frame and say, hey, it's in a stage 4 downtrend. If I'm a day trader, I'm going to be leaning to that short side unless we're very much extended or something like that. So there's nothing wrong with taking this concept and then using that as kind of a bias for a lower time frame. But yeah, this is very much meant to play off those different psychological or different trader types.
Yeah, big picture type perspective on what it is you might actually be looking on a smaller time frame. Great stuff as always. Trader TV 20, guys, if you want 20% off. Trade Ideas, if you're doing some back testing over the weekend, great platform to get started. Shout out to Michael Nauss and our friends over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great one.
Thank you very much, Sir Michael. And I don't know, all this hate on MSOS up there by Brennan is like, no, it can go. It's an election year. Anything can happen. But look, obviously, Michael is correct. When you talk about trends, trends being good to follow, obvious kind of stuff, but also waiting for an actual confirmation or reason for it to reverse, that can be worth waiting for. And we talked about this in the context with all the Chinese ADRs. Like, you just join the move after it makes the bottom, and it's so much easier than trying to pick that bottom. Now, all that said, I mean, MSOS is at the 50. It's trying. It's certainly trying. I can see a little bit of a maybe rounded bottom forming, and we still are always going to have the alert for when this gets to like 8.25. So I don't see why not. I mean, obviously, it's going to need some kind of a catalyst in there, but rightfully so. You look at some of those. You look at TAN and specifically the solar names, and individually, like when you look at the ETF. I mean, Michael already went over TAN, but if you look at First Solar in particular, like this is already making the bounce and starting to form, a nice little trend back into some highs here. Really good day, obviously yesterday. What's crazy is like literally everything dipped on that stupid SMCI thing. Like, this was running at the open and right about 10 o'clock and then just rolling back over. Gave up the entire morning move of like $10. It ended up closing back near the highs, but it just goes to show like the kind of day it was yesterday, kind of trapping a bunch of longs early, and then you're just resuming the strength. It's like as if nothing even happened on this thing, just resuming its breakout. So I think on an individual level, what can happen when you're looking at those ETFs that are trying to break out is, as they're trying to break out, you probably have one or two of the stronger names in the space that are doing the breakout that maybe you can go to and start looking for a trend a little bit early, if you're into that sort of thing. So, good luck on TAN. Hopefully it'll go. For Solar is making a move upside already.
Yeah, First Solar was one of those names that Brian Shannon brought to everybody on Tuesdays. So that was a nice one. I just had to go move our car. FSLR. Reef and I, they're washing the garage today, and I did not get.
I got to do it once a year.
I didn't get the memo that nobody got, so that was okay then. Yeah, there's First Solar right now. Yeah, this looks like it does want to break out. I'm talking about, again, a basing out and then now the pop. So yeah, I think if solar names are going to be hot. It's funny because, XLV, I was thinking about this too. This is pretty much an underperformer healthcare. I'm not actually into XLV. I was waiting for XBI to break a little bit higher. But XLV has not been a great performer this year, and heading into recycling, heading into election with only less than 40 days away now, healthcare normally is a hot topic. I haven't even heard that much about healthcare, to be honest with you, right here. This is, it's still performing nice, right? This was 138 to 153. So it's up $15. You're up like 13? You're up about 10% only, I guess, since the beginning of the year, which is pretty good for a health ETF, don't get me wrong. But if you compare it to XLI and some of those other ones, a little bit more extended on some of those plays. But just as a note here, I'm debating buying this now, buying XBI, if and when it goes back. Okay? I think here, I think here, I think here, I think here. These are all 50-period moving averages right now on XLV. I think you've got a nice little dip buy opportunity into that space, as opposed to the XBI right now, which is going to be the biotech, which still looks great, but we have that top that we're trying to break out from right here. So again, 50 period, 50 period, 50 period, 50 period. You could buy either one. This just looks a little bit like I might as well just play one as a dip and then one as a breakout play. There are different holdings, right? This is like an Amgen and Regeneron and some of the names that are more the biotech names, the other ones, the healthcare names, UNH and so on and so forth. So you could sprinkle on either one of them. But I think that these heading into election cycle here, which we're already in, and then into the close, I think these are names that we can maybe get some value as every other market, not every other market, but most of these markets approach all-time highs. These are two that I think we can go value hunting in.
All right, we'll touch on a few other things as we head towards the open here this morning. We'll get into the watch list. I was going to talk about SMCI, but let's leave that for the overall watch list. A few analyst notes this morning. Bumble, I saw, was down again today. Not a huge move, but downgrade for BMBL. Bristol Myers moving around here, BMY. FDA approval for a schizophrenia drug for BMY. There's also Cassava Sciences on this fraud charge. Finally, actually, charges coming through. But there's Bristol Myers, nice gap to the upside. You guys were talking about CAVA in the pre-market here this morning, just kind of hanging out here.
Yeah, I was looking at this yesterday, Brendo. There's more investigations with respect to fraud for the clinical stage trials. I was talking to Neil about it this morning. It is not their first rodeo down this issue, Brendo. Yeah. So I hate to see it because I always want to champion some of these companies that are trying to cure these ailments, but if you're going to do it through the fraudulent method, not a good look. And it's already down. Well, it's recovering right now, though, up about 0.5%. It was well down, 7%
We're back to the bottom end of the range here for the daily chart. But ugly here, guys, for Sava.
What's interesting about this is, let me see if I can find it. Anyways, Martin Shkreli, Farmer Boy, if you guys remember who that is, he actually tweeted something out where it's not just that they were lying, but in the SEC release, apparently the release actually showed that their drug, which they were allegedly lying about, didn't beat the placebo. So that's not good in like multiple fronts, obviously.
When the placebo wins, it's not good for the underlying.
Which is why you would, in theory, allegedly have to lie about the results.
You guys are too
allegedly. I'm just Shkreli's the one that tweeted that, and it's down 13%. It's hard for me not to think short on this stock, but look at why does it have such distinct levels? It's Cassava Sciences. Cassava Sciences shouldn't have such ridiculous, obvious support at 26 and resistance at 32, but that's what the daily chart's telling you. So it's a bit weird in that, like I would love for it to pop back into here. Like this is about just underneath $30, right? So resistance, support, 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 and now we're gapping back under, and 26 is the bottom. So I'd like to be, if I short this, I'd like to be shorting it into 30, or it has to just lose 26 and break down, which it doesn't seem like it's reacting that crazily. It's only a few 100,000 shares in pre-market volume. So it's not dumping on this story, which has been ongoing for quite some time. But yeah, the 30 level, if it catches a bit of a bid and goes halfway back to where it closed, I think that's a fade level on Cassava Sciences. I'm not really, I mean, I'm loosely following this story. I can't think long on this thing.
No, I mean, we just talked about some healthcare names. I mean, I think you should just, you know, if there was going to be a real name, and I don't know, I mean, I don't want to say anything and then Pfizer comes out with some placebos of their own. But, you know, this has been a name that hasn't done much. It's gone sideways for a very, very long time. So I think that Pfizer, if you want to sit there and collect the dividend and wait for this thing to eventually pop, they're trying to work on an oral form of the GLP-1 drug. They had some fails with that as well. And, you know, I just think that this name, if you're going to look for something that potentially has some kind of value, this is Pfizer. I mean, this is a big-time company with a strong dividend. I don't think the dividend's in any, I think it's 4%. I don't think it's in any jeopardy or anything like that. You're above the 200 period moving average. You're just hovering around the 50 period. I think this name looks like, again, little safer of a play. Not that this is not in the same bucket as Sava or anything like that. I'm just trying to say names that have been beat up a little bit here that have a chance to go. I mean, Pfizer right down here looks like a pretty good opportunity, especially if you can get it where you can right now, $28, $29. At least you're not paying $30, $31. You have a little bit of room for error back in here. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is another one. I don't see why it would fail and break through this 25, 30. Again, when you have a lot of drugs, as we just looked at with Sava, that are in development mode and things like that in trial phases, you can always get a fail. And when that happens, the stock gets hammered pretty well because, again, this is why we just had the guy Novo Nordisk, right? Come on, NVO, and was talking in front of Congress there, trying to justify the price of, what is it, $1,000 a month or something for Wegovy or whatever one they have. And then it just goes to show that, like, you know, the amount of investment that a lot of these companies put in, that this is what the case was, cost them billions and billions of dollars to you know, create these products. So therefore they need to charge that much, right? And so you're going to look here at Novo Nordisk again at don't mind this, at this level here, 120. So we do have a little bit of a base here as well for support. So I like the sector. I like some of the names in here. I still stay long Eli Lilly. That's really my only exposure to that. I mean, I have AbbVie as another one, and I do have a bit of Pfizer. So, and then looking at those two ETFs.
We're marginally green to start here on the futures on the ES December contract. We closed out yesterday 58.04, so we did defend that 100-point level at 5,800. Let's see if we can use it as support. We're already above it to start the pre-market. Look where we rejected off, 58.25. So we're going to use that area as resistance unless we take it and then possibly use it as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you go down to the description of this video. There's the link, top of the very first link actually in the description. We'll get you to the watch list. All you need is an email address. Enter it, and then we send you everything you need to know every single day right to your inbox for free. We do all your homework for you. A couple things we'll touch on SMCI here, but I was just going through, I guess we'll talk about Costco in a second, but I was just going through Costco's breakdown of their earnings. It's crazy. SMCI, the guys were mentioning earlier, huge move downside on this DOJ note yesterday. Do we get an opportunity today? I mean, with this type of idea, it's going to be headline-based.
It looks like it's trying to defend 400. It's at 400 right now. We'll see how the day ends up. In case you're wondering what's going on with this one, back in August, late August, we got the Hindenburg report that alleged fraudulent accounting by this company. Subsequent to that, one of their former employees registered as a whistleblower, and a lot of the investigation is based by the Department of Justice is based on what this whistleblower is saying, basically saying that the CEO as well as company executives are cooking the books, Brendo.
Fudging stuff.
That's the look.
Not good.
Nope.
No, it's obviously never good, if true. And look, it was down well over 10% yesterday, so it's going to be short sell restricted today. There was a pretty distinct bounce off of some obvious lows. Like this is about 380 change on the daily chart, and you can see what happened when it kind of reversed that 380 level yesterday. So a bit of a reversal, managed to get all the way into 410. So I feel like the really good SSR bounce happened possibly yesterday, like the short sell restricted bounce, because you need an uptick to be able to remove liquidity from the bid to go short. So the uptick rule is in effect today on SMCI and was for the second half of the day yesterday. So it might give you some kind of a pullback. I think 390 and 380 would be the two areas that I'd look for some kind of a false break and then a relief rally on. But what this does give you the opportunity for, however, with SMCI, is that drop. It took some of these other names in here to some pretty big levels. So you have Nvidia going right back to that 122 breakout level a couple of days ago that was big and bouncing off of that. So now all of a sudden we have a nice floor for it on a Friday. Of course, it's already going because we like apparently like that PCE number. So I don't know if we're going to get that 122. Seemed more likely before we were coming on here was just around the 123s. Whether or not it wants to take out the afternoon highs of 24.50.
We
do?
The third topic, man. You're
okay, my bad.
Spoiling the goods here, man.
Well, I can. You know what?
On that note,
I'll talk about Intel. I'll talk about Intel then when we do
yeah.
Well, I mean.
All right, so over to me about Nvidia. Okay, so no, I was just looking it up. I just want to remind everybody what Neil just said, obviously about SMCI and the chip space. We'll get all over that. I was wondering about what the stock split date is. It's Monday. So the last day to trade, from what I just read there, was September 30th, which is Monday, and then it goes 10 to 1. So on Tuesday, this is a $40 name, and then it's game over. I guarantee you. Again, SMCI will be traded very, very heavily, hopefully on the show, probably by both of us, probably by all, and probably more by you guys as well, when this name goes $40. Right now, the spread is just pretty huge. Like even now in the pre-market, 50 cents, that's actually pretty tight. I was looking at it just a couple seconds ago. It was like $2. You could see, though, a couple of shares going through, not huge volumes or anything like that. So just be careful with the spread. And it can just get real exciting to trade. I think this is more of an option trading name right now. But then when it splits 10 to 1, then it will be a day trading name. So it still is. I mean, just got to have, for me, a little too wild. I've stopped trading Meta as much as I normally do and Softy as much because of the prices and just some of the movements. But at the same time, I mean, these stocks are stocks. You just trade the price action on them. Randy's not here today, so if we were going to get coffee, I think
is Rob in?
I did see Rob. There's Randy. Hey, Randy, what's going on, man? Hope all is well. You look. I thought
looking sharp.
Randy was just. Friday, is it Friday the 13th? No, Friday the 13th was 2 weeks ago, though. Friday the 27th, all right. China strength again?
We shall see. This portion of the show brought to you by Vinfast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer. They've announced their Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries rose by 44% quarter over quarter to 13,172. I actually saw one last night, bringing the first half total to over 22,000, a 101% increase year over year. Q2 revenue up $357 million. That's up 33% quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption with global expansion and new models like the VF3. VinFast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles this year, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility. I was just double checking. It's actually Tuesday we get that split for SMCI. So the first trade day. Anyways, yeah, let's talk China, as we mentioned, across the board here once again this morning. 3 days in a row to the upside here for most of these again.
Yeah, this is a look at the KWEB, the Chinese ETF, Brendo, breaking out like you wouldn't really believe here, breaking into 34 Fabian, into $34, give or take. Yesterday, Chinese stocks as a group had their best day since 2008. That's a statement, guys. Alibaba closing at highs over $100 since 2023. Tencent closing at its highs in nearly 2 years, driven by the stimulus coming out of China. 2 trillion yuan. 1 trillion, obviously, to help with demand. The other trillion to help with the municipal debt, which is really holding back some of their property sector, Brendo.
Yeah, the e-commerce names seem to be doing well. I mean, Baba's 1%. Here's PDD, 4% already. Just took out 34.5. Another one that had monster day, almost ending at the highs.
Alibaba's looking pretty good. I was going to show Neo for a second, but I'll start with Alibaba because China's strength it was such a big move. Like that stat, like 2008, like the strongest day since 2008 is insane. Now keep in mind, for us, like half of that move was gapping up overnight. Like you weren't trading the first, for Alibaba, like, like this $6 in here. The second move, which was, if you go at least from the pre-market low, like that's $4. So really, you get that 10 or 11% and more than half of it is gapping up. Today's a little bit different. Like you're very much connected to yesterday's prices. So while you're up, it's slowing down a little bit. So if we get some kind of a, let's hang around the inside range, I think it gets pretty, with this one at least, I feel like it gets pretty simple. You closed at 105, you pivoted at 104. So if we're not as strong and there's going to be some profit taking, those offer you a couple of decent places to pick up the trend. NEO, I don't think there's anything different. Like I said this probably every single time we've talked about NEO, and it is yet to break out above 630. So now we're still looking. It's over $6 today. The pre-market high sits at like 619 apparently. So it looks like it got relatively close, but it still hasn't broken this 630 level. I didn't even bother writing it on the note because it is what it is. You don't just sit there writing it, hey, 630 break on NEO every single day until it gets there. It might not be today. I think this is more of a next week type of play. But NEO, I love that it's holding the 200 period moving average there. This is one that's showing up and did first break, and now it just needs to make the second break 630. It's BABA at those even dollars I'll be probably looking at here today.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much. I was going to look at the same thing with Alibaba there, but I mean, like 103 maybe, 104 for some dip buys. So I've written down here, the sticky note is now out. There's some people asking about it. You can go and find it right now. It is also Friday right here, but we just talked about nothing about China. DraftKings I like the Nasdaq today, the TQs, SMCI, Nvidia, Tesla, DraftKings. So there's a couple ideas that we have written on there today. Go find it on X. But yeah, I was just going to look at FXI again, and I was talking with some of the guys in the algo room there. They like to trade some of the ETFs as well. So come on, why did that seem like there's something up with my daily? Like it doesn't ever want to flip over. But all right, so there it goes. FXI yesterday. Again, the market opens up here at 9:30. You can see where the volume comes in, and then the sell-off continues before it finds a base and then back to the upside. So I kind of feel the same way right now, and that is that like I think it's just such a huge move up. Like I would rather go short here, $32 if available on FXI, and see about breaking yesterday's sort of hyped up move that we had in the pre-market. So we got all the way up there at 830, then we fell down, then we tested it right off the open and came off again. So I think this is the best trade. Look, the stocks will be there. PDD, I don't know, whatever your appetite is, but this is a $32 name. If we get the same enthusiasm off the open again for Chinese names, then I think, which we don't have right now, we're down today. So it needs to get up. But if you want to start your shorting in and around $32, I mean, even if you zoom in and you say, well, 32 is far away, it's 31.70 first of all. I mean, that's 31.90 is VWAP. Not going to hold you, irresponsible for doing that up here as well. So you're pretty close. I like FXI, and again, this is just the ETF. Up 11%, up 7% in back-to-back days. Just seems, well, we had a little bit of a rest there. This is huge, then that's huge again. I just don't know if we get another bump. We're also running in right here into some issues as well. Yes, Rob is in the building, ladies and gentlemen, and he always brings me with the maximum amount of coffee possible. Thank you, Rob,
cup of coffee.
as well. And hoots to you, too, as we go owl hunting today. Thank you, Rob. I hope you have a great day. I see Rob's still in shorts, so there are still some believers out there about this warm weather. But it is nice. Yeah, no, I'm kind of jealous, to be honest with you, Rob. I mean, shorts are comfortable.
They are, but
you know what I mean? You were wearing shorts until this week, I think.
Well, I wore shorts one day
because you had your leg.
One day this week, but no, like it's the high's like 22 degrees Celsius today, and it was 14.
Not bad, is it?
It's not that bad, but I mean, it's getting to that time of year. And sometimes I should be wearing long sleeve shirts. It's football season.
Good game yesterday, man. I mean, we got the victory. We'll take
barely
it.
won
20-15.
Against the Giants. Come on, you don't get any credit for that.
Malik Neighbors, though, 13 balls yesterday. That guy is something else. Just got to hope for Marvin Harrison, MHJ. I haven't said MHJ yet. I always write it, but I never say it.
Harrison Jr.
Marvin Harrison Jr. there. We'll see if he can do it. But Here's Josh Allen. They're on. This is going to be a problem this week. Actually, I think it'll be their toughest game of the season in Baltimore.
Ain't no problem.
This might be the only time all year, unless they go into KC.
Ain't no problem.
This might be the only time they're the underdogs.
Ain't no problem.
All year. No, I don't know if it's a problem or not, but I'm just saying this might be the only time this year the Buffalo.
Josh Allen wants to be the underdog,
unless he gets hurt. I mean, that's the only way that the Bills are not.
We're toast if we ever have to go to
because
Trubisky.
It's not Trubisky. I was going to say Mason Rudolph. He's in.
How you don't have a legitimate backup quarterback when you have Super Bowl aspirations is beyond me. I've never understood that. To me, not having a backup quarterback when you're a playoff team that's good is like trading without a stop order. Why would you do it? There's too much at stake. It's just protect your neck.
What was that? I thought in our chat that they were just joking about Neighbors having a concussion, but I guess he did. I missed that. I stopped watching. He left the game with concussion. Yeah, I saw that talk about that, but I wasn't sure.
That sucks.
Because we make fun of each other all the time in that pool.
Sports.
So I wasn't sure if someone was just like.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, hopefully it's not a concussion. Hopefully he just left the game and is fine. But all right, we'll find out more about Malik Neighbors.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's talk semiconductors here. AMD back to session highs right now. Actually, there was that double top yesterday. We had crazy volatility. Ends the day back at the highs. I mean, this was yesterday morning, but their MI300X going to support Oracle's cloud infrastructure, new product from AMD. Across the board, though, I mean, the guys were talking about Intel even. Yeah. Bit of a bounce back to the upside today. Right across the board, this entire group looking pretty good.
Not bad at all. And I want to show the chart here on Intel before I tell you about the headlines. Look at this rounded bottom. We kind of defend that $20 area, looking to move possibly up to 30. I'll let the big kahunas look at this, but there's obviously a gap there from that $30 breakdown. So a couple of headlines today for Intel. One is that $8.5 billion grant that they're getting from the CHIPS Act is nearing completion, likely before the end of 2024. It's a part of a $20 billion package. The rest is going to be loans likely to be used to build new factories and modernize their factories out in Arizona. The other headline with respect to Intel, ARM expressed interest in acquiring their product division, which designs and sells their chips for PCs. Intel not interested in actually selling that to ARM. This is after we got reports of Qualcomm, who's also interested in acquiring parts of Intel. But Intel here really not interested at all in basically selling any part of its business, Brendo, despite the fact that we heard about their willingness to do that.
It was so crazy, that whole debacle over 2 days that Oracle was going to buy it. Nuts. Anyways, ARM, yeah, definitely relatively strong out of the gate yesterday. We did get the sell-off and then back to basically halfway back, I guess, at the close yesterday, but positive here to start again for ARM as well.
Come on, son.
Okay, so it was my bad. I already mentioned Nvidia when we were talking about SMCI because far be it from me to be able to look 2 lines down and see semis along. Okay, so that's on me. But Intel, I don't really care about the news. I just care that it's over 24 again. So this was one of those yesterday in the morning when I was just waiting for it to get back above 24 and then hold above, and it just didn't. Thank you very much for that, Intel. But at least it gave that 2330 support. Still like it. I feel like if you get to 2330 again today, while I believe it's a long, something bad, really, really bad has happened. And I'd still probably take it, but I feel like it's just not going to happen. So 24 is a level. You did break it out already, at least a little bit here when we got that PCE data. So now all of a sudden we're setting up at VWAP. You got the pre-market support here at 2390 to work off of. So I'm looking dip buy on them. And to the point on ARM's right at that $150 level, which has been pretty much like the key spot. Like you can see, there's your top in the afternoon. There's your dump zone. Now this is a bit of a coincidence because this is around the time it was it was right about 1040 when SMCI dumped everything. So it kind of just happened that ARM was at that price, but then it resisted in the afternoon. So I think it confirmed that it's a key level. It's trying to break out from here. So I'd much rather, Intel 24, fine. But ARM, it needs to hold 150 and break out the top to continue the move up. So I'd be much more interested in joining ARM as it goes breaking out through the highs than just sitting on a 150 level. I keep drawing trend lines for reversals on ARM and then forgetting to delete them. But yeah, breaking out yesterday's highs would be a little more interesting for ARM, whereas Intel, I'd pick it up at 24. I would like the 122 on Nvidia, as I mentioned before. I just don't know if we'll get a dip that far on Nvidia, so might have to look a little higher.
All right. Oh, I have the exact same level there. So I just wrote down here on Nvidia, and honestly, dip by solid support this week. SMCI news derailed our trade yesterday. So I just wanted to say that yesterday we had this level. We had all of these things written down. We liked 125, 124 yesterday, and it's just a matter of having to wait for that play to come through there. I just saw something funny on my stupid Twitter there. I'll see if I can find it again. This X is too much. Okay, so just looking at this right here, there's 122. I think there's a chance we get into here. I mean, I didn't think yesterday that was going to happen. You can see that we were really noticing that it was resisting the top and the bottom early yesterday, and that was 126, right? We got it going to 127.50. Everything off the open kind of pumped, right? And then we faded back out. As soon as we broke that, it was see you later. So I think the same thing could happen right now. I mean, we could have some traders that are going to come in here and try to support this 123.50. 124 area. The minute that breaks, then I think we can get into 123. This could be a good area to start your long, but there's no way, like this keeps on happening to me, right, with Nvidia. And yesterday yesterday we lost on it because we kept on trying to chase this 125 and then it just didn't hold, right? So we had talked about this, but then we left it alone. I think you can actually wait for it to make a bottom. When it does that, you could keep trying. The problem is yesterday, we just kept trying too early. These are only 1 minute candles. So I could find my trades from yesterday. I had over 200 fills on this stock. We tried to catch the long. It worked a little bit, then it failed. Then it worked, then it failed. Then it worked, then it failed. Eventually, we had some back in there. And then we tried to go short under the 50-period moving average, and that didn't work. So it was a big mess in here, I feel like, and it wasn't really that great on the after hours either, or in the closing. So I would just rather wait for it. Yesterday's closing price on a big volume candle was 124. We're under that rate now and starting to go lower. So for me, semis again, very good chance to flush off the open. It's red, market's green, good chance for another flush. I'm sitting here. I'm already bidding. I'm bidding right now 122.50. So let's see if that one comes out. It's honestly the only bid or offer that I have out right now. It's Nvidia 122. Shout out to you, Hamster, and shout out to my good friend Phil, as we'll look for some good fills at some point today.
All right, Bitcoin back to the upside 2-3 days in a row here. Gary Gensler was on CNBC, among other places yesterday, talking about Bitcoin, reiterating his stance on the non-security side of things, which helped things yesterday. Getting a little bit of boost once again today here for BTC.
That's important from this from the chair of the SEC, certainly, because that had been an issue, right? It's an unregulated security. So here are some of the tailwinds. Spot Bitcoin ETFs had significant inflows yesterday to the tune of about 365 million net inflows. The historical performance as well of Bitcoin in Q4 is quite good. So we could see some more tailwinds there. And Brendo mentioning also Gensler's affirmation. Last but not least, the Harris-Walz economic plan did mention digital assets, albeit briefly, which possibly indicated, a softer stance by their possible administration.
I reserve my comment on that one. What is it? 3.4% so far this week, guys, for Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's not just you that's looking at Shibu, by the way. It's my physio guy was cheering it yesterday for pretty much the entirety of our session, which was pretty cool. But look, Mara, 2.5 points upside. I want to talk Coinbase too, maybe as well as Mara. I was just actually checking to see. I think we actually have Shiba to trade, to be honest with you guys. And the reason we don't necessarily look at those sometimes is you can't short them. The ETFs are a little bit better. We can only go long here at Real Trading if we trade directly in, say, like Bitcoin or directly in ETH or something like that. But Mara's holding the 50 period. I think it's got this nice little over-under level from yesterday. It might break out past the 18. As long as we're holding 65,000, which we are, I have like this 17.5 where we closed. It was support in the afternoon. As I said, that 50 period on the daily is holding. Mara is in the midst of finally, it had that long consolidation, 15 to 16.5. It's now broken out of that. So now that it's broken away from it, just want to look longs at least until it gets to $19. Typically, when the entire space is going, Coinbase was going as well here. And it's doing something very, very similar to what happened in Mara, just a consolidation, breakout yesterday, a little bit of a continuation play today. I think the equivalent dip would be down at 180 on coin. I just think it's more likely Mara trades at those levels and gives the dip buy move that I'd be looking for. As long as you're holding on to 65,000. You lose that and we trend down, then I don't want to be buying the dip. Always have my eyes on Bitcoin. But when they're starting to go as a group and trending, which you've now started another consolidation breakout trend on the equities, I would rather be joining the move. Relatively strong pretty much the entire time. Like when we had that SMCI dip, it was the crypto names that I think got the better of things for the overall market. They were able to hold on much better than pretty much everything else.
Yeah, I just put in a bid right now for IBIT. See, again, I changed it. Let's go charts. Right here. Okay, so let's just wait to see what winds up happening with this. I mean, I like that. I was just reading our notes now, the Harris Waltz economic plan, as they mentioned on the desk there, digital assets, talking about that. That's great. I think that we already know that one side of the aisle with Trump has been talking about crypto and digital, and now the other side is going to as well. I think that's really great. I mean, it's a nice move up. I'm going to go long here on this break of 37.60. If it continues to go, great. If not, we have VWAP right here at 37.40. I think it's worth 20 cents. Like, just take the shot there off the open that crypto maybe continues to go. I was just going to see what it did yesterday. So yesterday, really, I don't know if crypto really cares about U.S. Open, to be honest with you. I mean, it's nice to see the market rally and go up with the Nasdaq, but that little level right there, let's just see if it breaks it. So yesterday, 37.50 was the high. This morning, it's 37.60. So we'll just play the same one. If it wants to break there, great. Let's just see if it holds. VWAP wasn't super important yesterday. It held kind of in the afternoon until it didn't. I'm not super concerned about any of those levels. I would just sort of play it back to this little break right here, 37.40, 37.35. So we'll take a 60 long. We'll put on some shares. Again, it's only a $40 name. We'll see if we can get this to run. I like IBIT. I mean, imagine crypto takes 66. I mean, then I think it's off to the races. I mean, here's a little bit of a longer, and we still got one more thing to talk about with Meta, but let's just quickly show you this. This is Bitcoin right now. This is a 5-minute chart. This is the 200 period moving average. So look at it, just hold. Obviously it goes up, so not much holding, but bounces there, bounces there, bounces there, bounces again. So I like the stock right here. This is the 50 period, not great, but it's this 200 that if we can hold 65.3, then I think we can go. There's 66,000. Watch out for a break, right? You break that high, the 200 period moves up with it, and I think you're doing pretty good. So for me, crypto's a long, 3 minutes left.
To wrap things up here, just popped up actually through 570, bit of a pullback right now, but still on watch after the Connect event going back earlier this week. I'm not sure if it was yesterday it wrapped up or if there's more today, but I mean, we get all the headlines right out of the gate for the Meta Connect event, but very, very active downside out of the gate yesterday. We'll see if we can't bounce here.
Yeah, a couple of headlines today for Meta, Brendo. The first one over here, European Union's lead privacy regulator fining Meta about $100 million, about 91 million euros. Not a big deal for them. It's related to the storage of the user passwords without actually encrypting them. And the inquiry was initiated by Ireland and then followed through by the European Union. Separately, the Orion augmented reality glasses. This is what I want to hear about, guys. And now, apparently, a lot of reporters got their own version for review. So look out for those reviews online. I'm very excited about this product.
I mean, it's still prototype.
I think it's cool, man.
Some of the videos actually look really good.
Yeah.
It's almost comparable to that Apple VR headset, as you were saying.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely cool for sure. Look, it's 9:28, so a couple minutes to go here. Nothing really big on a Friday on the imbalance locator. You're going to have NEO and XPeng here, 1, 2. The only things over 400,000 shares. Both buy imbalances, but again, nothing gigantic. The concern I have with Meta is multiple topping tail candles in this essentially all-time high consolidation. So 570, where we're sitting right now, like look at the tail wicks. Now 2 days in a row, you've essentially had failures out and about above the 570 level, notably 574. We just false broke that again. So this is if there are not buyers above 570 on Meta, I don't want any part of the long unless it's at 562. Like yesterday's lows, like yesterday with that SMCI thing, those are the kinds of lows that I like. Because when everyone's like panicking, you have moves like this to the downside, where people buy when something like this drops $13 or $14, that matters to me. And more than just than any other bottom it makes. So I like this 562 if we get it, but it needs to hold above 70 for the longs to come back in. Otherwise, I think this could easily trend back down. We've been mentioning Apple in 229.5. So this is 229.5. Apple looks relatively strong compared to some of the other big cap tech names. So I got this one watch. It looks like 229.5 could get broken out today. Tesla's back over the big 257 level as well. A couple of names we did not talk about.
Yeah, I got DraftKings on my mind as well, and I just want to do what's up to Luis here, DayTrading.
What up?
He's messaging me on the sticky note. He's like, come on, Sean, CNEYONCO duo. So I just retweeted it for you there. So what's up, Luis? Just some names that he's looking at there as we get into the lower cap names. DraftKings also on the watch list there at $40. Good breakout there for DraftKings. I'm glad that we talked about that. One now over $41.50. DraftKings. We have the bell.
Brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences. Let's ring it right now because the market is open. Shout out to Ram.
Unlike the Nasdaq, we got it done. Like an official market open.
We got it done.
Okay, so here we go. Yeah, we did get it done. All right, Nvidia. So here's the move down a little bit. We did talk about potentially a little bit of an early flush here on some of these names, but not really. Nvidia right now trying to hold out the 200 period. Just bounced off 123.60, but that's not going to be a play for me right now. Keep them coming, man. If anything's moving outsized, have us look at it. Micron right now. What a great move that's been over the last couple days. Obviously down to 108 right now. Down on the day, a name that we did not get to today that we kind of wanted to get to, but 108 dropping down. Watch out for a 107.50 break lower. That was a level that I wanted to look at with Micron. It held yesterday. May not hold today. You just mentioned Tesla. That's an important name.
Yeah, Tesla just tagged $258 here. So that one's headed up. I mean, Apple's going too, but Apple's $1 away from that 59 or 29.5 level. Tagging 258 here is Tesla. It's 57. That's to me like the over/under.
I'm going to try
over/under level. Yeah, I feel like it's going to maybe break it now instead of giving the dip buy off of VWAP. That's going to be frustrating. Nvidia's coming downside. All right, so Nvidia's coming downside here. I think we get a chance. Maybe we get a chance at that 122. Intel's trying to bounce off the 24. The market's starting to roll to the downside here. So relative strength, Tesla, Apple so far.
Yeah, so I'll start a little bit of a trade here with Micron. So again, we said we'd want to be patient, and I know getting involved here at 932 is not overly patient. But there's that 110.20. I just think it's worth the risk. I was looking at a 109 break here anyways for this name. So we'll wait to see if it can break this 109. We already broke it early there, but see what's kind of this pre-market bottom and this little top right there. Let's just see if it breaks it and gets into this 107.50. So I'm going to try to think about this as a break level. And then if we're wrong, I mean, we can get out at, I'm not going to average into this too much. Maybe we'll take a little bit more at 110, but 110.20, which is coming in right now. This is a very, very light position for us. We have Michigan consumer sentiment coming out at 10 o'clock. Here it goes. If I'm going to average in, it would be now on Micron. So let's just do that. Hey, we could be wrong. They had a huge report yesterday, man. It was down on the day. The market started to fade. We just averaged in. We're short right now at 109.77 on Micron. Let's take something out for 50 cents if we can, at the 50 cent mark here. Maybe we'll take a quarter on this trade, and our stop is now pretty identifiable up here at 110.40 stop on this one. Tesla, Neil's going.
Tesla's kind of foregone now, up 2%. I just want to remind you, I also like a short in Cassava Sciences. I'll get to that in a quick little second as well, but Tesla just tagged 59. Okay, now it's starting to come back in here. Wow, did you see that move?
Long, but wow,
that just went 59 third, right back into 58. So that's looking like it is going to dip and give us some VWAP in here. Cassava Sciences, I'm going to get on the offer. It is breaking to the downside. Holding VWAP. This was the, whatever. Like they have like some fraud charges for falsifying data that's been going on for them. Down 15%. Pretty self-explanatory here, but it's about to break the lows. I want to short to the pre-market high on first available pop here.
Yeah, we, darn it. I was just like, oh man, here goes Micron. You know, it went as low as into the 30s there on Micron. Actually, 30 on the bid. I don't know if it actually got printed. I just saw 34 was on the bid. So we actually get a 50 there. Yeah, there it is. So it does. So it does print 20s. Okay. But anyways, it goes down there. We got 109.50. We talked about putting a bid there. Watch out for our stop up here, 110.20, 110.50 for Micron on a potential stop out for that play. So I'm just waiting for that to happen. Nvidia, Tesla,
this thing is gone.
You're short? No, not short.
This thing is gone.
All right, so yeah, there goes Cassava Sciences again. Come on, Micron, bring it on down, man. We're bidding right here, 109 teens. Maybe we can get that, but it looks like it wants to be stronger. So watch out for the stop on Micron right now. Here it comes in, 110.50. We'll get broken out. We took a little bit of a winner, but now we're back into this name. It looks like it wants to get excited here. Market bidding back up. So we're short Micron right now at 109.94. So I think this is worth 50 cents, man. We'll put another bid down here just in case it does decide to drop.
Damn. Okay, so like, look, Cassava Sciences lost the bid in a big way, and I'm not chasing it. Like, I'm not chasing it $2 on a
Don't do it.
$20-something stock. It gets insane if it can pop, fine. Intel's breaking out the highs here, so didn't really retest 24. You had to be on the bid at 24 right at the open. So first available dip into pre-market highs is where we're going to go over on Intel. That'll be in front of the 20 level. Nvidia's still heading down here.
What Nvidia's doing?
It's at 23s, but there hasn't been much of an uptick yet. So I don't see any reason not to wait for 122. This is heavy. This is heavy. ARM over under 150.
Yeah.
Okay, ARM, if it's going back underneath that 150 level, this is the over under. False breakout right now. Any false break that retraces back under, that's a short setup. With Nvidia going down, I got to look for something to the south side.
Feeling like some Montel Williams because this is how we do it, if you know what I'm saying right there. 110 right now short on Micron. We just take that bid. Here it is. Okay, here we go. Did we just get filled down there? No, we did not. We're at 109 teens, my bad. All right, so we'll wait to see if we do get that flush. The thing about it is, I don't know why this is strong and our boy is weak. So like right now, I pulled my bid on Nvidia down there. I just want to be sure that we're going to be right on this. I was bidding 122.50s. We talked about that's where my bid was, but I'm a little bit nervous now about Micron because it's not going anywhere fast right now. I'm going to put another bid right here and then cancel my team, see if we can get something out.
The market's dropping hard.
I know. That's why I'm a little bit not perplexed. This is day 2, right? I mean, there was earnings yesterday. Give me that. That's me at 43s. There it goes. Yeah, buddy. So we'll go. Now we'll see if we can go a little diamond hands. Look, we have to keep getting out, right? I mean, we've seen it now. We're now out of half. We've seen it bounce over and over here from 109.50. Like yesterday, we talked about how good our Nvidia trade was, and then it punched us in the mouth. So right now, let's make sure that we take out some of this, and just in case it goes back up. Still could be an L on the board here for Micron, but we're going to trade it accordingly and trade the short. That's, I mean, you know, let's not give up on it. We're still bidding 109 teens. I just put it back.
109 teens. Montel Jordan Williams is the talk show host.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just one of those things, man. You know, I love that song. It's a great one.
What did I say, Montel?
You said the host.
Oh, Montel Williams, I said. My bad.
Who's legit too,
what?
man.
Yeah, is he though?
He was doing some things
like
back in the day, man.
Stuff,
he was doing some. He had his moment back in the day. I'm not going to hate on him.
I think he's still around.
I have no idea.
I think so, man.
Yeah, I have no idea what the guy.
My bad. Yeah, I did not mean that character. Micron's coming down. Go. You have Intel. Okay, so you're actually one.
Which is weird because I'm long one, short the other. But the over under on ARM, and this is exactly that setup where you fail a break of the high, and 150 over under, fail a break of the high, go into the short back underneath. If it makes a fresh high, get out. But Intel's still in the midst of like holding its break. Now 24 was the over under for me on Intel, so it broke out, it's consolidating higher. But it might lose the bid here. So we'll see about Intel. Nvidia did get close. Oh my goodness, Nvidia got close. 122.40.
Right.
Quarters, that can't be a real wick. 25s it got to. This should be long. It should have been long this down at that 122, I think. And then Sava is really bouncing here, guys. Sava coming right back into VWAP. That just bounced $1.50 on a $20 stock, but right back into VWAP. So I'm going to take the first crack at Cassava Sciences short. Give me the fill.
We in the building right there, and that's your first trade. We have one trade on, and it is a dollar club. So there it goes, man. I mean, we battle back. We talked about not having a great day yesterday in our very first trade here today. Again, punched it right in the mouth right there. So we'll now wait to see what winds up happening. It's Micron. It's a trade streak. This one's for you. We found it in the wild. Right there. So we didn't even have a chance to talk about Micron early. We talked about the semis. We wanted a day 2 play runner in here. I liked it on a break through 109. That didn't happen. Gave us a short opportunity. So we just sit there and take it, and that's what it is. So right there, good trade there for me on Micron. We're pretty happy with it. All right, let's just go. I mean, it could still, I don't have any more bids, man. We still have a third of this on. We said we had half. We just got out of another piece. So there we go. Still a third on Micron right now. All right, IBIT does not run that top. I still have the bid in case it wants to take it out, but Bitcoin is falling down a little bit. I thought it could go the other way. It's relatively muted at 65.4, but it is starting to head down. And actually, I'm going to cancel that top take right there. Let's just wait. We'll watch it. If it starts to go, then we can look back at IBIT, but it's at the 200 period, a possible buy area. The only thing about me and some of this is I haven't charted it well enough yet. On IBIT, because some of these lines aren't really going to matter because crypto's 24 hours. So just because IBIT is at the 200 period moving average really has nothing to do with crypto, because 200 periods is different when the market's open 24 hours. But again, after 200 minutes, then it should matter. But I'm just talking about it mattering early on in the day. So it's a good thing we took some of that out there on Micron. And like I said before, everyone, please manage your positions. We still have a third on of this name. We talked about that. Right now, if we lose, it will be 35-cent hit plus slippage, as here we go right back up into $10 again. We noticed that this name was relatively strong, I thought, as opposed to what Nvidia was doing. I don't know if you had a chance. You're still
Look, Nvidia's at 22.
What?
Mara came back into that 17.5 support level. So a bunch happened. Obviously, I'm into ARM, I'm into Sava. We explained those. And then I think Intel we already went over. But Mara came right back into that 17.5 and kind of double tapped the bottom. I got 1s and 2s long. So my average price is actually like 51 1/3 right now, or 2/3, I should say, so it rounds up to 52. VWAP sits at 1770. I'm going to be getting out not all of it, but I'm going to be getting some out in front of VWAP for obvious reasons. Look at the resistance in the afternoon. We're trading it all afternoon. It was 1750 to 1770. All afternoon. So if it bounces off that level or rejects that level, I want to make sure we're taking profit in front of it. As a matter of fact, I just saw sellers at 66, so I'm going to join that. ARM, we got that fill back underneath at VWAP on the way back down. Now 149, I want the next take because that's where we closed. So just like Mara, the range from yesterday, the 150 half, it kind of rejected that high. We'll play it into the bottom, try to hold through for a bigger break. The one that's going to be a concern is obviously Sava, because Cassava Sciences, there you go, just took out the high. So the initial move down, which is the one we probably should have had, would have worked, but the one back in, VWAP out at high of the day, so we'll take that one for the L. The other three still holding out okay, and Nvidia, yeah, that might have been a miss. Yeah. It now does double tap here at 122 and is coming back into the upside. That wick is annoying. I'll get rid of that dark pool 129 wick, kind of messing things up. Tesla's back to 257 as well, so Tesla starting to come back in here. I've got this local bottom at 256.5. that we're trying to buy into at that 57 level. From there, it's got quite the gap fill to the close, which is at 54. So to me, like, this is a 57 into 56 half, because I'm not holding it to 254, because that's the next big level.
Yeah, we got stopped out of our Micron, which is no semis, no cry, because we got right back into this one and give you another one right here for Nvidia. So we did, look, we'll be up on Micron. Obviously, it's not the screamer that we thought it would be at the end of the day. We did warn a little bit that it seemed like it was strong, but there's a couple ins, a couple outs, relatively flat on Micron so far here today now off of that one. So we just went long Nvidia. We were long at 65. We just got out at O's right there at 120. I think it was 122.95s or so, yes. So there it was. It was a good out for us. Now we are long, back long now into Nvidia. Now a 50-cent winner on NVDA back into the long off of. And we just did it, man. We had 122.55 written there in the first place, and we took it. We canceled it when we were long Micron, short Micron. We just put it back in. So far, so good here as NVIDIA's trying to get higher. Let's see, man. We got to get something out at the 200, 123.60 if we're lucky enough to get that high. I'll put an offer there. It's still so early. Let's just wait to see what this market has in store for us today, guys.
Yeah, the market, it's still early. The Nasdaq just went red. The ES actually holding on to green a little bit. I'm kind of curious where the relative strength is. I mean, Apple's actually right back to where it was before. So I was about to say outside of Apple. Just another update here. Bit of a move back to the high here. What's the wick on this? There we go. Let me zoom way in on Intel. So I want to get VWAP in here. I was getting 23, then 24, removed from VWAP. It just tagged 36, but now taking a little bit of a zoom. If we're this weak in the market, holding to the downside, at least for now, I should be waiting for VWAP a little bit more patiently. The next time we get an opportunity, I think I'll try to trade off of that. Okay, ARM, it's a weird day.
Where do we think this market's going?
Okay, so Intel just tagged the top, and ARM just filled me again, 49.5 on the bid. And Apple, like this is what's going on with this market. And Apple's trending down toward the low.
Yeah, maybe it's not a long.
Yeah, it's weird because there's very few things that are actually strong right now. Mara just got to VWAP and reversed right back into the lows. It just doesn't feel very strong at all. Now, I'm starting to think about where's the other places long. Like the only stock I'm looking at that has like multiple green candles is Intel right now. Everything else is looking a little bit weak. I want to double check in on Meta here. Yeah, Meta's starting to come back and lose it a little bit. So Mara's holding the low. Intel's trying to do its best. ARM is okay for weakness. And the old, so about SMCI, the thing about an SSR bounce, the way I look at it, is usually it's a failed break of an even dollar level. Well, there was no breakdown here on SMCI. It just ramped to the upside right away. It doesn't really set up the trade for me there, but congratulations, because 400 to 420 is not bad at all. Yeah, so the SSR bounce on SMCI was rather spectacular here.
All right, we have a new trade idea, so we'll sound the alarm. That's what we try to do. We're long Google right now at 163. Again, what did we do? So we went and we just have our searches, right? We have our quote board right here. I'll just go through some of the process that we do, or I do anyways, to find it. We sort by, strong names here. Google was near the top. I just sort of scanned it. There it is right now, 163 and change. I didn't want to look at, and Neil's already in Intel, Bob, but we talked about Coinbase. There's iBit as well as we look through. So I just clicked on Google. I went through all these. Google was breaking through the 200 period there. So I went long and bang right there on Google. So it's a nice win, man. It's 30 cents right there back in the... So that's a good one. We do have Nvidia as well. That's 40 cents in the money. Google's a nice trade. We just got to let these things develop a little bit. Sometimes we get out too early, as you know, and then we look back and say, what have we done? But we did a good trade here. So if Google can come back up into the high of the day, probably a good out. I'm more like in the camp now of like, we were always in the camp of being controlled in our trades. But for today, I said it right on here, we have to just do what we're doing. It could be a slow day, wait for trades to develop. So what that basically means is two things. The first thing is, and I didn't really follow it on Micron, we had the right play, and I should have just took it out when we talked about it trying to hold down here. We were lucky enough to get that dip buy opportunity, but at the same time, probably should just got it all out and waited for a reload instead of holding it all to the top end. So let's just do that right now on Google. We see that it's coming back up. I just put an offer right now at 49s. Maybe went to 46s. Hopefully we'll get that. Maybe 49 is being a little too conservative. But here we go. Break 46, get to 50, get 49. Let's take out some profit. Both these trades right now are in the money, 40 cents. So we're gonna adding up to $1, but Nvidia is the one that I think has the chance here. You're still in both those same positions. There's not much happening. The market is kind of just hovering right now.
Pretty big bounce overall on, like Apple just made a big bounce. You just went a little bit haywire there. So we're breaking through yesterday's highs on Intel. And if it can hold on to these highs, I think it can trend at 25 today. But if we lose the top, I want this 50 back out there. Mara made a bit of a reload as well, so I want to trail Intel, buy the next available dip into VWAP or wherever it lies. Double bottom here on Mara. The thing is, we're still at 65.5, so as much as we're going to the downside here, Bitcoin's actually holding on okay, but Mara did dip in, threatened to go red, held on to that support from the afternoon, but now it's struggling to get back into VWAP, so just bounced like 45 into 55, but it can't get to the 60s. There will not be another reload if it's looking this relatively weak. So Intel looking good. It's ARM that's weird because the market's bouncing. It's not moving that much. The way that everything is bouncing, I kind of feel like I should be jumping out of this. No reload for me on ARM. I do not like the way that this one is looking. It didn't fall into the lows when the market was weak. So if it doesn't feel right, then we're able to tighten this one up and see if we can't get out of it. So Intel's cruising right now. It's at the 60s. Now getting a little bit parabolic, this is where I start looking, okay, if it reverses trend, just get out. right? Give any kind of trend reversal, and I'm just going to punch out of this thing as it just extended through yesterday's highs at about 48. I think this is on the way to $25. Hopefully, it'll give us another entry on the way up.
Wow, Intel. Wow, Google right now. Let's go. Spin the cash for GOGs right there as it's going to the upside again and again and again as Google seems like it wants to be. It's the one right now. We'll just wait to see if it wants to go, though. Google right now, good take there at 40s. We talked about that. Getting in and out of that play seems to have been a good decision temporarily for GOGLE. All right, Nvidia. Not so much right there. I mean, look, I like the stock. I like the play. We did get some out there, though, on the high end. On the low end of 123. So we've gotten it out twice. Would love to see this thing moon. We're in the name. Hopefully, let's go. Let's get the party started right now on Nvidia. Nvidia right now, 60. Remember we just said this, Sharif? We were 40 cents in the money. Now we're 60 cents in the money on both of these trades. It's Google, it's Nvidia, it's Micron. And you know what that means? It's a 3 for 3 kind of a day right now. So we'll drop down some money and have a good one so far here today. It's Brendo at the big desk.
Guys, we're talking about this late in the day yesterday. BlackBerry, guys, just popping up in front of me here. Downside in a pretty big way, 6+%. I mean, hey, Q2 revenues, 145 million. Not even sure what they're selling, but 141.4 million was the estimate. So 145 versus 141.4.
Used phones.
Oh, come on.
There's a big market for that on Marketplace.
Yeah, they still have
you can get a BlackBerry over there.
Stuff. Well, they don't have any patents left to sell, I suppose. It is what it is, man. Like, it's not even it's not even like a meme stock anymore, so you can't even go down that path with BlackBerry. So, right back to VWAP on Mara, and you're seeing, again, the same range, 50, 65, 50, 65. If we retest the lows and the market's looking better than this, then I'm not going to jump into it another time. As I mentioned, Intel did make a little bit of a... Come on, chart. There we go. Did make a little bit of a topping tail candle, as you can see. So just kind of failed this 246. Now coming back in. I'm going to look for a VWAP dip buy in around the quarter level. So it broke out pre-market highs in there. Not the third, the quarter. We'll look for a pullback in Intel and just get back on schedule. So it did make the break the quarters all the way up to 60s, now coming back in. ARM did not take out that top, so whatever's going on here seems to be slowing down at VWAP. So we're still in the money, about 50 pennies on this. It's head toward the low of the day. I'm looking for the bottom. 149 is the current low. So we'll see if we can't get a buck on this. It's been a bit of an inside day. And the market's strong enough that I don't necessarily think we should be expecting a break of the low. So I'm not going to look for that low break. Apple, sorry to ignore Apple. Apple double top at 229.5. This is a breakout for me on Apple. 229.5 is in the random level all week long, last week.
Yeah, no, this is what I'm saying. We talked about this earlier, man. Get on the sticky note right now. Watch for key levels, man. It's another chicken dinner winner. We're around 90 cents in the money on Google and took a piece out. We're 40 cents in the money right now on Nvidia on that dip buy opportunity. Again, this is the one that we are most nervous about. NVDA. I'm going to wait for 122 flat now to come in. We are now out of 80% of this trade. All right, you can see right there the Benzinga Pro platform. Make sure that you guys check this one out. If you are tired of being late to trade, always playing catch up in the market, missing out on big moves because you're too slow to the news, well, the Benzinga Pro platform is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join the thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Well, then visit benzinga.com/pro and grab that FREE 14-day trial. The QR code's right there. Go grab that link in description. It's Sweater Nation today as we get ready to rock and roll. Nvidia does make that move to the downside.
I wish I was in a sweater.
It's 80 cents in. It's okay, Neil. Yeah, you were with a sweater yesterday, I think it was.
It's freaking cold.
Brendan started the trend with the sweaters, so thank you, Brendan, for that one. But there it goes, man. Google with a nice move upside at the end of the day. Let's go see. It's a new position for your boy over here, and I'm not so sure about it. So let's have a quick look. I don't like sometimes sitting there and getting filled out of the blue, but if I don't like that, then why am I putting bids in, right? All right, so let's wait to see if it holds $40. Very, very simple trade for us. There's the $40 break. There's the 200 period. Either support it or die, my guy. So we're going to wait to see what happens with DraftKings. If it breaks down below that, then we gone like Donkey Kong. So right here, $40. I don't know, Donkey Kong. I mean, that's a pretty good game. I like Diddy Kong. You know, this little, is it his son or his friend? I don't know what it is.
I have
right
no
there,
idea.
but okay. All right, here we go, man. Nice move back up to the upside here. We'll get something out at this shelf break of 40s and change. But right now it is DraftKings, and it's another winner right there. We just sat there and said, for that one. It's only a winner if you get something out, and 10 cents is not super excited for me. But SMCI going, I'm hearing.
SMCI has been an absolute rocket ship. So the recovery pattern on this one is continuing. It's about to make a fresh high in here. I didn't even get dip buys on Intel there. Didn't even get to VWAP. But look, high of the day breakout on SMCI, $5 5% to the upside, $5. No, it's up $20 from the open. So that one is absolutely going. You're getting a nice relief rally. Well, we're back to green on the Nasdaq. So it's bouncing. The Nasdaq's back to green. But I'm looking VWAP here on Intel still. We're still in Mara, but that's the last little bit. I feel like it's Apple that's going to, it's either VWAP on Intel, which is coming in, or Apple taking out this top. I like Apple. I feel like we should be buying dips on this instead of just only looking for the breakout. It's such, like, how clean is 228 here? Resistance all afternoon and clearly support in here today. And I'm only looking breakout. That's kind of silly. If it's a Friday and we have an inside day on a Friday, then you should buy the dip of a stock that you like the buys on. Like, I even have the nice little line drawn in there for support, so I should be sitting there on the bid for them. All right, we're at VWAP now on Intel. So this one, I'd like to see it bounce off this level, but it's still heading down pretty heavily. So let's let it get to the other side of the trade here. I don't want to just sit on the bid if this blows through VWAP. I want it to show me a bounce and then participate.
Yeah, great out up there, man. You always, I mean, if you can have a top tick, that is...
It's an Obi thing.
That's some elite stuff, right?
Because Obi's the revision, man, and I've been looking at it because it was one day where we looked at the same revision on Shopify, and then since then I'm like, well, if I'm looking to trail out, because I stink at trailing out of stocks, why shouldn't I just lose those trend line reversions to get out of the stock? It makes perfect sense. If you were going to go short off those, then why wouldn't you get out of a long?
Hey, reversion, man.
That's what did I say?
Revision, like he's making revisions to the.
Yeah.
Maybe the same thing.
I didn't make a lot of...
It might even be the same word.
I didn't make a lot of revisions in university.
That's what I was going to say.
I tend to be like, you make me write something, I'm writing it one time, bro.
I'm trying to pretend like I know what that means, and I don't even know what it means. So, all righty then.
Proofread?
Proofread.
You used to proofread, Fabian?
I
ain't proofreading-ish.
ChatGPT, this guy over there.
Like, if I couldn't do it right the first time, like, I don't know, that was bad.
All right. All good on this. All right, so right now we'll wait for Nvidia. We said this would be the name that could potentially be in trouble here. I'm going to buy a little bit more because this is going to be a reload spot. I just want to see if we can do the same dance again right here.
Hope my daughter's not listening.
Futures are trying to do that. She's not. Futures are trying to buy this level right here. Futures are trying to hold this level down here on VWAP. Let's just see if Nvidia wants to do the same thing. We definitely understand that this is down 1%. The problem is, we said it earlier, Neil was like, I don't know if it gets down to 122. I was like, I'm not sure either. But right now it is coming back in. So we have to watch out to see if that level will hold. That was the one that we wanted to take. So let's be patient. Let's try to get it right now. What's up, Marshall? I mean, if being a savage is a good thing, then I am a savage right there. Look at DraftKings right now. Oh, yeah. Come on, my guy, Patrick. Hopefully Patrick's on this one as well. Look at this. A nice little 40 dip buy. We've had DraftKings on our sticky note all week down there at $40. So it's a small move. Just a quarter. We'll take some out there at $40.25 right now. There he is. Yeah, Patrick's is watching the Mara going on right now. So nice little move upside right there. If we can get to VWAP, great. Not really in love with this trade other than the fact that look what the market's doing. Market is pulling back in.
Of course, I just covered the only short.
Right, yeah, see? So that's the thing. Market's pulling back in and DraftKings holding out higher. I like that recipe for potential success there on MARA, on DraftKings there. Big Patty Ice got me thinking Mara now. I just call him out now. I can't stop thinking about it. All right, there. 164. Google, $1 right now. Trying to go. We're $1 in on this one. That's going to be a good trade for us. And then Nvidia, we said we were slowing down the The buying, we have done that, man. We have like 5% of our usual position now on Nvidia. We're going to wait and be patient as possible into 122. Here comes 122 a little quicker than we thought on Nvidia. So let's wait. Maybe we'll buy some a little bit earlier than that, but I have a bigger order closer to 122. Let's see if we get something in the 30s or so.
So I just took ARM out at 149 and immediately it went to 148.5 in the low of the day. Like it was bouncing. Like, I'm not making it up. Like it was bouncing off a higher low. The market was bouncing. Intel started to bounce. I'm like, okay, I should get out of ARM. It's not breaking the low. We have an inside morning. It's gonna hold the range. Like this was the bounce on Intel off of VWAP. Went all the way to 24.50 on Intel from the 30s. I'm in here at 41 on the way back up. So if we lose this bid, I'm gonna jump out. The market's back to the Nasdaq's back to red. So there hasn't even been a green candle. The dip buys on some stocks have been working out, or the strong stocks at least. But yeah, if you have something trending down, respect it. If you have something trending up, respect it. And if it's in between, maybe stay away from it. So Intel currently trending up, we'll go for the reload there. That makes me a little bit concerned about Mara, unless it can break back out VWAP. So bounce off here, do an upward trend. Don't just consolidate lower and then break the low. I shouldn't be reloading anything like that. I didn't get Nvidia at 122. We're going to go to Brendan for happening now. Yeah, because it didn't get there.
Right.
We are just waiting here for Michigan sentiment, guys. Consumer sentiment coming out at 10 o'clock. Again, this is the September reading. There is, keep in mind, an inflation reading or inflation forecast, a part of this number. So we'll get a 1-year and a 5-year inflation forecast as part of this number. So about 10 seconds ago, yeah, market downside overall to kick things off, negative 0.03 here for the Nasdaq ahead of this number. Again, the consumer part of this, it depends. If it comes out one way or the other, more than expected, it can move the market. But the overall number itself, I hear just, there it is, 70.1 on the reading itself, the final for September. 1-year inflation higher, looks like the 5-year long-term inflation number to the downside. So 1-year inflation number 2.7%. 5-year 3.1%, so both in line with expectations there on Michigan consumer sentiment. A few other things of note, big volume spike there for XPeng out of the gate this morning at the open. Didn't see any reason for that or news headline, but still holding on to a 6% gain there for XPeng. Some of the other EV names also pretty positive. Tesla still 1% to the upside here. Market now negative, but bouncing on that consumer sentiment print. Nvidia, we were talking about back downside, trying to test day lows right now. This was TNXP. A few people were mentioning this. There was a patent issued this morning for one of their drugs, but that was about it. There wasn't really anything else. This is a little penny stock, but TNXP ripping to the upside, day highs right now.
Okay, another good name there. We've talked about that. I think that was another Brian Shannon look, TNX people.
It sounds like something.
Yeah, we'll double check it though. But right now we do have a nice little win here. DraftKings. So DraftKings gets VWAP again. So that was a 40 long. Again, we put that on the sticky note. Like that trade here. Let's see if it just continues to work. DraftKings, good long right now, back in the money. I mean, it's Google right now. That's really going to be, it is my #1 stock, obviously, as we bought that dip there on Google. And you can see what's happening right now to that name, as it is now $1.20 in the money. So we've got Nvidia. We bought some dips down into here again. We just offered 123. I'm surprised we never got filled there. I guess it didn't get there. We offered 122.98. It went to like 122.95 there. So we just barely missed that trade. Good trade though on Nvidia to the long, I would think. But what we think doesn't necessarily mean anything. We have to wait to see what the stock actually reacts to. So we'll give that a shot here on Nvidia now and give it up to 123. It's a level I think can hold if it gets up there. So we'll scalp a little bit out and then go from there. So Nvidia winner right now, Google monster winner, DraftKings monster winner. So far so good here in the open. I know we've had a couple great trades on Intel. That top tick there, ARM was good.
The Chinese ADRs are going absolutely ham again. This is insane. Alibaba, because I'm on the offer of Intel in front of 45 or 55. High of the day is 65. So we're still back in that dip buy. Baba's up 3%, tagged 108.80. 108.80 it just tagged. And Neo, which I was not expecting was going to break 630 today, obviously, because I even said we're not going to get this till next week. hey, I'm wrong. It's 9% up right now, and it's breaking out on the daily. I'm not usually in love with parabolic, let's take the high. So I'm going to give this a pretty tight stop because that just made that move in one shot in the first half an hour. And so the timing of getting a high break there is not usually ideal. Like, look at the entry. I just usually don't like those entries. If we break trend and pull back in, I think we'll just go for like VWAP dip buys. But if this loses this previous high, I just jump right out of it for a 5-cent hit. I don't like usually getting that kind of a fill. Let's go up to the desk with Brendo, and Apple's going to break too.
Brought to you by our friends over at Firefly Neurosciences. They're revolutionizing brain health by making their FDA-cleared brain network analytics, BNA technology, available to medical professionals in support of providing better outcomes for patients with brain health disorders and illnesses like depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. The company's proprietary technology is built on extensive research in the world's largest standardized database of over 17,000 patients across 12 disorders, including clinically normal people. Join Firefly Neurosciences, traded on the Nasdaq, AIFF. Be a part of the transformation to improving the lives of people suffering from brain health illnesses and disorders. Firefly Neurosciences, igniting hope for patients.
Oh boy. Thank you, Brendo, for that. Thanks, Firefly, for their continuous sponsorship. So, all right, look at Google, guys. It's $1.50 right now in the money and still going higher. So I don't know. I mean, the market just had a huge move right back up to the upside. We were lucky enough, guys, to get out of that Nvidia up there at 123 we talked about. That's where our offer would be. So we did that. And we're pretty happy with it. So that was a good out for us up there. We'll take a little bit more in. I was not going to reload this, remember, at this level, but because we got that 123 right there, we will put a couple more shares back on and just see if it wants to continue to work. If it just keeps doing this, fine by me. I mean, we do have a much bigger order, as patience will reign supreme for me today, as we will wait for this bid down here at 122 flattish to see if we can get that. So there, okay, here comes Nvidia. We do get that 20s fill. We talked about waiting for that one. Now we'll wait to see if we can get a little bit more down here and then let it fly from this point. So we're now long Nvidia 122.40. Feel a lot better about this one than I've loaded up right here. So let's give it a shot. It's Nvidia. It's trying to go. We'll be here to support it until it breaks 122. And when it does, man, we screaming out of that one. So if, I don't know. I'm just saying when it does, we get out.
Okay.
Hopefully it does not. We are now long and back into the money. As I see, Neil's not short anything, nor am I. So we'll wait, man.
I did have a short, and like I still think I got out of it a little bit early, but at the moment, look, you have to play what you're looking at. Like I had a couple of chip names up when I was in that ARM short, and they're all bouncing in the same moment. And ARM was bouncing off a support level. So, I like to take things out if at reversal points, and it looked like it reversed. So Nvidia, that's better. It did finally is the wrong word, because be careful what you wish for. It did just bounce off 22, and looks like it might lose it on the way back in. It was about to get to 50s. I felt like it was about to hold, but we added on the way back upside there, so I have Magic Johnson to the long side, and we'll see if we can hold the 122. This is looking a little bit weak. NEO, it's an update on NEO. It's still trending higher. So I'm going to offer next in front of 650. The Chinese ADRs, like, they're the long right now. Like, it's so crazy because that's been true all week. We're talking about it as like a record week for them. Like, this is Alibaba. Like, Alibaba's just trending to the upside over and over and over again. These things are absolutely flying. So the newest entry is the only one we just added to, and that's going to be Nvidia. That's the one I'm the most concerned about. And then Apple here. Apple is so close to breaking this 229.5. It's just wicked it again. So you got this like double top here, maybe triple, I guess, on a 3-minute here on Apple. It's just begging to break this 229.5 level. When it does, I'm going into the long. But I don't love the fact that this is trying to break out the highs and Nvidia is threatening to break the lows, because that means it's relatively weak compared to the things I'm watching here. So here comes that bottom on Nvidia. Yep, the 122, it's trying. Not very successfully to hold just yet.
No, not yet. Okay, so we were able to get some more out of Nvidia. We told you that we were going to load up down here, so we're long now at 17s. I've just been getting some out every time it pops. Okay, here we go. It almost broke there, right? So we did not want to look. Hey, something you haven't said in a while. We did not want to look that trade in the mouth there, a gift horse in the mouth. So right now we are in the money, an amazing 10 cents. We'll wait to see if we can get, obviously, some more out here on the high side for NVDA. So we said we would be patient with it. I feel like we did that. I don't know if we're going to get rewarded, though, this time. Market trying to bounce, Neil. I just don't know if this is going to go. We'll take some out there. We just got 28s. So that was pretty good. I'm going to put another offer at 28. We do have a upsized position. We talked about that. We have the spot that we want, but if it breaks, it breaks. Right now, we're basically flat on the name on this position. Obviously, we're long at 13s. So let's wait to see if it goes. I think it's worth the 20 or 30 cents worth of risk down through 120. So we'll give it a shot. I mean, we're here to try to trade, right? So this is a level that we like. Let's see if it will support it. I mean, this is the big one for me here today. This will be my P&L number one. Google. Google right now $1.30, $1.40 in the money and still trying to go higher. DraftKings. We're out of 60% of DraftKings. That was a good fill for us. I was going to go 20, 40, 60. We should have got out more at VWAP. We'll have to learn our lesson on that one another day because we should be a little bit more diligent on getting out more at VWAP. I'm going to get another piece out here at 26s for Nvidia. And again, I'm just going to scalp this out. If it drops through 122, obviously it'll be an L. So let's take something out on the high side if we're able to do that for right now. Nvidia does not look like it wants to go. It's fighting the market.
Yeah, we're starting to look weak. Okay, so Intel just came out through VWAP, so it's not alone. Like Intel, which was riding highs, now only up 1.7%, but it dip bought into VWAP once, got all the way to 24.55. That's a lower high. It needs to reestablish the bid here. If it can, I don't mind jumping back in, but a bit of a trend reversal obviously already happened once and then the lower high. I'm going to need to see confirmation that we're going back into an upward trend on Intel before we get back into it. Mara just took out VWAP and is headed back to the upside. Bitcoin's holding on to 65, pressing 66. So I think now, look, dips into the afternoon resistance at 17.7, VWAP at 17.7. I want to join back in here on the higher lows as long as the trend holds. Nvidia just cannot seem to get past those 30s. So Nvidia holding on to 22s, but that's about it. I want to make sure we're getting fills out into 123. So if we break VWAP, we'll hold on to the last quarter. Neo's still doing the same thing it was before. Apple's getting really, really close for the break here. So Apple 229. It's actually, the high is actually 53. So technically it's a couple of pennies above 229 that it has to break out. But Apple clearly strong. I mean, the market's actually a little bit red here on the Nasdaq, and Apple's trying to take out these highs. So clearly relatively strong. I'm going to take that break if and when it does happen.
All right, I got some more. I mean, we're lucky enough to be long a little bit lower right now on Nvidia. So I just took another piece out there at 27. Let's just, like I keep saying, let's just wait to see what it wants to do. Hopefully it will want to go up. I have another offer in the 40s, and then we're going to stop on that play, okay? So we'll stop getting out now. At some point, you got to say, okay, maybe it's not scalping, and we'll just wait for it to go so we can have a little bit of a bigger winner. But right there, we take something out 36. I'm going to take another piece out 33 because we just failed again. So again, look at that. We get a 36 fill, which was great because I am chasing P&L here. I don't have a problem telling you that. I mean, we're long. We have a decent amount of shares, and it just went 30 cents in the money, 25 cents in the money. So we'll keep taking pieces out here as it scalps through. We saw what happened yesterday, man. We had a great trade. We were sort of second-guessing ourselves on Nvidia, trying to hold for the long. The long didn't come, and then it flushed. So right now I have about a little bit more than half of the position left, but we have done well getting out and just being a little bit too cautious. I understand that, but I think it's well worth it today. We said let's be patient and wait for trades to develop, right? And so we're trying to do that. Google, we still have 20%, so this one is going to be a big one here for those of you that are looking for this type of trade. Looks like Google wants to hold out right now. Upside, we bought it right here. Maybe if I zoom back out, it'll look a little bit more dramatic, but there's where we bought it right there on VWAP and on that take. So that was a pretty sweet move right now for that name. So we'll just continue to sit here and see if Google wants to make that move higher. Nvidia, though, as we can see, or maybe you can see, maybe not, is dropped back into 122 again. So watch out below here.
Yeah, Nvidia is right back into 122. I'm going to reload it there. But I just got out of Neo. Typical as it did a topping tail candle and reversed the trend since the last breakout. So this is it. Like right in here, there's a high break, low, 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 break, out. So I felt like I got into this one a little bit too hastily, but it ends up continuing its trend. The Chinese ADRs are super strong. So I got in at the 30 break. The best fill we got was actually 42, 650's resistance. I'll look for some kind of a dip buy here, but unfortunately, Nvidia just tagged underneath. It just lost. It just lost the 120 level. So I'm out as it just broke down there. The only thing we're left in is going to be Mara, which is okay because 66,000 just went on Bitcoin. But Nvidia is going in the other direction. And it's absolutely tanking. I hesitate to even look at where ARM is because I'll probably hate
Yeah, Nvidia just got hit there.
Yeah, I will absolutely hate myself for that one. That was yeah, I really screwed up on ARM. This was a huge mistake on ARM, obviously. You know, at the moment, bias got the best of me. Like when I'm rushing out of this trade because I'm thinking things are longs, and I'm rushing out of this thing, and it's falling apart underneath that 150 level. So I'm not going to buy the dip on this thing. It's but 145 is a bit of support. Clearly, the chip names want to go back into the downside. Intel's back at 2410. The only thing that's holding on to strength right now, outside of the Chinese ADRs, was Bitcoin.
Yep.
And now you're right back at VWAP on Mars. So this needs to hold on to VWAP. If we can't hold on to VWAP, I'll probably jam out of this as well. Yeah, I should have found some other thing to go short in. What's AMD doing? Is this available? I want to look for a chip name that's not at a ridiculous level that maybe you can short here. It's not going to be AMD.
Yeah, so we talked about that Nvidia. We actually got, again, because we were scalping, I mean, you know, we had our spidey senses up from yesterday. We sort of talked about what that nervous sort of Nancy hands were there. Well, we kept on getting out right there. We took another load there and then got out once it broke. So that's actually wound up saving us there on Nvidia. We will not lose, you know, 10 times what we should there on this play there today. So we'll wait for that one. All right, so now that the market's below VWAP here, I'm just going to start a position. You know, the futures could start to make moves down. I mean, this is kind of the thing when we're sitting here and trading live in front of everybody every day. You know, sometimes you're going to have plays that will work immediately, and sometimes there's going to be plays that you're going to need to wait a little bit for. So for me on TQQ, I mean, another reload spot is almost right about here. We just take something now at 98. It's trying to break a little bit higher. I was waiting for an 06 fill. That just didn't come, just kind of randomly. That's sort of that top of that wick there. Looking to see about a break up here. So we'll take some more shares if the market can come back up, but there it goes. Nice little drip down now for the TQQ. So there it goes. Not a huge move by any stretch. We'll put something down there at the bottom if it wicks 80s again. Like, what did it do just there? And this is what you need to do. If you don't have your bids out, especially on something that's triple levered like the TQs, what can happen is the Nasdaq can quickly go down, you know, 0.1. This thing would go down 0.3. So you got to have the bids out there to get filled. And my bad.
What the heck?
We did not. Right there. I'm hearing something about DJT in my ear.
Yeah, I've heard. See, the same thing too, and I just kind of figured, okay, well, I didn't quite catch the story. We're in the heat of the moment, obviously trading, but DJT's up 10% today.
Qs.
So it's absolutely flying. I didn't hear specifically what the news might be. I know there was an insider that sold. There was the holding company from the two apprentice guys. I forget their names. Those guys sold all their shares.
It's like a 3-letter.
They sold everything except for 100 shares. Sold 11 million shares. I don't know why they held 100, but I guess that selling being done maybe is causing it to go to the upside, but you're absolutely squeezing on DJT. I'm going to pay for locates. I know that doesn't make... I'm going to pay for locates because $16 is a level, and if it goes absolutely ham, I want to be ready in case it hits like 19 or 20. I did not pay for them this morning. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. DJT... flying.
Yeah, good one there. We did have a nice move down on the TQs there again, man. We just got into the 70s. We are bidding 74, I thought. Yes, we are. Let's see if we do get a little dip down opportunity here. Oh, my God. Just got missed right there. Went to 75. Ooh, that would have been nice. All right, so, all right, we're short this. We'll continue to watch it again. Where's the stop for this trade? I was thinking 30 break, so I put that in there right now. Breaking through, sort of, we would be then through the 50, through VWAP, and through the 200. So if that winds up happening, you know, we don't have a problem admitting that this one is a foul trade if and when that happens. Why do we keep on bouncing exactly at those levels that I'm not waiting at? Or I'm going to put a 77 instead of a 74. Hopefully it comes back in and just keeps on bouncing off 75. It should really have nothing to do with anything. It's just my paranoid self right there waiting to see if we can get the penny and just miss it by a couple. That's kind of the problem for me there. So we'll wait to see. Again, reloading positions back up here, 73 change. We talked about that. We already have our trade in for this name. All right, Google. What? Oh, man, I put the wrong stop. It doesn't matter. We might have got stopped out anyways. I was going to wait for 164.20. It looks like we get, I don't know, I must have put 164.30s. We get 35. So that concludes that trade right there. That is $1.40 right there. So the bulls came in on Google. I mean, if anything, good one, up 1%. We said this is the next one to go. I still think it is. I'm talking my own book there. As you guys know, I'm long Google. Let's see if it continues to work. It looks like we did get that 77 fill. So sometimes this guy's a little smarter than I look. So there's the fill right there on that play. We do wind up getting that 77 fill. Now let's see if we can push a little bit lower. We still have like 80% of this trade. So we only have 2 out so far. Looking at the low of the day, I mean, we've decided to flip short. Again, the minute Nvidia broke, right? We sort of was wondering about the floodgates, and they appeared to be a little bit open now. We'll go bidding 72.65. That's that wick I just looked at right there at the bottom. Then if we break below then I wrote down here on the TQs, man, that we would look at 72, but that's that 20,200 level. So if that can come in, maybe we'll do that. 72.50, another hold level. So yeah, we'll still be in this short, taking out 20% so far. It's not a huge banger, but it's something. We'll put it in our pocket for now.
Yes, sir. And these trades, this segment of the show brought to you by Trade the Pool. And we got a great update. Now it's even easier to get funded. As you know, Trade the Pool built a unique program to evaluate stock traders like yourselves and provide you with the company's funds to trade with. Real shares, and you no longer need to worry about that PDT rule. But that's not all. I have some exciting news for you today. Trade the Pool has introduced a new tier with 20,000 in buying power, making it easier to pass the evaluation and speeding up the process of getting funded much faster. That's right. It is that simple, and it works. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information. Yeah. Shout out to Trade the Pool, there. And heading to the downside are the markets. I cannot believe we are already right back at $24 on Intel, but that's where we are. So with lost VWAP, this was like one of the last bastions of hope, and it's falling apart. Right quick is the best way to think about it. If we lose this, I mean, I'm probably wanting to already short it back into VWAP, but we're not in any longs. The one I liked short is gone, and in a big way. So I probably have to wait for a bounce. There's not even, I got out and there's like 7 or 8 red candles in a row on ARM. Like, you can't even get a worse exit point if you even try to. I challenge anybody. The only thing that's holding on to some strength right now, Alibaba's at the high of the day.
Boom.
So the Chinese ADRs are undefeated. I got out of NEO's now breaking through 650. It's up 13%. It's the Chinese ADRs that are going up. And clearly that's the trend that we want to be into there. So Jay Lee just said, I'll be honest, I thought you'd get into the Intel short off the top. You know what? So I got out because it did the mean reversion trend reversal and then bought the dip. But yeah, you're right. It was a trend reversal here, and now you've got a clear opportunity for a short trade. I'll probably get in at VWAP, but it is what it is. You know, I have half the stocks are green for me and half the stocks are red. And the one that should have been the biggest isn't, because I got out of it way too early on ARM. Like, that was you never want to rush out of the trade when it's working, but at the moment the market felt a little bit strong. So you got to do what you got to do. The Chinese ADRs, I feel like that's the trend to work to the long side. I want to short back into VWAP on Intel because that's breaking down as far as I'm concerned. But there is Apple at least. Apple's holding VWAP, and it still has the high of the day break. Market at the lows. This is still holding trend to the upside. So this one I'm not giving up on. I feel like, Apple's still looking pretty good for that long. Just needs to bust the top or maybe give me a VWAP entry. Let's do the small cap recap with Brendo.
A little recap.
We're in a wild week for small caps, to say the least. High short percentage, low float names popping up again this morning. This one included CNEY. Just went through $1, trying to hold above $1 right now. This got a non-compliance notification earlier this month from the Nasdaq, trying to get back above and stay above that $1 mark. Duo, we were talking about this one with Luis from Barcelona, if you were with us yesterday morning. 2 days in a row, back upside here, trying to bounce off that 130 where we topped out yesterday for DUO, ONCO. Better part of 85% at the highs. We're back downside through $6 was that key level from yesterday. 2 or 3 days in a row here for this runner as well, guys, ONCO.
Smith.
Okay, so just right here, I have no idea. I don't even know that topic. Okay, so just quickly, man, we got out of half, or more than half, we just reloaded it right there of our friend, the TQQ. I mean, it goes right into that level, guys. We talked about bidding 64s, we got it, or 65s, we got that level. The low looks to be 60. And again, we talked about where did we find that from. There it is, into the low, into yesterday, into this level where it was supported, into the low right here as well. So good little level there. I mean, I would have thought maybe we could have gone to 50s, but we will take that fill 10 times out of 10 right there. And again, shout out to my good friend Phil, who I haven't seen much this year. He's a hockey dad, so we'll be running into each other, I'm sure, very, very soon. All right, so we are now reloaded on TQQ. So there it goes, man. We got that fill there at 73. Now it's trying to push down a little bit. Let's just start to take some out, man. We're a dime now in the money. There it is. We'll take some 88s. We're also bidding some 86s. So far, so good. I appreciate you, Crispy, or whatever in the chat said, thought I was over trading. Nah, man, this is like, this is very, very controlled trading. Trust me. We have our plays. We know what we're doing. We know who we are. We're very, very comfortable with absolutely everything that we're doing. More fun trades to come, trust me, on that one. But right now, we're just calm down. We're in these positions. We're setting out our stop orders to hopefully get filled. And when they do, then we celebrate. We did have a good fill there on Google at the time. But look where it is now. Google now $2 in the money from that trade that we did have. We got out obviously a little bit too early there. As you can see, this name continues to rock and roll higher. It's GOOGLE. DraftKings, we still have 40% left. I do not want to overtrade this one, but we're right at this level again. So guess what? I think it's a buy zone. Let's just step in here, buy. Okay, well, we just crossed the market there, got a couple half prints in there and bought some more. DraftKings, our stop on this one is very, very simple. It is breaking of $40. So if that happens, good on DraftKings, not good on us. There it comes down in. Now another trade for the TQQs. Let's put another bid here at 82 and just slap this one around a bit here. There it is. Yes, sir. We get an 82 and an 81, man. We're still him. We found out what we do best, man. Maybe it's trading the futures. We've got crypto now. We've got options now. We've got futures back in the building. And I'm just scalping them out. So this is not big futures holding by any stretch of the imagination. Here it comes up 10:30. I don't know if we have any. Oh, it's natural gas numbers coming at 10:30. So we could watch out for that. But more outs there. We just talked about getting double outs. Now let's wait to see if it comes back up. Still trying to respect that level up here on the VWAP. So we'll wait out for the TQs, see if something special can happen here.
What's crazy about this is you're on the Qs. This is important to show right now. Like, look, the SPY is green and breaking out while the Qs are heading back down. Like, this is you got a bit of a diversion here, guys. So break of the high of the day on ES. It is Friday today.
I said to my wife today, I was like,
true. Like,
I was watching Thursday Night Football, and like I was even like, oh man, tomorrow's like Thursday. I was talking about like, do the kids have practice or this and that? And yeah, today's Friday, man. Oh, see,
Friday, son.
Yeah, thank you for that. No, but what I was gonna say also is that it was supposed to be shawarma party day, and Randy's off.
This is exactly why I've said this time. Randy, we know Randy's going to take off Fridays. We just need to do the shawarma party on a Thursday because Randy's never here on Fridays. I shouldn't say that. Every now and then he will show up. But the ES is breaking up. The NQ is breaking down. So understand that when you're looking at the future, Sean's on the Qs. The ES is taking out the highs right now. So it's a very big it's not a big divergence, but it is a divergence from what we normally see. Okay, so Apple, I adjusted to, I still like the breakout, but we're going to go dip buying off VWAP as well because it's relatively strong. So 229, you got VWAP at 228.80, and then we're going to get out in front of the high, look for a break of the high of the day as well. Oh my goodness, NEO, you just keep going. NEO now 660, the high of the day. It just continues its trend to said upside. I bet you Alibaba, is Alibaba going to get to $110 today?
Yes.
Is Wayne Brady going to have to... Yeah, I mean, is it going to get to... It's already at 109.5. Where's
another 4%?
Where in the heck? I got to zoom out the daily chart here. Like, is this even going to fill in? Yeah, this is now wild. So the next... Okay, you got 114 and then 120 on Alibaba. Wow, these Chinese ADRs. They're on one. There's just no question about it. They're the long today. If you're long right now, like, obviously hold on to it and like maybe observe the trend. But I'm out of NEO because I thought I punched too high. It went from 6 to 630. I'm like, why am I punching this after just made a 5 point move in 20 minutes? And then it just still goes higher. Intel at the low, threatening to break 24. If it can't get to VWAP, then I just have to look for the consolidation where it is. So Apple's my only position right now. ARM is probably ARM's bouncing here, so maybe we will get a bit of a retracement to fade once again this stock.
All right, I'm just getting not super excited here or anything, but I'm going to put some more bids down. There we go. We get some 91s there on the TQs. I just wanted to say that we were waiting to scalp out a little bit more here on this play because I don't know if the futures are going to do anything right now. I'm completely happy holding what we have, but right now, just trying to get in and out here and scalp out and make sure that our profit stays where it needs to be in our pockets, not in the market's pockets. Right now. So we'll take another piece out right here. We're only short at 98. So this is, again, not an absolutely banger of a trade yet. We are going to try to get a little bit more here in the teens. We just missed it. If it comes back up, we want to get as close to VWAP as we can. Oh, no, we did get that fill. Oh, no, we did get it. Okay, what am I talking about? All right, so now we're short up here. That's good. All right, so we just did get that fill. That wasn't in the teens, though. We do have more shares in the teens in case that comes through. We just take that at the 50 period, which is 08. I do have another order at 14. So, all right, now you see things are trying to change up here. This is why, like, it's not about getting lucky, but it's like you got to have the right fills at the right time. And right now, it looks like the market wants to pull back just a little bit. So let's take some 7s here, some 8s if we can get it. We are short now at 9s. We'll take some 03s and 04s. And let's go, man. A little bit of a hot dog cannon here on the pullback in. And again, this is just the way I'm trading, right? It's scalp city for me right now. Up at this level. I'd love the opportunity for it to drop, which it's doing right now. There's another hot dog cannon. Neil, we're huge on this one right now. Oh boy, did we get reloaded on that futures trade. And there it is, man. The excitement is back in the building right now as it's a 30-cent winner on those Qs, man. We just short that top. And then I was getting out way too many shares, that's for sure. But there it comes back in right there as we plant the purple flowers. Bang, bang. Again, bang, bang. If you were with us yesterday, it's another one, and it's at the desk right now with Brendo.
Oh, that's what it was. I didn't hear you, Fabe.
Bitcoin, guys, worth noting right now, trying to break the highs. This is a 15-minute chart, but if you zoom in a little bit, nice move higher so far for BTC on decent amount of volume as well. We're through 66,000. That was the key sticking point over the past couple of days. IBIT, the ETF, obviously following suit, 7% to the upside here on the month now for IBIT. You missed it yesterday. SEC's Gensler saying that he has no opinion as of yet as far as Trump's crypto plans are concerned. Also reiterated his stance that, yep, Bitcoin is still not a security, if anyone was wondering.
Not wondering. No, I mean, these guys are, no, I mean, we're obviously wondering, but those guys are funny guys. I mean, you never know what's going to come through when we're talking crypto and legislation and all that. It's like back and forth. We had Kevin O'Leary come on here and tell us exactly that when he was in front of Congress. Oh, man, you want to talk about some politics? Let's make the short great again right now. So there it goes right now. We're going to the gates of hell. Bang! Monster trade right here, guys. This is now 20,340. That's where we're short. It's 50 handles now in the money, and we just put this trade on. So yeah, we are very, very happy with performance so far here today on this triple Qs. We are now out of like 2/3 of this position as it just fell right into 70s, man. We just got right back into the low of the day. We will take that, man. 10 times out of 10, 20 times out of 20, whatever the math you guys want to talk about, that's what we're taking right there numerous times over and over again if we're lucky enough to get that fill. So there it is, man. We take that out. We now only have we're out of 2/3. We don't have 2/3 left. We are out of 2/3 of this trade with 1/3 waiting in the wings now. 50 handles in the money on the Nasdaq. So good trade there, I think. Now let's just wait to see if we can get a little bit more in on the upside if it does come back into VWAP. But there it is right there, man. I mean, we went bang, bang. We'll do Barry Horowitz right now as well. Good trade there on the futures. Now let's just continue to watch out. And also, bang, bang, they shot the sheriff. But we're right now, like, basically apples in a barrel right now. DraftKings right there. We'll get a little bit more out as it's trying to come back up to the upside for DKNG. And you guys know that we're on that one. So far, so good here. DraftKings, let's see if it wants to sing back to the upside right now. DKNG, more outs, man. We just took 2 outs there at 35. Now let's see if we can get a little bit higher long at 23 now. DraftKings.
So with the market breaking down, the first trend reversal on NEO, the second trend reversal on NEO just happened. The first one got me out of the long. This one's got me into the short. So double top, just broke 650, VWAP's at 630. 630 is going to be a long off VWAP for me because that's the level on the daily chart that broke out, and that's where we took the long from before. So if it gets back to 630, I'm looking long on NIO, but now we're in the trend reverse. Intel broke 24 twice during that move. First time, break was a fail break, but it came right back underneath. So it kind of wicked out and then jumped right back underneath the 24 level. I don't think you get a full retracement on Intel unless something crazy happens. Pre-market lows are at 75. So I want to make sure that I'm getting 2/3 out in front of 75. And if it happens to break the 75s, worry about 23.30 a little bit later. So NEO, bit of a trend reverse. I want to double check to see if BABA is, BABA also did a bit of a pullback there. I think these will look good at VWAP, I think, the Chinese ADRs, because those are the relatively strong ones. I glanced over to see when we got Intel if ARM was available for a short, and this was the candle that was staring me in the face. It basically tanked $2 in one shot. So once again, this stock is bleed. I don't know why ARM was so relatively weak. It just was the 150 level was technical. I think it's got some room to continue down. And Nvidia is going to tag 120. I think is pretty much inevitable here. The trend is clean to the downside now on NVDA. I feel like we shouldn't be letting it get to that without looking for some more shorts. Lots of room to get to $120, which is the next support level. Next available pop on ARM, next available pop on NVIDIA. I do want to be joining the short party there. So we're into a short on NEO. That's the one I think I'd be the most concerned about because the Chinese ADR is doing an upward trend. But we got that trend break to the downside. Fresh high, I'm out. VWAP, I'm out. VWAP, I want to be long this, or maybe even Alibaba at VWAP. Whichever one gets there first is the one I want to be long, if they can even get there. That's the thing, if.
Yeah. I was thinking about Intel. Wow, yeah, Nvidia is still going.
It's like unbelievable.
We might as well just hold on. I mean, bang, 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 bang. Fabian, we need to figure that one out. I'd love to get that. Even if we just get that McFoley one doing that, that would be great. I'll get it for you. Good. Thank you, Fabian. I will not try to put more work on Fabian. This guy's over there doing everything, and I'm like, get me that McFoley thing. Okay, so there it goes, man. Nvidia dropping lower, but guess what? Bang, bang. One more time there for the Nasdaq, and there it goes right now. I don't know. I don't know if you guys are happy with 100 handles or not, but there it goes right now, man. We have short at 20,340s. We just touched down to 20,270 right now. There goes Bitcoin to the high of the day. We take another piece out. So right now we have about 10% left on the TQs. It is by far, obviously, my number one stock there today with BTC, with TQQs right there. DraftKings, we got out of more than we thought there back at 36. We actually take another fill at 34 there. If this drops in, we're going to get out of that at $40 if it does go, but we're playing with house money. That one's all good, baby, baby. It was all a dream until it broke 110 on Micron, and look what it's doing right now, back down into 108 right there. Nice move downside for Micron. Did we have it? Yes, we did. But do we still have it? No, we don't. So there it is, a nice move to the downside now. This is joining its friend, Nvidia, which may be a little sleepy time for a little while now as it tries to go back in through 120. Let it rest and see what winds up happening now with Nvidia. Man, oh man, what a difference a day makes. Today, we are doing quite well. And part of the reason for that, of course, is we had left Nvidia alone. It started to drip down, and we were just like, let's get out, man. Bad read. I'm fine with that. We are now out of NVDA. Satya, let me know what you need over there. Oh, the tape? Right there. You see on this? No? Oh, your tape.
Ooh, Vermeen's got her own special tape. Uh-oh.
All I try to do is help around here. You know what I mean? And
Fabian knows
special
what's up.
mic tape. There we go.
But there's special mic. I didn't even know that exists. But it's good to know. Look, I just saw when the futures made that bottom, what is in tech that's not making a low right now? And that could be Dell again. Remember Dell yesterday had that big, massive rally? Well, Dell, like pretty much everything else, failed off of the open. Right where this thing turned at the middle of the day on that SMCI curl, now the double bottom on Dell. So double barrel 121.75 in here. It's making higher lows already. If the market's going to bounce, I mean, obviously, like Apple's trying to reclaim VWAP, so I do like some Apple back again, but certainly Dell breaking out here. 123.30, it looks like to me, but you're already making higher lows. I do like Dell. We're going to try and get into this one if we can. Also, Apple, I think it can reclaim VWAP in here. That's where I was along the one time. Got one profit take, and then it broke out. So overall, pretty much a nothing, but it's still above the higher lows. You're not really testing the bottom in here. The ES is already relatively strong. I feel like it's the chips that are bleeding and not necessarily everything else. So I want to see if we can get back above VWAP there. Nvidia might just already be bouncing off 120. 120.36 might be close enough. Like it might have already made this bottom, so we'll have to be a little bit patient with it. We're able to get a couple of legs out there on Intel, just the two positions I'm in. And now it's trying to break back out. If we break that 5 again, I'm waiting for VWAP, which is a good 1% away. I'm not going to hold it that 1% against me, but we are going to get out and then wait for VWAP. Still feel like Mara might be worth it because Bitcoin is still relatively strong. It's above VWAP as well. It did eventually hold on to it. Never retraced back to 17, the 50s that we had before. So we'll look for some higher lows on MARA to get back into the trend. Still slightly trending up is Mara, along with most of the crypto names. They're looking pretty strong still.
Forget what?
What do we forget?
Forget to like and subscribe and hit the bell icon so you don't miss a single notification.
Right. I really think we should get Fabian's mic on the air. I think
yes, let's
great.
just do that.
We did that. We all. Oh, that was on the air.
Oh, everybody hears that?
Okay.
Oh, I didn't know
I don't
that.
need to repeat it. You got to let us know these. You guys let us know. Ramin, enough. Ramin is always. No, because she always has these ideas. I love the ideas.
Team Ramin.
I want Ramin on the mic.
I got your back, Ramin.
You?
Ramin gives me chocolate and candy
right, after you hate on her.
At every opportunity.
Literally
and I say how incredibly nice she is.
Right,
Ramin
right.
Ramin is the best.
All right, it's me and Sharif that have the love-hate relationship with Ramin, of course.
What?
Yeah, it is hate. I mean, she does threaten to scratch up people's cars, so you got to watch out for that one. You're lucky because you don't drive. So, all right, here we go. All right, we are still short.
I literally can't drive right now.
Yep. Is that well? You don't drive even when you.
I don't drive in anyways.
You don't drive anyways. All right, so we are long the DraftKings again. It just came into 40, so we'll just take that bid right here. Now this is going to be worth 13 cents. On this name, so we'll see if that happens. All right, because Nvidia started to bounce, we did get a piece out at 80 there. So now we have less than 10% left of this trade on the TQQ. So hopefully that will come into play there. 73 and change now bouncing off of that. We've already got our trade on there. I'm not even going to reload this name. The market could have found its bottom. We've seen that happen many, many times where we sort of bottomed out midday. It's not midday, but sort of midday through the morning there, mid-session, and now a little bit of a rally back. We've already made. The best part about it is like we'll make so much more on TQs, just doing this and being patient with it than we are scalping. So it's like we scalped out a lot right there, but this fill was good. These holds were pretty good. So right now, I'm pretty cool with it. Just let it sort of settle down a little bit and try to go. The big trade today, obviously, as we talk about being profitable, is Google. I mean, look at Google. It's stupid that I don't still have this long, but what am I supposed to do? I mean, it goes up there. We take some out at the pre-market highs there, which was 50 cents. We're happy with that. Then we take some out at 164. Then we take some out here when I put the wrong stop in, but I was still happy where we got out. And then the move is now upside on Google. Look, the whole portfolio is really happy, and I hope you guys are happy so far. It's been a banger of a day. Big profitable day. Not big profitable day, but profitable day here, battling back from yesterday, so that's nice. All right, it's now 10:40. Let's go see what's up with Brendo.
A bit of a mixed board, guys, for the overall market. We'll show you the S&P 500 here. A little bit of red coming through back once again in the chip group today. Nvidia, as we saw, downside. AVGO, Broadcom, AMD as well, also in negative territory to the tune of about 1%. There's Micron, 1.7 off their earnings this week. Enough green, however, in this group to offset that. Google helping out a little bit as well, 1.8% back higher. Microsoft was positive, back to basically flat at this point, but some of the big tech names struggling so far today, including Amazon, about 0.5%. There's Costco off their earnings report, as we said, kind of a muted reaction, really, to Costco's report, still down 1% on the day. We saw a ton of weakness yesterday in the energy area of the overall market, back to the upside today, to the tune of 2% for both XOM and CVX. Oil kind of hanging out positive on the day, but nothing too significant, guys.
Yeah, well, Eli Lilly stands out on that one, down 2.5 points. I'll tell you that much. Matt Carnes in the chat, where is the top for Lee? Want out of these long calls? I mean, LOL. I mean, where the top is on some of these, who knows? Because I reversed, like there was a mean reversion trade. Where'd my, whatever. I had the trend line in there. That's why I got into it. I'm not going to bother redrawing it because it's now broken anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We went from long to short, and you don't short the Chinese ADRs. They're still all going higher. So as far as like Li Auto in particular, all I'm gonna do is pull up the daily chart. And when you look at these, like it's out in the middle of nowhere. Like you just broke the 200 period moving average, it's up another 5% today. Resistance, $30 on the daily. I mean, it's already through everything else other than that. So yeah, I mean, $30 down in here at 27. I suppose it went sideways for a little consolidation at $27. That's where it is now. So maybe it slows down here, but all I'd be talking about is it's slowing down because like these are all just like Baba's about to reclaim the high in probably like 3 or 4 minutes or so. As I said, Neo already broke that top in there. Like they're all looking incredibly strong, all these Chinese ADRs. Pinduo Duo is flying as well. Let me just get back over to Apple, which is attempting to get back. No, it was attempting to get back above VWAP. Now it might be losing its trend to the upside and rolling back over. So it's kind of made this higher low in here, but hate for it to immediately lose that trend line. I do want to go back over to Intel as well. So it did break the 05. Never really got any lower than 23.90 on that 24 even break. So it only went like 10 cents and then bounced. If it can't break out here to VWAP, then I should just be shorting it in the same level it is. I got to go over to ARM as well. This is the one I like to short. It's so far down here. Can't really bring myself to pull the trigger down here when the market's bouncing. The market seems like it's bouncing. I'd rather look for some of those longs to come back in, maybe on Dell or on Apple. It's 10:45, so this is not the time to rush into the trade. But if Apple can reclaim VWAP, Dell made a double bottom off of yesterday's lows and is starting to trend back into the upside here. So looking for this one to break 123 quarter. So we'll see if it happens here on Dell, but I can be patient with it.
All right, I have a new indicator. My guy over here, the professor. So the professor today comes in and we're sitting here and I told him this yesterday. I was like, and I said this to Brendan as well in the morning, we're just having a discussion. I was like, look, anytime one of these huge names gets beat up on what people think is bad news or there's some bad rhetoric about it or something like that, it just means we got to go long. Down to the bottom, we talked about Apple there. We talked about some other plays. And anyways, Meta, like if the Oculus was ever bad or the Quest 2, whatever it is, Quest 3, whatever, just go long, right? And so he sits back down and is like, man, did you see Google right here? Because when we sat earlier today, he's like, Gemini is done. It's the worst one. There's no way Google's going to survive. And he didn't say that, but you know, this is a bad look for Google. I mean, yeah, maybe up 1.67% right now into a negative market. So Google and Sundar Pichai says, thank you for your opinion there, Sharif, but we are getting upside. And I just tweeted this out too. We tweeted this out when we were first in it, and I just said, I guess we were out a little too early right there. I never thought $1.50 would have been too early, but nice move there for Google. All right. Oh, by the way, here, I found it. This is what we did yesterday. There it is. Bang, bang, again on DraftKings. Today is a day, ladies and gentlemen. We posted on here on our sticky note. Let's just go over that. Bang, bang. Again here, and we'll look at our sticky note from today. That's yesterday's little bull run. Still was a positive day yesterday. But look what we wrote down right there, Neil. DraftKings, $40 long right there. So we'll put some money in our pocket there on DraftKings today. A couple reloads there, a couple outs, a couple good trades on DK. And G, but we got to do one thing before I throw it back to Neil. It's everybody's favorite segment. It is. All right, what's for lunch today on a Friday? I mean, we always get the same thing. It's always a salad, and then we get a different topper, whether or not it's tuna or egg salad.
I go for tuna salad today.
I would love to have tuna. Tuna every day, all day. I've already made that request.
The egg is...
yeah, I'm going to maybe back away from egg as well. All right, today's menu is okay. Looks like it was a popular choice last week. I had good responses on this last week. We'll see if it can be there today. It's a little different seasoning, but it is grilled teriyaki beef sirloin with glazed Bermuda onions. Bermuda onions, the best onions in the world.
Obviously.
Citrus seared black.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh my gosh. Line
Let's
2 is a banger. It is citrus seared black tiger shrimp.
Yo, they get shrimp?
Yo, as soon as I hear that guy come through the door, man, I'm that man will not be having.
How y'all get shrimp?
Exactly, some surf and turf has been happening. Maybe they're looking at the P&Ls.
You don't win.
Okay.
Man, salad's looking awfully bad today now.
Yep. Well, don't worry. I mean, those shrimps will be coming on top of the salad. Roasted sweet potato medallions and sweet baby peas. It's everybody's favorite segment. It's what's for lunch. And today, that's what's for lunch.
I like shrimp.
Right there. So there we go, man. All right. A good couple trades there on DraftKings as we get pretty much the majority of it out. We talked about getting the rest out. We have 5% left of the TQs. Hey, man, if we break VWAP, we gone. 73.20, we out of here. What a successful morning it's been. Hats off to you. Hats off to everybody. Hats off to Neil. Everybody that's been trading so far this morning. I hope it's been a good one, man. The good vibes continue over here. It's about to get even better as on the midday show. We've got Sharif. We've got Sataya. It's going to be another banger for you coming through as we just rearrange stuff around here, man. We keep growing. We keep getting better and bigger. We've got the futures over here. We've got options. We've got crypto. We've got Sharif. What are you guys talking about? Market resources. And so obviously the number one on her list would be the sticky note. And then after that, we'll find out exactly what she's talking about. The best free resource, the Trader TV Live watch list, which you could get second only to the sticky note at Trader TV Sean and all over the place. Today, full with bangers. Hopefully you guys can check that out every single day. Tomorrow is, yes, Saturday.
It is, because today is Friday, as we were reminding ourselves today. Friday. Well, if you're into it, why not? But it does mean we have to wait a full 48 hours to trade again after today. We still have a whole day to trade. And look, I'm going to get to SMCI in a second, because a lot of people are like, oh, what's going on with SMCI? They're going to be splitting next week. That's not until
the 30th.
it's not till the 30th,
Monday
right?
night.
So it'll actually be Monday night. So you get to trade it one more day, and then on Tuesday is when you actually trade split adjusted. So Intel, I'm back in Intel here because it doesn't want to get the VWAP. To just get that out of the way, I did mention we get into this. Low of the day is 23.90, so I want to bid out in front of that. SMCI it's having a recovery moment, but it is what it is. 420 is a thing here. I'm not making it up. This is 420. There's now resistance at 420 on SMCI, so it's holding VWAP. Can't seem to hold a bid at or above the 420 level. Feel like if it does want to break out from here, I mean, it's not a tiny gap for it to fill. However, if we break this top, there was previous resistance at about 32. So if you're in SMCI and it breaks this top, previous resistance at 32 on the way downside yesterday, which was Thursday, I remind myself. This was also where it reopened pretty much on that halt down. So it reopened at about 33. So this 32, 33 area looks like the next level of resistance. I just reloaded the only short we're in, which was Intel. What else? Oh yeah, ARM. ARM is a bucket of poo and probably going to break. No, man, this stock, it did the same. This is what pissed me off about ARM. Is 150 is exactly where this thing really dumped yesterday, and yet somehow, for some reason, not in the short on ARM. It gave you 150 as the obvious level. It failed to break out at the open, and now it's at 145. Like I said, we're back into Intel. I want to check Alibaba because I think we want VWAP here on the Chinese ADRs. So it's at 108.5, VWAP 70, 80 cents down. So I think, let this one come to us. You don't want to get way too far out of the pocket when it comes to the Chinese ADRs in the middle of the day. Like if you like VWAP, wait for VWAP because it might do absolutely nothing, and you want to make sure you get a good price if it's not going to move the way it was in the morning. So coming back in are the Chinese ADRs, at least the one I'm looking for, a VWAP dip buy on Alibaba.
Today is a PD day for teachers here in Toronto. And our kids are off. They're going to some place called Activate. Supposed to be really fun. And then they're also going to, my daughter's at a camp right now.
What is that?
Activate, it's like a, you have those trampoline parks and stuff like that?
Oh,
This is one that has like a bunch of things. It's like, They don't have trampolines there, I don't think, but it's video games. It's like different laser tag things and all that kind of stuff. So they're going to that, and then my daughter's at a hockey camp right now. So I just asked my wife there how it's going, and camp is going well. I think the camp was only like 9 to 12 or so, and then they're going after that. All right, so just as we go, man, there's only 7 minutes left. So again, thank you to everybody for watching today. The party's just getting started. We do have market resources. I honestly, not just because Satya is doing it or anything like that, I think this is one that's a very, very important lesson because you can't trade blind. You know, you need to be able to say, all right, what am I looking for? Where can I find it? Have things bookmarked and understand them, because a lot of the time, it's not just like, what is the resource? It's how can I use it? And what does it mean in relation to my strategy? And what does it mean for formulating ideas? I hope that was okay. Okay, there we go. You know, I mean, I've been doing this for a minute. Okay, so that's what we're doing right now. Thanks to everybody for watching and for joining us on that Midday show. Shout out to the new Midday crew right now. Okay, all right, so that's that. More trades, right? So I do like your Intel trade. I just wanted to say that I thought Intel could have also been, and I know you're short this name right now, I think it could also be near a bottom. I think you're realizing that as well. Maybe we're bouncing nearly off 24. Just a trade idea if the market goes back up to the upside. Intel's been really strong. We want to trade strong names. I still like the short. I just think that this 24 area could bounce off that. And these guys are getting super excited, which is great behind us. We like to hear that. Maybe there's fresh blood or something. 121 for Nvidia. So the reason why I look at Intel, the same reason I look at Micron and things like that, you want to trade names that are in play. And Intel's in play, Micron's in play, Nvidia, the whole chip space with SMCI. Bomb was dropped yesterday, and today some remnants of that happening in the market with Nvidia still down that 2.48%. So yeah, I mean, you know, honestly, like a good day trading here today. We'll have one mark on our record here, and that will be Nvidia. We did take an L on this stock today. 1 L today on that one. DraftKings, although it looks like it wants to break right now, we're playing with house money, man. We're almost out of everything. We talked about that. The big banger of the day for me, I'm just trying to wrap this all up here before we go, is Google.
We got 5 minutes.
Obviously, oh yeah, we still got 5 minutes. Still, Google, we're out of it, but that was a pretty good trade for me there. Pretty happy with the results that we see there on GOOGLE for that one. And then Micron is a flat trade. We're up on it, but should be up more. It's one of those matcha trades again. Pretty upset that took that level out. And then the TQQs, man, let's put some respect on the short there for the futures. This is my number one. Despite the $3 move in Google, this is my number one play here today was TQs, because we got it once, twice, thrice right there on Google. So, hey, that's a wrap for me. We'll hold on to the TQs. We'll see if DraftKings wants to break through $40. And after that, it'll be a walk, a talk, and some more stuff into the midday show as we go. We'll join in if we have any comments and stuff like that about the market resources. But yeah, that's it for me. And you have 2 positions. We both have 2 positions.
Just a couple positions. I want to show something about Apple, because I think it might lose trend here. And this is exactly the time of day that it did pretty much the same move. So yesterday, obviously a bit of a different day with SMCI, but higher lows right into 11 o'clock. And then it broke trend to the downside. However, it wasn't done. But you leave the trend line in, it bounced, and then hit the top of the trend line, turn into reverse. So sometimes history likes to rhyme or repeat itself. So if it loses the trend, I want to look for it to hold support at 228. If it does so, I'm going to leave this trend line in there, and I'm going to hit save, because if I don't, then it goes away. So I'm going to leave this trend line in here, and if we lose it, bounce off 28, I would look for the out of any long off the low to be back at the top of that trend line, and then look for a reversal. It could be at VWAP, but you don't know, because it could be an hour from now that if it breaks down, it goes back in. So I'm still in Intel. Apple, I'm long off of this trend, at least for now. And the other thing, I know we keep going back over to this, but I mean, when the ES and the Nasdaq are, 0.2 up and 0.2 down, sometimes you got to look to what the big moves were. BABA's inching closer and closer into VWAP here, up 3 points today. Obviously, the Chinese ADRs have had a very good day. I like this VWAP. That's why I think it's going to be the next opportunity. If you look over at Pinduo like this is at 35s, it's pulling already back into VWAP, so I feel like Bob is going to get there. And I don't want to forget about DJT, which is holding the highs at up 8%, up at about $15. I did pay for locates. It was a question. Somebody said, "What does it mean?" When I said we're paying for locates on it. So we don't always have free shorts. Like most stocks, like 99% of the stocks on the Nasdaq in New York here at Real Trading. You can just go short them because we have borrows to be able to enter a short position on the equity. So free borrows. Every now and then there might be something that's hard to borrow. And we have to locate the shares and then you can go short in them. So sometimes we have to pay a fee. It's a very small percentage of symbols. DJT just happens to be one of them. So we have to pay for shorts on DJT. It was very, very cheap. So I did pay for them, but this is the level I'm looking at right here. Right now, 15.36 is the current high, and then the other one up at 16. If it breaks this top, 16 to me is the next resistance level, but it's double topping at a resistance spot here. So if I can see it fail a breakout, I would short it to VWAP. If it does just clean breakout, I'd wait till $16 to look for a short on DJT. But I feel like before that happens, we're going to get Bob at VWAP anyways.
It's kind of strange how there was that news of those guys selling it, but yet DJT kind of going the other way, going upside right now. I guess maybe with more traders selling their shares, less pressure on the next sell, right?
If Trump doesn't sell, he's like 56%.
Yeah.
Right. Those guys were 11.
Part of me is wondering why did those guys have so many shares? I'm wondering if that might have been
the story behind
Donald selling them.
So the crazy thing is, I forget the two apprentice guys' names. That's my bad. I don't really know them off by heart. It was two of the earlier apprentice
Jack and
dudes.
Jill, I think their names were.
I think maybe the first guy that won.
I saw the story yesterday.
But
no, I don't think
they're the ones that pitched the idea of the media company to Trump. So it was their idea. Obviously, they turned it in, and they sold 11 million shares. It's in the teens, so they made like $150 million between the two of them.
Man, so all you have to do is pitch an idea, and then you get 10 million shares of something. All right, so Trader TV Live is going to be going public
11 million.
very, very soon. I just have to make sure that we get this approved, and then you guys trading on the symbol TTVL right now, and you guys can grab
those guys did well.
Yeah, so I will take my whole pay in Trader. Wait a minute, we get paid in Trader TV Live shares. You guys want that? You guys want us to IPO?
Let's go. No, we can SPAC it up.
Yeah, we'll go as a SPAC. Yeah, we'll go as a SPAC. Yeah, that's what it'll do. We'll
even worse.
And we'll talk about. I don't know if we'd be able to do the show and talk about our own stock. That seems like it might be a little bit of.
I think the regulators might not like that.
Or so. What regulators? All right. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that right now. Yeah. Okay, Kathy. We'll get your advice when necessary. Right there. I think she wants to help underwrite. So we could probably get that going. You know what I mean? And if someone's going to underwrite it, we're somebody sitting there with a bunch of cash that could definitely help support the stock price here.
That's who we like.
Trader TV Live. On that note, I may go in today and buy some Berkshire. I've been talking about that
I like them.
For a minute. Let's sell some win and grab some BRK. .B. Yeah, we could do a crypto coin. There's been lots of ideas, so trust me on that one. Hey, look, for Neil, for Ramin, for Fabian, for Brendo the man, for Sharif, who helped us out on the desk earlier, as he does every day. Now you get more of this guy. Let's go. Thank you so much, Neil. Thank you to everybody. Thank
resources,
you
baby.
And everybody, it's time to get your resource learning on. It's the Midday Show. We're back at 2 p.m. Salut.
Shrimp time.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That is your girl, Satya.
Hi, guys.
I am Sharif. I know. And we're going to have to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, Satya. We already have a couple of OGs, a couple of early birds. We got Darwin, Havana Woody. What's up, my man? Pillsbury, Neil, Rob, Botrix, Pitchbull, and Derek Thompson. We got Jonathan Mansilla, Daryl Finch. Even Picky Eater. It is a beautiful day in Toronto, too, so I'm hoping you have a good weekend as well. PC Hoon, Vikyan Novak. We got Steven, a proper Paradox. Blue Arrow. We got Omar. We got the Pitchbull, Cesar Sandoval. Valdine, what up? D-Loaf, big boy, what's up? Even the Katina man saying, what's up, D-Loaf? We got Chucky. Chucky? Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Boy, I know, right? That's exactly what I get. It's either that or Chuck E. Cheese when I hear Chucky, right? Lewis, Jay Haas, Jonathan as well. We talked about that. Ryan, Brian, Thompson, Andrew Chow. Fugazi Bear, where you been at, bro? Brito, Walter, the Katina Man's happy you're back. We got B. Davis, Mallard, Glenn Smith. We got the gauntlet. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys doing today?
Cannot complain. How are you? How's everything? The trading's good?
Yes, today is great. I have a lesson today. I'm going to be going over some trading resources for you guys. So how the idea came up, 2 weeks ago when I was on the show, when I made, my guest appearance on the show 2 weeks ago, I was asking my friends and I was saying, hey, what did you guys think about the show? What did you guys take from it? And so a lot of them were like, we thought everyone was great, amazing. Sharif's awesome. Sean's awesome. Neil's awesome. Dara's awesome. They thought, and who else am I missing? Joe. Nobody else. Okay, awesome. So I got everyone, and they thought everyone was amazing, and they thought they learned a lot, but one thing that they were struggling with was the fact that they took all that information and they're like, what do I do with it now? So I was just like, you guys need the tools, to really apply that information. So that's what I wanted to get into today, guys. So that is what I'm going to be getting into.
Let's get it, baby.
Trading resources. Woo. Yes. So this is what we're going to get into. So yeah, so it was great that they were learning to trade and learning all the day trading terms and setups, but they didn't have the tools. So this is what we're going to go over. So a lot of my friends, and I assume a lot of our viewers, have come across day trading by initially long-term investing. However, we must understand that day trading and long-term investing are not one and the same. So you really limit yourself and your earning potential in day trading when you stick to day trading one stock or day trading stocks that you own long-term. Right? So not only can this skew your trading psychology, for example, going long because you hold Nvidia stock when it's clearly a short because it's in your long-term portfolio, but the reality is the stock that you hold long-term may not be in play every single day, guys. So be mindful of that. So today we are going to be going over transitioning from investing to day trading. So today we will cover stock picking resources, identifying volatility and volatile stocks, picking the best day trading stocks, identifying unfavorable day trading environments.
Love to know about that.
Momentum trading tips. And let's get into it, guys. So transitioning from investing to day trading. So unlike investing that is most concerned with long-term business fundamentals, day trading is mainly driven by news catalysts and volatility. So we want to make sure that when we're getting in, the volatility is there. And I'm a momentum trader. I love scalping, so I need to make sure that that volatility is there. So you want to make sure that you're not in this chopping action because that, what is it? Do, 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 do. You don't want to be in that type of limbo action. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so, so you want to make sure that you are having those breakouts. So we want to go with this type of action or to the upside, but that is what we're getting into today, guys. So exactly, Fabian, you know it. So I have a low volatility stock example. So this is Dollarama. I took a picture of this yesterday. So this is an example of low volatility. So this choppy action is usually not something that we want to see when we're day trading. This stock is 602,000. So not really, the most ideal in terms of volatility. So in order to understand the best day trading stocks to choose, we must know what we are looking for. In order to get started, it is best to familiarize ourselves with how volatility and lack of volatility looks visually. Being able to look at a stock or skim through a variety of stocks and being able to decipher when a stock is liquid or lacks volatility on the day or overall is a skill that all day traders should know. So guys, you need to know just by looking at the chart. Is this a good environment for me? Is this a good day trading stock? This looks ugly. Look at this. It's just nasty. It's just, the candlesticks are not too long. It's just more of like a line. And so that is another tip that you can use to decipher, whether it's low volatility or just a liquid as well. So another example that I have, the two was Dollarama and the EBF. So EBF was 108,000. So that is typically not a very good volume to have. Typically, I like to have my volume stocks over 1 million in volume, and I find that is most ideal when I'm day trading. So that is what I am looking out for, guys. Hey. So 1 million in volume, that is most ideal for you guys. So I was talking a little bit about liquid stocks. So Last time I was on the show, I shouted out, I was like, what is a meta derivative? And someone shouted out METU. And I looked at it briefly, and it just looks pretty illiquid, like it's just lines. And so that is a good indication of an illiquid stock. So I know that, there are some people that like trading derivatives, but you want to make sure that it is liquid. So look at that as well.
Bang.
So with going back to the other ones, I know that people typically, they're saying, hey, this could look ideal for a range trade. And I know there are people who like range trades, but as a momentum trader, this is a poor trading environment for me because it would require you to catch the very top or the very bottom. And, given the limited time constraints that we have, needing to be out by 4 p.m., being flat at 4 p.m. by the end of the day, it gives us a small window. And so I don't want to be waiting at my desk, waiting for something to happen when I could be in stocks that are already in play, guys. So that is what we are looking for. So my time is better spent, looking at stocks that have high volatility. It is suggested that you stay away from stocks that have less than 1 million, as I said, and avoid barcoding action. So a resource that I think is really useful, and some of you guys probably already know it, Yahoo Finance. It is pretty easy, and so what I usually do is I go to Yahoo Finance, say I'm looking at a ticker, Tesla is pretty popular, go on there on Tesla, and I'm looking at the volume and the average volume. So typically I'm looking at the discrepancy between what the volume is for the day and the average volume as well. So going back here, guys. So an example that I have here is Crocs. So how can you gauge when a stock has low or high volume on the day? So I'm identifying discrepancies between the volume and the average volume. So the volume is the current day's volume, and the average volume is over a period of time. So this could be within a day, week, a month. I don't know exactly how Yahoo Finance calculates it, but it's over a longer period of time, and that's how you gauge the average volume for the day. So another example that I have, it's still Crocs here. So Crocs on September 24th, around 3:47 is when I screenshotted this little picture here. It was approximately 454,000 shares traded below the average volume. So I'm going to show you guys what 34% below the average volume looks like when you're, looking on the ticker. So here is Crocs, and look how it's just this chopping action. So this is what 34% below average looks like.
Wow.
So not too great looking there. So another representation that I have is BNZI. And so this one was around, I believe, 5,790% over the average volume. So that is crazy. So if you're trying to see what that looks like, this is has more volatility, clearly. And you could see that just through the long candlesticks. And, there's more going on there. So that is the ideal thing that you're looking for visually when you're looking for the right day trading stocks. So another resource that I like to use is Market Chameleon. I typically use Market Chameleon in the morning. I use it for pre-market movers, screeners, unusual options activity, and dividend calendars. But guys, I am not, an options trader like Joe. He's, the options king. I more so use it just to gauge what, stocks are moving and what may have volatility. So that's what I mainly use it for.
Bang.
So if we go into Market Chameleon here, we have our most active gainers. So typically, I like the mid to large caps. So I'm typically looking for stocks that are around $80 to $100+. So I'm looking for those here. Just take a scan through there. I look at the main gainers, taking a scan through there. And sometimes I look at the decliners. You could look at that as well, but that is not really my main focus there. So great and amazing tool there. Unusual options activity is also a tool that we can use. So you could just take a scroll here. So we got BABA, NEO, PDD, MSTR, Rocket Labs, Costco, things like that. And so I'll just take a scan and I'll look at the charts and I'll see, what do those stocks look like today? Is it breaking that pre-market high? Is it breaking that pre-market low? And then I gauge from there, guys. So that is a good resource as well.
Bang.
So another one is unusual options activity in Benzinga. It's the same thing as Market Chameleon, just another, platform. I'm pretty sure that, we support Benzinga, talking about Benzinga Pro. So if you guys are really serious about trading, go get that Benzinga Pro.
Jeez, look at this girl's going to ads already.
Yes.
I like it. First day.
Yes,
okay,
guys.
okay.
And so you could go on Benzinga Pro and you could look. So the SPY is doing some action there. Meta, SLV, GLD, DG, MU, and the QQQ guys. So look at those as well. So next, what are we going? Investing.com. You know what? I'm going to shout out Wayne in the back.
Wayner.
Wayne has actually put me on to this investing resource, investing.com. So he does a lot of
Actually
earnings
really good. And I love you got the earnings calendar.
Yes.
It's got Fed speak. It's got everything on there.
Yes. So
He's hiding behind that monitor,
yes,
by the
shout
way.
out Wayne. He's hiding. He's probably killing those trades back there.
Joe.
So this is investing.com. So this shows us all the earnings resources that we have. So we have like a little sun, which shows us the earnings that will come out before market open. And then we have a little moon that will show us, the earnings that will come out after market close. So after 4 p.m. or later. And that's a really nice resource. I know there's other resources, but I'm a visual person. So I find the little sun, the little moon, it makes things so much easier, guys. So let's just do that. Next, what are we on? Finviz. Finviz I really like as well. Has news on there, has the ATR, and it has a public insider trading list that I like, as well as a heat map. So the ATR is the average true range. So the average price variation within a given time period. So you could look at that on Finviz as well as TradingView. So if you go on Finviz, I have Nvidia pulled up on here. And so if you scroll down a little bit, it's just this window here. So the ATR within the past 14 days is 536. So that is an easy way to gauge the ATR on Finviz. Or you could use TradingView. It's not allowing me, but you could use the indicator on TradingView, and that shows you a range as well for the ATR. So you could look at it on the minute, the 5 minute, the hour, the monthly. So I think that is a really good tool, and I use that every single day. And shout out to Joe for showing me that. Not new Joe. Oh,
yeah, just F11. F11, I think.
F11.
Yeah. There you go.
Sorry, guys.
No worries.
Not Trader Joe. There's another Joe back there because when I first came here, I was just like, Joe. Jose. Yes, Jose. So shout out Jose because he showed me this and I was like, Jose, I don't know the average movement of a stock. Like I'm in
There's his
crypto.
head, by the way. He's got white headphones on. Anyone who's wondering who Jose is.
Yes, Jose. And so, yeah, I was just like, I'm a crypto girl, crypto moves like hundreds, of dollars a day. And so I don't know the average movement of a stock. So he taught me about the ATR. I think it was my first or second day here. So shout out Jose. I can't take, the credit for that. It's all him, guys. So shout out to him.
Jose loves golf. Have you noticed that?
Yes, he's a big golfer.
Golfing up a storm every time back there. Yeah.
So another thing that I use as well is public insider trading information. So this is available on Finviz as well. So public insider trading information on Finviz shows trading transactions involving an affiliate of the company. Example, the CEO, the director, the chairman, and it shows buying or selling of a stock, which also includes the name, the date, the number of shares traded, the transaction, so whether it's a buy, sell, options exercise, or a proposed sale, the cost, the value, the number of shares total, and the SEC form. So that is a really good tool as well that I use. So I don't use it in the typical way that other people use it. So some people use the insider trading information to gauge a bias, long or short, based on what the affiliates are doing with the stock. However, I find the insider trading information list more useful for identifying tickers that may experience increased volatility due to shareholders potentially reacting at or around price levels the insider trader bought or sold at, which ultimately can give clues to potential support and resistance zones at key price levels. Overall, I prefer to use this information as a watch list resource to add tickers on my radar to further investigate potential volatility throughout the week, or I use the transaction price to look at over-under levels rather than using the transaction for a definitive bias to go long or short. because my executions are uniform, they're pretty uniform. I like to go, above VWAP. If it's above VWAP, I like to go long. If it's breaking VWAP, I like to go short. And so again, I don't use the public insider trader information to gauge, okay, Jeff Bezos sold at 200, so I'm going to sell, but more so that Jeff Bezos sold, so maybe there may be some increased volatility throughout the week. So that is what I use it for, guys. So that is that. We have that there. So an example that really stood out to me and why I really used it was in July of 2024. So between June 27th and June 11th, there was really that top. Jeff Bezos was just selling off. And I wish I looked at this resource because I was actually going long that day, and that was crazy. But if you look, this was around the time that Jeff Bezos was selling. And typically, around that time, it didn't break that 201.31 level, guys. So that could have been a really useful tool for me. I wish I found about it sooner. So that is what we are going through. So overall, how do you identify suitable day trading stocks? You want to look at the RVOL. So the RVOL is an indicator that tells traders how current trading volume is compared to past trading volume over a given period. And then the ATR is the average price variation within a given time period. And then you could also look at scanners, news catalysts, earnings, volume over 1 million, current versus average volume, unusual options activity, and using indicators such as the RVOL, the volume, and the ATR, guys. So that concludes my lesson. Thank you for joining, and I'm going to bring it back to Sharif.
Love it. Thank you very much for that, Satya. Dropping hot lines. Appreciate that. And I think, obviously, if you're flying blind, it's a bit of, thank you, Ram. I said don't.
No, really
don't do it.
You need to make sure you know what you're doing, what you're looking at, and those are some simple tools. And I know there's some veterans that already know these tools, and if you didn't learn anything, well, that's okay. But I know that there's going to be a lot of new viewers coming
I don't know
on,
about that.
And we want to make sure that everyone's at an equal playing field so that they could use those resources and really apply. Because sometimes I know it seems like we're talking French, when we're on the show. So we want to make sure that we just make it a little bit comprehensible, make it easy for you guys.
Fabian's killing me in my ear, man. He's so funny. Guys, while Satya was dropping said hot lines on the lesson, and thank you again, we had a pump here in GameStop, and I'm unsure what to make of this. I'm only getting notifications of the spike in volume and the fact that it's positive on the day. It's not up by much. It's up by 1 2/3. We did momentarily breach $23, got up into 23.10. That's the high of the day. We're currently trading right now at about 22 2/3. Again, I don't know what's going on, but with GameStop, typically, there may be some social media stuff. We will find out. If you do know, and you have the source for the news, please tag Satya or I in the chat, and we'd love to be able to share that with everybody else. All right, I'm in one trade right now. I'm in Zeekr at the moment. I'm break even on it. I'm looking for Zeekr to continue up. It's defending 21. In the way that I'm kind of comfortable with. What I'm not comfortable with is the lower highs. But I'm also cognizant of the other side of the coin, the compression pattern, the bull pennant, so to speak, that's forming here. There is the flagpole. It's kind of a skewed flagpole, not very vertical, more diagonal, but look at the higher lows, but lower highs. There is a definite tug of war happening right now between said buyers and sellers. How do I know that? Because when we ascend into a new price area, I don't want to say it's price discovery, but we're met with aggressive selling. And you can typically see that it's aggressive selling by how quickly the tape and the book move. If you see flashes, especially on mine, and I want to update everybody about what the colors mean on mine. Blue, red, yellow, and green, and orange, they all mean different things. And so when I see waves of red and blue, blue means below the bid. That means sellers are trying to get the hell out of there. They don't even want to get printed on the bid. They're okay with being printed below, hence why it flashes blue. Orange, the other way around on my time in sales. When I see flashes of orange, means people are buying at above the ask. So exuberant are they to enter into the name. And there you go. You see flashes. See that? That's the orange or whatever color you guys think that is. Green and orange usually means good. I'm looking for a top break, but there is a gnarly seller here at 40. They've been hanging out there for a hot minute here on ZK. Zeekr, in case you don't know what this is, it is a Chinese electrical vehicle. And they make decent cars. Let's put some respect on their name. Whether they're state subsidized or not, that isn't really my concern at the moment. So good look. I'm looking to wet my beak at 60s. I did dollar cost average into an area that I liked, which was that 20 penny area, but 21 is my line in the sand. I fat fingered on a trade that I like, Rocket Labs, nice curl here, kind of that rounded bottom off support. I punched in through 10. I didn't mean to take the entire thing out through here, but that's what ended up happening. So we'll look to set up hopefully a little bit better as it makes new highs. It's going here, 1030 HOD on this bad boy. So I don't have too much going on right now, but goggles, Katina man, just got into the volume weighted average price, and there seems to be a hammer candle forming. So exuberant are the buyers today. And what I also like about this area is that it's VWAP, that is. It's an area of previous consolidation on Google, and we consolidated there from 10 o'clock until the breakout at 10:25. So there was price action, let's call it resistance there for a hot minute. What happens to resistance once it gets taken? Or so the textbooks say, it flips to support on occasions. So right now, 164.43 or thereabouts was where the volume weighted average price was on Google. A hammer candle forming, but let's not put too much stock into one candle, and let's see what happens after this. But obviously, it's been the strongest name. We have to respect Google on the day. The number one Mag 7 performer on the day. Google 1.18, Katina man. Goog 1.30. Same biz, same deal. We trade Google on this floor. I don't know why. I don't care. But volume. But Katina man, it's like a few. Yeah, it's 2 million more. Fair. It's 2 million more shares per day. So that's a look there. So I'm keeping my eye. That's really the only Mag 7 name I'm interested in. Apple kind of had me interested earlier because it kept bottoming tail into 228. But I said, look, so what? It's bottoming tail. So what? It's still putting in a plethora of lower highs. And in fact, somewhat lower lows, even though it's finding a bit of support at 228. So I don't want to be first, nor do I want to be subject to a flat bottom break. But get it, Katina man. But clearly, the Katina Man short Tesla at these levels, people. So if you're not following along with the Katina Man's trades, you're missing out. So you better mosey on over to More Trader TV, baby, and get both streams set up there on said computer. 228 Katina Man was acting as support, but it is no longer doing that.
We're also almost out of our queues.
The Katina man is almost done wetting his beak on the Q's profits. He was short there for a hot minute. Is the number one name on that side of the desk today. T Dang Triple Q. Shout out to him. He's doing. Come to the chart quickly. He wants to show his position.
Here we go.
I suck. And there it is, baby. Look how many, multiple entries there. I love how you stayed committed, baby. He stayed committed to the craft. He's committed to the craft, people. So I just got stopped at a Zeekr, mistake there, but I did like the compression pattern. I would do it again if I could, even knowing what I know now, because it is a move up. It is a bull pennant, so to speak. The level does give way. This ain't an exact science, baby. So we're gonna do what we can, and we're gonna set up again. Somebody's $1 in the money off that 257 short on Tesla. Hey, I like it. Get it, Katina man. Excellent trades there, brother. VWAP breach there, and the Katina man was all over it. Keep your eye on More Trader TV. Adam DeLuce, where's the place to be in Toronto on a Friday? I'm only gonna say one place, baby. You go to Texas, Paris, Texas. I'm just joking. I like country music. If you like country music, Adam, that's your spot. I don't know how. I think you're not. I think you're like early 30s, right, Adam? Or late 20s. Let me know, because it makes a difference. Yeah, hit it. Katina man nodded, so we're good there. I think it should be good. But shoot me a text on the gram, brother. There's a lot of stuff. The area you want, though, Adam, is King West. Just ask any cab driver or Uber driver, King West. Very, very live area. Toronto, Friday, Saturday night. You should have a really good time there. All right, Satya, anything you're looking at?
So I am looking at Tesla right now. I like the fact that it's approaching VWAP, not too crazy with the volume in terms of breaking it. I'm thinking that this 257.08 could be a level for me. Yes. So I'm looking at this resistance level. This orange line is my resistance level. I would probably risk off of that. And I'm going to take a stab at it. So let's do this thing. Let's just let me do it. So Tesla. So yeah, I'm going to put my position here at 257. I know, guys. I'm taking long. I'm sorry, Grandma.
The Chilean nightmare is impatient today.
257.06, 257.08. I know. I'm sorry. I'm getting old, okay? It's my birthday next week. I'm turning 26, so...
Jeez!
Yes, so I'm getting older, you know. But we're going to put this position here, and, you know, we're going to wait for that as well to trigger. Might be waiting a long time, but... You know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient, and so that's what we're going to do. What are you looking at, Sharif?
I'm texting.
Oh, he's texting. He's solidifying his plans on King Street West.
I know. And then the Chilean nightmare got into the chat. He had to voice his opinion. Ossington. Oh. Are you Ossington or are you King Street West?
King Street West. King Street West, Lavelle.
There you go, baby.
I love that place.
There you go.
That is a really nice place.
Yeah, Lavelle's sick rooftop.
Yes,
sick
it has
rooftop.
a nice pool. It's super luxurious. I love that place. So definitely check that out if you're in the city. Great place to be.
You've been to Coast before?
I've not been.
It's on Blue Jays Way, and it's like the top of the hotel, and it's got a sick view of like the Toronto skyline. Also got that pool. That's what got me thinking. You said Laval, you said pool.
Yes.
Coast got their own pool.
Okay.
KOST.
How's the food though?
Actually, it's not too bad. You're not gonna get meals,
no.
But it's gonna be those finger foods. It's
I'm
more of a drinks
hungry.
place. Yeah, you're gonna leave hungry. Yeah,
so I'm
you're gonna have to pick
McDonald's.
up street meat.
Oh,
yes,
man.
you are.
Okay.
All right, guys. I got bamboozled at Ezekiel, excuse me, not Ezekiel Elliott. It did break down, but look, this is the look, Fabian. I don't want to be quick to jump in here because now what we're seeing is a pattern of lower highs and those lower lows. It's not exactly like $21 held there. Now, if this ends up bouncing off 2080 and then we get a specialist breakdown below that 21 level to bamboozle people like myself, well, then that's the look. But what I'm going to be looking for is a new type of pattern, which is show me some dang higher highs. We haven't gotten any higher highs since we printed this topping till candle at a quarter to the hour. So I'm going to be all eyes and ears and whatever else to see if Zeker wants to continue, but it's setting up similar to what I would see as a bull pennant. Initially, it looked like, a flag. Initially, it looked like a pennant because we had that compression pattern with lower highs and higher lows, but that didn't manifest. That pattern is bupkis. So we're going to keep eyes on this one right now. If it sets up a bit better, I'll definitely be interested. Rocket Labs is still doing the dance with no pants here at $10, and I don't know what it's doing, but what I know for a fact is it's putting in higher lows. So I'd like to involve myself here at a bit of a better price. There's definitely a tug of war between buyers and sellers at this $10 area. And here's what it looks on the 5, right? I mean, I love to execute on the 1. I chart off the 5. This is what had me interested. Look at the drop into volume weighted average price. We get the close above VWAP, meaning the market participants are using VWAP as a level here. You're not going to convince me that we just found support there willy-nilly. And then what we started doing the rounded bottom, that curl, incrementally higher lows and higher highs, holding respectful to that 10 exponential. So, we're not blowing through the top or anything like that, but it is showing me what I like, and I do not have a problem adding into the dips on this one, say it around maybe 9 mid-80s. 85, 86, that's where VWAP is at. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man's reloaded on the Tesla short, guys. So he's already printed on that, so he's looking to do it again. If you're following along with the Katina Man's trades, he is shorting Tesla again. So back to a Rocket Lab right here. So I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. The more safe trade or the safer trade, excellent English, Sharif, is to wait for a dip into VWAP. I tried, right? But this one, you know, I'm really a little bit unsure about. We have some questions for you though, because you know you're dropping hot lines during the lesson. You can't just expect drop hot lines and not to be
I know.
questions,
I just
right?
kind of just like fell back after that. Sorry, guys.
All right, I got a question for you. Vin Duong here asks, what are the pros and cons of a swing trader versus a day trader? What do you feel about that?
I find with swing trading, you really open yourself to a lot of risk long term, because like I more so did swing trading in my crypto account, and honestly, I would sleep. I couldn't get like a good night's sleep because I had open positions. I'm like, oh my gosh, am I gonna get liquidated? Like it was crazy. And so I felt like with day trading, at least I know the time frames, you know, 9:30 to 4, I'm in, I'm out, and I know that, you know, I could live with the profits or losses that I have, whereas with the swing trading, sometimes, you know, you're leaving those positions overnight, and so I find that it just adds, you know, extra stress levels. So I find, you know, day trading is better in terms of that. It just keeps my psychology right. And I just find the profits are more consistent, I find, just because, you know, I'm not overthinking things. So that's what I would say.
All right, fantastic. We got more questions, but we got to pay some bills.
Okay,
All right, so we got to pay some bills.
All right.
Are you guys tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're just too slow to the news? If so, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get those breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yes, join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Shout out to the good folks there at Benzinga. All right, so that is a look there. I gotta shout out the Chilean Nightmare because he brought this to my attention. Guys, Satea dropped hot lines. She's going to be dropping hot lines, you know, when she does the lessons. And if you have questions for her, there's a way to do it without just tagging her and I in a way that the production team can keep tags on it. Look at the little bar there at the top, this little white top over here. Questions for Satea. How do I... If you don't want your questions to get lost in the sauce, as Obi would say, you will put it in here. Ask a question. Here we go. Let's go. Let's ask Satea a question. Let's go. How do I ask the question, bro? I did, Ram. Question, ask something. There it is. Oh, that's nice. And where do I enter it? Down here? I'll ask a question. In the chat. Satea. It's S-A-T-E-Y-A, right?
S-A-T-E-Y-A.
Got it.
Yeah.
S-E-T-A-Y-A.
No,
oh, S-A-T.
S-A-T-E-Y-A. Yeah.
Satea.
Yes.
Can I borrow money? All right, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just want to show people exactly how to do it. So throw your questions in to the chat for Satea. Use that operation there that, as we showed you, it helps us to keep track of things. I want to mention quickly that Rocket Lab still holding that $10 area. Very interesting to me at this level, Fabian. But I'm not going to be quick into this one. I'd like to have something possibly into the 980s, maybe into a dip of VWAP. Guys, we're breaking down on the Mag 7 and on the Future. The only one that is doing well in Mag 7 world right now, it starts with a T and ends with an A. Can you guess which one? It's the only one that is above the volume weighted average price as we speak. Even the Google, which had been the best performing on the day, has now broken down below VWAP. It is at an interesting level because this time at this level at about 10:15, we did get right here 164.10, 164.15. We did find a bit of a footing and possibly curling back up, but this could be setting up as a head and shoulders. Not saying it is, but there's your left shoulder, the bulbous head, and then possible right shoulder forming. Again, you're gonna have to wait for the pattern to manifest, but it's good to have advanced notice of them to see what's going on there. So Tesla, the best strong, or I don't want to say the best, the strongest of the Mag 7. Everything else, including Nvidia, really selling off and at lows. You can see the futures contract over here, the NQ December contract, very respectful of the 10 moving average on the 5. Basically, most of the closing prints, I don't want to say all, but most of the closing prints really shadowing that area, that magnetic effect that the OB, he is the one Knob always talks about. So we shall pack our patience and see exactly what manifests here, but I'd like a bunch of different names, both mega caps and the small cap gappers. You're just going to have to set up. So we didn't talk too much about these other small cap gappers. I gave you ZK and RKLB. Those are the ones that I've executed on. Positive on RKLB, negative on ZK, but there's others, baby. LU, look how respectful this one is of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. I should warn you though, this one's a bit light on volume, and you can usually just glean that by having a look at the candles. I don't even need to look at the volume bars most of the time. When you just get so in tune with these charts, you know when the volume is low by looking at the candlestick bars. So this one's done about 5 million shares on a $3 name. That's Bupkis. It's not even a small capper. It's $2.83 billion market cap, so it's a bit up there. Over 1 billion shares float, so it's going to take, I don't know, a lot to move this. Let's find out what the short float is. Possibly maybe working with a bit of a bigger short float here. LU. No, 0.83. Okay, so I'm getting markedly different data here. I'm getting about 500 million share float on trade ideas, and I'm getting 1.1 billion on my platform. So that's just part and parcel of using this, using software. Sometimes they don't jive, and that's just the way it is. So RKLB curling up, LU bouncing off the 10, and LUNR. Didn't mention this one. This has been going for days and days now, lunar. So let's just go to the hourly, give you an idea of what this one's been doing as of late. It really started its life as a small cap gapper, or a momentum small cap gapper. It looks like towards the end of August there, and we had some more momentum mid-September. So good look, not bad on LUNR on the day. Highly respectful of these moving averages over here, but it now is putting in lower highs. So need to be cognizant of that and see if its best moment intraday is behind its tail.
Awesome. So I see people saying Nvidia in the chat. So Nvidia, it looks pretty bearish on the day. I was actually looking at this in the morning, actually. And, you know, I was getting prepared for the day, so I didn't stay in as long as I would have. But we are seeing this breakthrough, this pre-market low, and that would have been a really nice place to get into. As of right now, it still looks like it's on a downtrend as of right now. So
what's going on over there?
So I'm just drawing my trend line here as well. What I could possibly see it doing is maybe tracing up to VWAP if it does want to go up today, but I don't think that it's going to really break this VWAP or this 122.67 level. I think that it might retrace up down to this trend line and bang down around 121.10, or maybe retrace up to VWAP around 121.82 and then go down from there. But I don't know, I'm not a fortune teller. So if it does break VWAP though, I might, think that it could go to the upside, but I really want to see what it does at VWAP to really determine, because we are not anticipating, we are participating. Oh. So yes, that's what we need to do, guys. And so that's what I'm looking for. How about you, Shri?
One sec, just need to set up for this ad read. And people don't read usually Vietnamese, so I've got to convert it to English.
Okay,
so sorry, give me a sec. Yeah.
So I just got stopped out of my Tesla, so I got in around 257.08, and then I put my stop loss at 257.55. So it got stopped out there. Was it 55? It was, 55. And so I got stopped out there. Really sad about that. It does look like it's on an uptrend right now. So if we go back, Tesla. Ooh. I think I had a really bad read on that in terms of the short. So yeah, we're looking at this trend line. I like the fact that it's hitting this trend line. So it hit this 254.54, went up, came down, and then it's just trending upwards. So really what I really want to see here is this hold of 257.10. Hopefully it consolidates there and continues upwards. And I think this looks pretty strong. And if we could get up here to 259.36, that would probably be my take profit from here as well. but Tesla looking good. Sad that, I got stopped out, but it is what it is. How about you?
Good. All right, let's talk about some Vinfast here. Vinfast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer, has announced its Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries surged by 44% quarter over quarter, with 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing the first half total to over 22,000 vehicles. Guys, that is a 101% increase year over year. Q2 revenue as well climbed to about $357 million. That's up 33% quarter over quarter. Vinfast's success in Vietnam is absolutely pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption. With global expansion and new models like the VF3, Vinfast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility. We're going to shout out to good folks there at Vinfast. And it wouldn't be an ad read, Satea, if I didn't mention how much I like the VF9. So I'm just going to do that. That's kind of like my little...
Do you have that car?
I don't, but I really like it.
Oh, okay.
Every time I go to Yorkdale, they've got a spot at Yorkdale Mall, and like they're always showing up their cars. I'm telling you, you're going to like it too if you see it, but it's kind of sporty. It's their more expensive model. Vroom, vroom. I know, right? Because you just got your license.
Yes,
True?
I did. Yes,
True?
I did last week. Yep.
Hey, okay.
So I'm on the road.
Hey.
Watch out. No, I'm a good driver.
Yeah, she's not going to take no flack, Fabian. So you better be ready, baby. Guys, I'm involved again in RKLB. We're an entire, a huge 3 pennies in the money over here. No, seriously though, I like the pattern on here, man. Consistent. It's not parabolic, but it's respecting the trend. But there is obviously a bit of a tug and war going on at 10.10 in the same way that there was a tug of war between buyers and sellers at 10. So you feel like this is thickly traded. And RKLB is not like here tomorrow or here today, gone tomorrow. This is a $5 billion market cap. It's done about 24 million shares on the day, and the float is 421 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is. RKLB will shout out the Nauss boss and his crew. Nauss boss is very, very bullish on crypto. I don't know if you got to hear his segment today. Rocket Labs, though, guys, 18.75% of the float is being borrowed for short. So that is a sizable amount there, definitely not negligible, and something that we can use to our advantage. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But we're also going to keep an eye on some of the questions that are flooding in here for you, Satea. So we're going to throw another one your way here. Satea, how are you at using options data?
I haven't used an option.
Fair.
Data, no.
Let's see what is being said here. Does the public insider buy sell information show up on level 2, or is it done hours to days before it is updated to the public? I mean, these questions could be within our scope.
That is outside of my scope, honestly. Would they be within the dark pool, Ricks?
Possibly, yeah. We can look into that one in a hot second, but this one I think you're going to like.
Okay.
How did you figure out that you were a momentum trader and not a range trader? This is interesting because I love how you showed certain charts there and you were able to establish ranges quite quickly, and you're like, look, this isn't the jam. This isn't moving. This is locked in a range.
Yeah.
This isn't my style.
For sure. Well, I think it comes from my background. Like, crypto is very volatile, and so I kind of just adopted that. But also, too, just the constraints that we have on the floor, I found that just being in and out very quickly was just easier for me just to collect those profits, because I was the type where I was waiting for those big moves, and I was waiting all day. And I remember I was trading Apple one time, and I was in that trade for 2 or 3 hours, and then it was in the money, and I was like, oh my gosh, great. And then it was out the money, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I could have just taken a scalp and just taken my money and ran for the hills. But, and that's my problem. I hold the trades too long when I'm doing a range trade, because I just don't know when to get out. Whereas when I'm scalping, I get out, I take my money, I reassess, and if I really like it, then I'll get back in.
Love it.
But I think that's just a lot easier than, seeing your level, it coming down from your level, and you're thinking it's going to go back up, because you're fooling yourself. It probably isn't, And so, yeah, scalp trading really keeps me in check. Momentum trading, it really gets me in and out, quick, times, easy, and so that's what I love to do. So
we love it.
That's
we love it. Absolutely. Thank you for that. We'll keep the questions coming as and when they do come in, but I got to show this. I mean, like, you can't ask me not to show this. What is going on here? This is what Ram was chuckling about. Look at Hobie. Look at Hobie. Why is his head like that? The poor guy. Oh, my goodness. I like the Katina man over here. That's a good look as well. Brendan's all Superman.
Awesome,
yeah. So, I mean, Adara's got her Amazonian look on, Wonder Woman. I thought we should have put the Obe's face on Wonder Woman. She's an Amazonian, right? And he's the Amazonian.
Yeah, that would
I'm not making it up, Stan.
Come on, Ram, do better.
Yeah, this is great over here. I don't know why I'm Batman, but that's okay. I don't even like Batman. I like Iron Man. I'm an Iron Man kind of guy.
Yes.
You're actually a really good point, man. Okay, so I take that back because the Chilean Nightmare is like the same guy. I don't know if they're the exact same guy, but there's a lot of similarities, right? One's that, yeah, no, you're not. He's like, they're both Playboy billionaires, so hey. Neither has powers. They all rely on tech. No, you're absolutely right, man. I didn't make that comparison. You're absolutely right. Shout out to Chilean Nightmare, man. All right, I wet my beak here on some profits on RKLB as it's continuing to curl up. Small out here. We'll continue to look to trade this one if it does move up on there. I'm sorry, I won't hate on Batman, guys. I'm sorry. The Watchman, says Glenn Smith. That's not a bad one either. The best detective, the Chilean Nightmare says. He's probably not wrong there. Guys, I'm keeping my eye on ZK. I'm still cruising for a bruising over here. I'm already negative on it. I'm looking to get back positive. It was awfully respectful of the 20 moving average on the 5 exponential. And now it's kind of putting in higher lows, but it hasn't quite yet put in those higher highs that I want to see. Now, maybe if it starts putting in those higher highs, I've missed my opportunity. If that's the case, then it sucks to be me, but I'm looking to execute on this one. I'm also looking to execute on LU, man. I got to take off GME here, man. LU, it's not giving you dollars, but it's giving you predictable moves. And there is enough volume on this one for you to size in. It's already printed 5 million shares on the day. Most 5-minute candles have about, a few 100,000 shares. So if you'd like, there is ample room to be able to get in and get out. The spread is also 1 penny, a predictable spread. But I would personally look to take it off a dip trade rather than punching it at highs. I missed my last opportunity at about 3 1/4. It was over here to basically defend a previous area top. So LU in play, 16 1/3%, 16.5%. Let's put some dang respect on this one's name, but definitely looking for more. What the? Okay, so we got a nice pump up there on RKLB into about the $1/5 of a dollar. I was not waiting there, and I will not be looking to take any more out on RKLB unless it dips back in, maybe into 10.05. Because that's where the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is. So if I'm going to add into this one, it's going to be at predictable areas that it's respected. Also, I'm sorry I keep talking about these small cap gappers, but it's small cap gapper season, baby. And it's just proof is in the pudding. There are most of them above VWAP. LUNR continues to give you, man. Continues to give. Let me just load this up because it's looking awfully weird over here. LUNR. Sometimes my charts don't update unless I put them on my watch list on the side. No, man. This is definitely still curling up. It's obviously having issues with 9. I'm talking about LUNR. It hasn't breached 9 yet. In fact, hasn't even touched 9. 898, but awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And it gave you that rounded bottom. Look at that incremental higher highs and higher lows. And you could see the selling here. You could see that sellers were overwhelming buyers. How do I know that? Just by looking at candles. They're not the level 2. Well, they're all topping tail. They're all topping tails. So that means sellers keep pushing the buyers down. That is obviously until that changed over here. It's not going to be static and last forever. So you can see that the sellers were in control here, but the buyers started taking over just by looking at the shape of the candle. So LU1R certainly in play, but look to get it off a moving average. To me, it's been awfully respectful of the 10 on the 5. That's where I'd look to get in. We're going to pack our patience. Oh, baby, though. Here comes RKLB right back into that 10 1/5. I like this trade, but there's a seller here, as there has been at literally every 10 penny level. 10, I had to wait. 10.10, I had to wait. And now 10.20, it looks like I'm going to wait again. So lots going on here in small cap gapper world today.
Awesome. So someone in the chat said MSTR. So we're going to look at that. So MSTR right now, it's between this 167.72 as well as this 178.42. So I was looking at the ATR for MSTR, and it's around 1026. So it is approaching, you know, that ATR high. So I would be wary of that if you are looking for the long. The fact that it is above VWAP, I do like that. But I would say that right here at this 174.49 would be a pivotal point to see, you know, if we hold that and go above VWAP and stay above VWAP. But I don't think for the day, at least for a day trade, we have much room to go further than 178.20. So that is my look on that. And then Tesla on the side here. We were wrong about Tesla. Damn, me and Sean. But you know what? It is what it is. But it is looking like a nice long, setting up nice here. It is hitting, you know, this range high. But it looks like it's consolidating and continuing higher and higher. So I'm thinking, you know, a profit target 259.27, looking pretty good, looking pretty clean. So I'm looking at that as well. Let's look at a higher time frame. Yeah, I would say even if you're giving it a good amount of room, I would say a good amount of room would be below this 256.40 mark. Below VWAP, I would say 256.20 would be nice. I think that if it goes below there, then, you know, this trade could be wrong, at least in the short term. But I think, you know, for the day, Tesla is looking pretty nice, pretty clean, pretty great. What else are you guys looking at here? Palantir, next stop, 37.18. Let's look at Palantir.
Monster ever since it's been added to the S&P. Yes. Even before that, it was getting the pump, the pre-add pump.
Yes, so let's look at that. I like the fact that it hits this wick at 36.59, and it's just a strong wick up. But I think that that would be a pivotal level to see where we go from here, this to 36.57. But I would say if we get more let me look at the book. Let's see what this is looking like. Palantir and Y. So yeah, I'm seeing some green action there, looking like some nice selling, you know, 100 of size on the book. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I would say, yeah, Palantir looking pretty great. Google as well. Let's go to Google. Google looking. I don't like that too much. But then again, it is approaching this pre-market high. So I could say that this pre-market high may be a point where it comes down, maybe does this and goes up a little bit just to draw like a little, you know, reference. But I think that this 163.37 will be a pivotal point to determine, you know, where Google might go. But I think it could hold this 163.37 because I find a lot of the time that when it does retrace, it usually retraces back to the pre-market highs. And so that's what I would be looking at on Google.
Fantastic. I'm trying to take a mean reversion trade here on Apple because it's bouncing off the closing print on Friday. I should have got the print at 56s, but it looks like I went unfilled there as it didn't cross. So we'll see if this one holds. I mean, that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm not trying to scalp 10 pennies. We're trying to take a bit of a nicer move, possibly back into the whole dollar at 28s. But we'll scalp on the way, right? And that's the thing. So like to de-risk a little bit. We've been dancing with the 50 penny level here. The future's at lows, but I like this level on Apple simply because it is the closing print from yesterday. Seller at 55. Again, look at this. Look at this, preventing, there we go. Now we get to fill nicely in the money, 20 pennies, 25 pennies in the money now on the dead one Apple. I'd like something in and around maybe 228s. Maybe I'm being a little bit ambitious here, but look, we've got a hammer candle on the 5. I like the fact that it's bouncing off the closing print. So let's go and hang out, man, in 88s. Call me crazy. Maybe I'm too ambitious. Chilean Nightmare called me crazy. He took me up on the offer. That's all right. So we'll look cuckoo, he says, but we're gonna hold this one. Maybe we get 88s. Maybe you know, we get a little bit lucky today with this one. Here we go into the 70s. Okay, nice, but some selling coming in there to be expected. There is a bit of a base. Now, what I'm seeing here on the 5 is there is a bit of a base. I don't want to call it too much of a base, but there was some action over here at 70 pennies. We bounce off 70. We bounce off 70. We bounce and then we flush. So if that's the case, there's probably going to be a little bit of resistance here at 70 pennies, but I'm going to pack my patience there. The other trade that I've got on right now, knocking on the door of my exit. Again, I told you RKLB likely has a seller at every dang 10 penny level. I had issues with 10. I had issues with 1010. I'm having issues with 1020. I'm sitting on the other side of 1020. I'm sitting at the $0.25. So, you know, we're going to have to see what happens here. So keeping my eye on there. Apple right back down into that $0.50. I'm going to move up my stop. Goes without saying now that I've wet my beak on some profits. Likely going to move it up a skosh to account for the little pump there. But, you know, I don't want to paper hand this trade because I know it can be a 2 or 3 candle pattern here where we come off that, that closing print on Friday and then move back up. We'll see. The future's at lows, though. I mean, I'm not being assisted whatsoever right now by the NQ. Whatsoever. So we're going to pack our patience here, see if we can bounce off this level. Otherwise, you know, we're going to stay profitable on it because we already took the majority of the position out. But that's the look right now. Apple at an area of support being yesterday's closing print, 227, I believe 53 is the actual print there. So let's pack our patience, see what we got. We're rejecting off 20 again on RKLB. Nothing to report about there. People are talking about Tesla, as well as they should be, man. Tesla, as I mentioned, looking like it is far and away the strongest Mag 7 name on the day, and we continue to run up in Tesla. Couple of reasons. One, we obviously know the October 10th robo-taxi day very, very soon. In addition to that, we got Q3 deliveries probably going to be reported very soon. I believe it is at the end of this month, maybe early next month. That's going to be important, both on this side of the world and in China. Obviously, weak demand likely here or weaker demand for electric vehicles as a result of rates being high and inflation, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, obviously early adopters have already bought the vehicles that they wanted, the electric vehicles. So now we're going to have to convince everybody else to get on board. That's number one. Number two, China, even though they love electric vehicles over there, demand issues with respect to consumer buying power. That's obviously being alleviated somewhat by the Chinese government through their stimulus measures there. So packing my patience on this trade, but it looks now that RKLB is rejecting 20. It is still putting higher lows. As you can see, I'm looking at DCAing or was looking at DCAing at that 988. That is no longer valid because that level is previously based on the volume weighted average price. The volume weighted average price is a dynamic indicator. It's not static, so it moves as should your orders that are based upon it, right? So that's a look there. Apple, go dead one. Just give me 20 more pennies, baby. I want 88s. Let's go. Shout out to CD Lamb. Shout out to Des Bryant. Shout out to Michael Irvin and everybody else who wore 88. Shout out to the Cowboys for winning yesterday. Neil's not here, so nobody's gonna counter me on that one. They won. Hey, a dub's a dub. New York or not, Daniel Jones or not, a dub is a dub, especially with the way the boys been playing. Anyway, Apple looking at resistance here at 70. I mentioned this earlier, and we're getting it again. 69 showing up here on the ask. We're unable to ascend over 70 so far. It is now flat on the day, up 0.07, which is flat. I'm looking at 88s, but the market doesn't care about what I'm looking at, Satea, because there's clearly an area low over here that has decided that it wants to act as resistance now that we're at it. So I'm going to have to pack my patience. What are you looking at?
So I am looking at CCJ because that was called out in the chat. Hey. So it is looking a little bit bearish as of today, at least, you know, as of today. Okay. So if I look on the 1 minute chart, so we are at VWAP right now, or breaking below VWAP right now at 47.97. So it came up here, 48.16, rejected, you know, came up a little bit above VWAP, but then it's breaking down. The fact that it's just in this downtrend, I don't really like that. Volume's not really coming in. Just look at the small candles, like not too much volume going on there. And it also is a Friday. So I find like on Fridays, typically, this is usually a sell-off. People want to take their profits. They want to go to the club. They want to, pop those bottles, So, I don't think that there's going to be too much money going into the market today. But, CCJ not looking too great right now. I would say it could bounce off this 47.72 because it is struggling, to go down past that point. At 10:30, it bounced off of that level. And then also at 11:20, it bounced out that level. So I would really look at that as well. But I would say in terms of an uptrend, you really want to see a break, of this high at 48.65 or even this pre-market high at 48.89. But because we're in that range, not looking too great in terms of a day trade. And then another thing that we were looking at is Visa, because someone said Visa in the chat. So honestly, I'm not going to lie, I don't have a good read on it. Like, I'm usually a morning momentum trader. So usually when we get past 11:30, I don't really know what time it is right now, but once we get past, it's 12. So yeah, once we get past 11:30, I find that my read on things, it's not as good as it could be, but I don't really have an opinion on this, to be honest. Don't want to lead you astray, so I'm just going to leave that there on on Visa, sorry. But Tesla, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that we got out of that long, because look at it breaking that 259. Oh my gosh, it's at 259.12. I could definitely see it getting above this high, but we have to see how it reacts. We have to see how it reacts at the 259.27. But if we could blast through that, oh my gosh, Tesla, I wish I was in you.
It's a rocket, man. It's going to break through highs, Satea.
You think so?
Well, I think we're like right there, aren't we? 259.38.
Yeah,
I think we're like
approaching.
We're approaching. Yeah. So this one, otherwise going to be the gnarliest double top you guys have ever seen. Come on, do something. All right. It's doing something, Fabian. It's at highs, man. What do you want from its life? So higher, says Fabian. All right. We're going to keep an eye here on the dead one. Apple just broke 75s. We're long 43s. I'm insisting on getting my out at 88s. I don't know why. It's just Friday and I feel like doing that. All right, so we're packing our patience here with the $0.75. Oh, don't show me that, bro. You know where he's going, right? He's not here no more. Yeah, I don't like change. I'm not a pro-change person. That's just not how I am. Maybe as I've gotten older, I've become like that. I don't remember being like that when I was a kid, but I don't like change around me. Anyway, yeah, one of our traders is leaving the floor, and I'm disappointed about it. Yeah, so that's a look there. So yeah, I'm gonna maintain my position in Apple. I know for certain that there has been selling at 70. Just because we breached a little bit and got above into that $0.75 doesn't mean we've retaken the 70 level. So I am cognizant that we could reject here full well. But I did like this area for Apple, and I'm going to continue to stress that. This is the closing print from yesterday. Sometimes it ends up being a relevant level. Sometimes it doesn't. And that's what day trading is about, putting the odds in your favor the best you can, and come what may, okay? So that's the look there. We're still printing. We're about 30 pennies in the money more, but I want to get 88s if that is possible. Now, this one is a bit of trouble. RKLB, but I have a plan. Why? Because I'm looking at entering. I've only got tiny amounts of shares left. I'm looking at entering at the volume weighted average price. I moved my resting profit taker to account for the dynamic movements in VWAP. VWAP moves up as the price moves up, obviously. So I had to move up my order. I am looking at adding into this position at the volume weighted average price. So that is what's going to be the case. And that's going to be the end of the trade on Apple as it prints 82s. I'm happy with that. I'm not going to continue to wait. And yeah, I'm happy with this trade here on AAPL. That's a nice almost 40 penny winner there. Tesla, I did take out the dang top, baby. Double sevens now, HOD on TSLA. That's good luck. We're going to take off Zeker over here because it's boring me to death. Let's put TSLA, which trades on the Nasdaq. Now we're knocking the door of 260, Satea. So who's there? Fabian, you're killing it today, bro. You're in a good mood. I like it. We're breaking through the high of the day. We still are, though, below the $10 level at 260. Man, Tesla's a dang rocket. Love it, love it. And it can move completely counter market. It doesn't matter that the market's making lower lows and lower highs. Tesla does what it wants, baby. And it's at the highs right now. Let's be cognizant, though, that the IB high, the implied balance high, is essentially at 259 and a third. We're not that high above it, about 30 pennies or so above it right now. So we could double top. Remember our lesson on double tops? The peaks or the bottom or the double bottoms, the peaks and the troughs don't have to be completely at the same level. One can be higher than the other. Completely normal to see that with the price pattern. So let's keep an eye on Tesla. I'm not going to be quick to want to jump into a double top, certainly, but I'm cognizant of it being there. Kanye East, Sharif, do you guys have any war headlines hitting? Brother, I got to filter through the war headlines, okay? There's just so much. Look, a decision was made long ago not to talk politics or religion on the show unless it had to do with the current trade. So if it has something to do with the companies, we'll absolutely talk about it. Like, for example, Middle East belligerencies and oil and stuff like that. It goes hand in hand. But otherwise, we don't typically talk about politics. But I completely understand what you're saying. I know things are heating up over there. I know for a fact, sad, but that's just the way it is. So keep me updated if any of the headlines do affect, though, any of the names that we're trading. I know indirectly it's likely to affect all of them, right? Belligerency of the Middle East could have negative sentiment on the market in general. I get all that. But unless it's company or headline specific to a trading name, we typically try to stay away from it. Anything you're looking at?
Yeah, so I see a couple of things in the chat. So we're going to start off with Boeing. Has someone shouted that out? Boeing. Is it going up? I mean, I'm looking at this trend line, and I think that this 156.25 or this 155.82 will definitely be pivotal levels. I like the fact that, it's bouncing off of this trend line at 156.26 for the upside. But if it breaks it and loses that 156.26, then I think that it could come down to 155.85. And then that would be a pivotal level to see what we do there. So that is my look on that. Another person shouted out Plug, asking if I see Plug going to 250. I mean, the volume is not too amazing. And I was looking at the ATR, and the ATR is around 16 cents in a day. And it did go up. Yeah, and it did go up to 230. So it did do like 2 ATR. So I think that's pretty overstretched. I mean, I could see it going to 250. As of today, though, we really need to see that volume in order for more confirmation to see if we can go to that 250. I would say that if we, go to that 240, then, maybe then we'll see that push up to 250. But as of right now, we really need to see that push, and I'm not seeing that as of right now. Things could change. I was trying to look and see if there's any news on that, but I didn't see any news. So I would just look out for that. Look on the book if you have a level 2 and try to see if you could find some size there. Another look is AMD. So AMD. AMDizzle. Let's look on a higher time frame, looking at that 45. You see, it has this range between this 168.81 double top from, the pre-market high on Thursday, and then again on today. And so now what we're really looking at is this range at this 164 level. I think that this would be a good pivotal level to see what we do. I don't really want to anticipate what it does because we want to see what it does at that level and let that determine how we're going to execute the trade. So I would say look at that level, that 164, because we do see this wick off of that 164 level. And I would say just wait for that and look and see what it does there. But just look on a higher time frame because it may give you some more indication as to what we're doing. It doesn't look, too bullish on the day. It rejected, had that double top, like I said, but we're just looking for more volume. And that's what I would look at there. Going on to CrowdStrike as well. Someone mentioned CrowdStrike. I don't like this range. This is exactly like one of the pictures that I was showing you if you tuned in earlier on the lesson. It's just in this range. It's at between this 280.49 as well as this 284.77. So I just don't like that. It's just, it's just barcoding, not really making a clear direction. If we go on a higher time frame, It's still within this range, and so it really needs to, it needs to make a decision. What is it going to do? Is it going to break this 284.74? Is it going to break this 280.46? I don't think that it could do either within the day. Yeah, do something, do something today. But I don't think, unless we get that volume, I don't see anything too crazy happening today.
All right, we're going to go from one hotline dropper over here to another hotline dropper over here. Guys, get ready for Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome to your lesson of the day, and I'm going to talk about a concept that is something I've said probably every other day for the last half year or so, over/under. And sometimes we'll throw trading terms out there that I feel are pretty normal, that everyone's going to understand, all that stuff. But the over/under concept is maybe something that's not as obvious, and it's something that I feel like it might have been Luca, it could have been another trader that coined it, and I was like, oh, this is something I look at all the time as support and resistance, but I've never really given it that moniker. And what it simply means is there's a price or a level that I am completely ambivalent. I could care less which direction it goes away from that price, but I like longs over it, and I like the shorts under it, especially when it comes to a trend. Right? So you're looking for multiple, if it's above that, you're looking for any kind of a trend buy. If it's underneath it, you're looking for any kind of a trend sell. So I want to start with SMCI, and then I'm going to get to ARM, that's the frustrating one here today. But I'm going to start with SMCI and kind of that idea and where you sort of come up with this. So SMCI was the big mover yesterday. I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. It halted to the downside. DOJ is looking at them, all that good stuff. There was a recovery move. It was short sell restricted. You're going to see that it ended up making a bounce. But already the concept of where the key price is was a little bit obvious when you looked at where it closed. So right yesterday, it closed just above the 400 level at about 402. So you have 400 to 402 right in here. And it was resistance on the halts to the upside in terms of its recovery. So you already had a resistance to support level here at that 400. At the open, now if it's going to flush again, obviously a 400 break, probably could have taken it to the low of the day. Once it decided it wanted to go to the upside, that little over-under area, it's easy enough to say you could just be long through 400 SSR bounce and leave it at that. But why it should just be a continuation play is, hey, that's the key price level. They're buying it. What that's telling you is, hey, we've got our reverse, and the key price point from yesterday's trade, it's north of that. So we should be looking for long opportunities. And where you can come back to that is, well, if your over-under price is a close price, which is a common thing for an over-under. It's like a red-green. If it's going red to green, then I like the longs. If it's going green to red, I like the shorts. That then sets you up for other trades that aren't just, hey, I like 400, I missed it, I'm not trading SMCI today. Because above that, you had the next level up, which was resistance twice at $4.10. And when the market reversed in, all of a sudden, you've got yourself a bias because it's above 400, and you got two levels. If it gets to 400, great. But if it holds your 410, you've got one shot, you've got two shots. Now, this is a slight trend to the upside because obviously it's a bit range bound here, but allows you to stay on point by giving you a natural bias in the stock with which to trade from, and it can work in either direction. Another example here is going to be ARM this morning. Yay. An ARM at the $150 level. Now, the reason for this being the key price point is a little bit more nuanced. A, it fell like an absolute rock off this price at $150. So there's a level, it fell like a rock. Then you resist it at the open. I come over to the daily chart, and on the daily chart, even though it's upward trending, see where the top has been? Right at that 150. It was a key level all the way back in July where it hung out, then dropped away from it. It was a key support level back in June. 150 has been a kind of a deal here in ARM. So the other way to look at that over-under level, at least for myself, if I have a bias on it, I'm usually going to say, hey, if your over-under level is inside of the pre-market range, then the best opportunity is going to be generally if it fails a breakout above. So if I like an over-under and it's inside of the range in the pre-market, I don't want to just punch long there. because it needs to break it out and hold higher and trend in the other direction. Because the last thing you want is a failed breakout goes back underneath your price, because that's like the perfect setup. It fails the break of a high, gets back to your over-under area, and then your entry, and then it just flushes. Now, obviously got out of arm too early. We went over that, but that's not really the point. The point is, when you've got it inside the range there, your key price level, it's primed to shake people out. Right? Like, it's inside of the pre-market range, that key price point. You know it's likely to shake people out. Let it shake people out or trap people long, then get into that trade to the downside. And you always want confluence for this. It could be the previous close price. It could be a key price the day before, and that lines up on the daily chart in the case of ARM. And I'll give you one more, Intel at the $24 level. And this is the example kind of like being in it both directions. So Intel, I mean, $24 lined up yesterday pretty simply. You can go to daily chart if you want to on this one on your own. But yesterday when everything flushed, Intel held 24 as resistance. Now, you want to go back the day before that, and it held 24 as resistance. So very clearly, you had resistance, and then early you had a breakout above it for longs into the high. When it lost, it's a consolidation underneath. So don't really do anything with it here until it breaks and consolidates under. So longs over that work, shorts under that work. Now, it's not always going to be this way. Sometimes you'll only be able to trade one direction. That's the example with SMCI, where it breaks above it, you're just looking trend above that level. Same thing with maybe an Alibaba today. Like if you had an over under 105, you're only looking at longs. In the case of Intel, when it loses it, you're looking short in the other direction off of that key over under level. But it really just comes down to support and resistance. But sometimes support and resistance, I don't care which one it is. I want to play off it in either direction. And you want to be willing to join the trend or reverse it for those very, very key levels. But I think the important thing is you've got to start with identifying the key price level. You know, and when one is screaming at you the day before because of the way the volatility was, have that as an anchor. If it's an important level, then you want to trade at that level. You want to see where it goes off of that level. You want to join the trend off of that level. That's why we bother putting in the work to find them in the first place. So the over-under, I talk about that concept every single day. There were multiple examples with it here. SMCI 400 over, certainly ARM 150 the under, and then Intel $24 in both directions here. You're able to grab wins, and then you're able to grab shorts that work to the downside. Lesson of the day, the over-under trade. Always key in on key prices, everybody.
Shout out to Adam DeLuce, man. I'm just going to give the dude a shout out right off the bat. The dude's watching us on the airplane, man. I mean, the dude is committed. Shout out to Adam Dang DeLuce. We can't wait to see you, brother. Yeah, killing it as always. I know he met up with the Katina Man when the Katina Man was in London. They had a good time there, so shout out. We're going to host you now on our turf, Adam. Shout out again. The main man, Adam DeLuce. All right, guys, a couple of good things to talk about here. Some good, some bad. Let's start with the bad. That's how I like to start. RKLB, I did add, as planned, at the volume-weighted average price. I missed my 88 fill, so I chased it into 92, and I got stopped out, okay? But this one is still not far below VWAP, so I'm keeping an eye on it. It's maintaining its spot on the side chart. It did put in a possible double top. We'll see. If it continues to sell off at VWAP, it's going to lose its spot. You know how I roll with these small cap gappers. No breakout trades if they are trading below VWAP. This one I'm proud of, though, okay? This is LUNR. I waited. I packed my dang patience until it came off that 9. It came into the volume-weighted average price. I literally got bottom wick. I'm proud of this one. I've wet my beak here for some profits. I'm looking for a possible move back into the high end of the range. I'm thinking maybe high 80s, low 90s, 880s, 890s, in and around there. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. This one's putting up a good day, though, 9% and change there in Greensville. So we'll see if that trend wants to continue. I mean, I'll take it. But otherwise, we'll look to get stopped out if it does retrace down and break the volume-weighted average price, because I want no smoke below that VWAP area. How's your trading going? Anything during the break?
No, didn't trade anything as of right now, just hands off. Don't really see anything that I like. I was looking at Tesla, but Tesla was rejecting off those highs. And so I don't know what to really think about that, to be honest. Let's just go here. So yeah, it's rejecting off those highs around this 259.88 level. And so I don't know, to get in right now, I think that is a little bit risky. I think what I would like to do is retrace down to this 257.70 or maybe even VWAP at 257. I feel like that's a little bit safer for me. That's just more of my trade setup. If it does come down there, I'd love to grab that up as of right now. But I'd really want to see it holding this 258.60. If it can't hold that, then I don't think that the long is looking too great as of right now. Someone also said TMF in the chat. And so TMF. So I was looking at the ATR on Finviz for this, and the ATR was around $1.72. So my profit target, if we can go up there, is 59.72. That's so because we bounced off of that 58 level, so that is $1.72 in terms of ATR. I think that if we can blast through this 58.92, then I think that a good profit taking level would be 59.72 for that. So that is what I'm looking at in terms of TMF. What else? Watch Apple. So let's look and switch.
Keeping an eye on it. Yeah.
Apple. Apple, what are you doing? I mean, I don't really trade Apple too much, to be honest. Like, we have a love-hate relationship, so like it's just we don't get along too much. Some days, some not. But as of right now, I don't see. I mean, it is rejecting off of this 227.31. I mean, would I really call it a rejection? I kind of see this double bottom. Would you even call it a double bottom? This is on the 1 minute. I mean, I don't know. I'd really want to see what it does at this 227.30 level before I make any rash decisions as to whether it's going to go up or down from there. I would say look at that 227.30 as a pivotal level, or again at VWAP 228.49 to see whether that we can hold on that VWAP level and hopefully consolidate and go up from there. But as of right now, I don't really see a great look on this. I would want to see more volume in order to have like more confirmation in terms of that. So shout out to Apple, but me and Apple are beefing right now.
I like it. Telling it like it is.
Yeah, it is.
That's the way it is. Guys, there's some directional stuff here happening on Amazon, man. Amazon and Microsoft are awfully weak on the day. Obviously, percentage-wise, Amazon is the worst. Let me just Nvidia is the worst. Almost 3% for Nvidia. But when you compare the bottom right chart to the bottom left chart, I don't know. I mean, they're both below right now the 10 exponential, but look how Nvidia is able to weasel back into that yellow line, which is a 20 exponential. You haven't seen that from Amazon at all. It's been awfully directional off the jump. 191 and change is where we closed out yesterday. And that was the last time we saw that level today. That was literally the last time we saw it after the bell. We haven't even gotten above that. So it's been negatory land all day. Initially, we were doing the VWAP rejection dance, trying to pop above that white line on my chart, which is VWAP. That gave way right at 1045 there. That was the last time we even attempted to touch VWAP because it has been down and to the dang right. Finding its support right now, 187 and a third, trying to curl back up. But as you can see, we haven't even touched the 10 exponential quite yet. The only time where we even touched it after 1045 was this double top. I don't want to call it a double top, but this 2 candle touch right there, 1140, 1145, and that was it. So if you want, I'm not saying that Amazon has more downside. Who knows? Not me. But it's about putting the odds more in your favor. I'm possibly looking at a 10 exponential on the 5 short on AMZN. That comes into about 188, maybe a little bit below 188. We'll have to see where the 10 exponential is hanging out at the time, if we even curl to get into the 10 exponential. That's not even guaranteed. So some bleeding today on the Amazonian. Neil, was there an Amazon headline that we were talking about today? Anthropic, that's it. So the deal, it got approved, right? That deal got approved? Yes, thank you, Neil. So it's actually a positive catalyst. So I don't know if this is even factoring in the price action today. But Anthropic, or the cooperation, I don't know if they even bought them. I don't remember exactly. I have to look at the story over here. But the UK regulator allowing that to go through. And that's the thing about being a multinational company. You've got all the different countries' regulators that you have to deal with. And that makes it so difficult, right? Because you got to please everybody and they all have different laws. So it's a bit of a tougher look there, but getting the nod from the regulator out in the United Kingdom. So, I mean, obviously it's not buoying the stock in any way, shape, or form because it's down and to the right. So I'm keeping my eye on that. Meta, also, I'm trying to look for mega cap stocks here, some of the Mag 7s, because I've only traded Apple. Meta obviously has been a dang rocket ship. I cannot wait to see what these AR glasses are IRL. We'll have to wait for that, obviously, but from a price action perspective, Meta finding some support here at 565 or thereabouts. You could make the argument that I'm not going to say a double bottom, obviously, but there is price action support in and around that 565 area. Now, what's the look here? Am I taking it as a breakout trade? No. I want to see what it does when it reaches two different levels. One, the volume weighted average price. Where is that at? 567 and a third. That's my first level off which I want to possibly get short. Then, if that level doesn't hold up, we continue to move up through that level. Next level I'm looking at is 567. Oh, let's call it 568. Why? That's the closing print from yesterday. I love these predictable levels that I'll use over and over again, but I won't use it willy-nilly. Let's see if the stock is or the instrument is looking at rejecting or moving in the way that I'm theorizing, right? So that's what my friend Neil likes to say, getting it on the back end or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Let it prove to you that, yes, this is a support level, this is a resistance level, and then get in. You could choose to do that or you could choose to front run it. It's really up to you. That's what I'm looking at there. Amazon is coming back into the 10 exponential though. So now it's watch time. All right. We had a 2-candle retracement pattern with the bigger second candle than the first. Here we've got a 3-candle retracement pattern, all the while remaining below the 10 exponential on the 5. I'm very interested here on a short on Amazon at this level. I don't need to be first, but I'm alive to it, and I'm going to be looking to set up at Satea if it does reject. What's your look?
So I'm looking at this BABA. Someone said BABA in the chat. I like the fact that it's below this VWAP. I am risking above around 108.05 and 108.10. So if it breaks a higher above this VWAP, then I'm thinking to get out. But I'm hoping that, it could reject off of this VWAP and come down as of right now, because I could see that we are kind of in this downtrend. But let's just see here. Now that I'm looking at it, I don't really like this anymore, but we'll see. We'll keep the stop in where it is, and hopefully it doesn't break higher above that VWAP as of right now. Another person mentioned MU a couple of minutes before. And so MU, I'm looking at this as of right now. 108.16 looks like a level of resistance on the downtrend. I think that it could come up here. I think that's going to be a pivotal level in terms of whether we come back up or down, but I think it could come back up to this 108.13. But I think that right now MU is in a downtrend. If we could also look at the volume as well. So let's see what the volume is doing on Micron. So okay, it's near like the average volume. It's at 22 million, around 22 million right now. But I would say it's in a downtrend. Let's look on the 30-minute or 15-minute. Yeah, it's in this range on the 15-minute. Let's look on the 30-minute. Also within range on the 30-minute. Let's look on the hour. Yeah, I would say this is the range that I'm looking at. This range, 108.17 and 107.05, to really dictate, what are we going to do from here. But for the most part, I think that Micron is on a downtrend, and that's my look on there. What else?
I just wanted to do a quick thing here.
Yeah, do your thing.
Guys, we need you guys to help us with the afternoon segment. The afternoon rundown is literally nothing without user input. So get into that chat right now. Vote for your favorite tickers every day. the Katina Man, the Neil, they'll be looking at these ones for you on the afternoon rundown. If they traded it, they'll tell you how they traded it. If they didn't, they'll tell you why or how they would have. You've already got people voting even without me asking, baby. I've already seen people in the chat voting already, but I didn't do my job, so I got to do it now. But guys, get into that chat every day, exclamation point, then the word join, then hit that space bar. It's important. Then shift 4 for that dollar sign, baby, and then the ticker of your choice. If you want to see the small cap gappers or how they would have traded them, throw them in. There is plenty moving today. If you want to talk about the mega caps, well, they love the mega caps and the Mag 7 over there. Get into the chat, vote for your favorite mega cap on the day. The afternoon segment, literally, guys, is nothing without you. So there it is again. There's the prompt you're using, but make sure you're entering it correctly. Because if you're not entering it correctly, it will not register and you will not have your say. So make sure you are getting your say every day by getting into the chat and joining Satya and I, obviously, on how to trade. There we go. We're already getting out. Shout out to Mary S. Lyman, Michael Estrada, Junior Figueroa. We got Yoshi, Pitchbull, Luke, KFRY. All these people are voting. Get into the chat right now. Put your vote in for what you want every day, and the big kahunas will look at it for you. All right, I'm short Amazon over here, and it looks like I just got stopped out. Sucks to be me because it did breach 188, but I'm still interested on this trade. So I'm not going to quickly look away from this one. I think I had my stop a little too close to that 188 level for a $100 or almost a $200 name. So I'm packing my patience here. I'd like to be able to get short on this again. I'm going to give this one a little bit more room. I am kind of bearish on these markets. Intraday until we see something else. I think we got a couple of Fed speakers too that could radically change how we do or how we trend on the market. So gonna see exactly what we get here. Where are we short? We're short 04s, okay? So that's the look there. And we'll look for a rejection, possibly get something in and around maybe 70, 75, something like that. I'm going to be looking to get out if it does breach above the third of a dollar. So it's going to have to maintain its level above a third or below, a third of a dollar. Otherwise, I want zero smoke from the Amazonian. So we're going to put that in right now. We're going to go 188, and then we'll look to cover all the way up into that level there. So we'll put the stop in place, come what may, baby. Let's look at the other trade that we've got on at the moment. We're nicely in the money on this one, not by much. Got bottom wick on this one so far at 63s, but it's having a lot of trouble, as you can see. I'm talking about Lunar, LUNR, guys, sorry. Reascending above 75. And why is that? What's so interesting about 75? Well, look at this area trough over here that we used as support on our way into that double top to try to take 9, which we failed. So what does the textbook tell us? Textbook tells us once support gives way, sometimes, oftentimes, I don't know the data, it acts as resistance. So that's exactly what's happening right now as we reascend to $0.75. And here we are again, 875, 876. Let's watch this reject. And you can tell it's a hidden seller. It's an iceberg. There's no size here. There we go. We took them out. So let's see if we can continue up here. Some selling coming in. So it looks like it's triggering some orders. All right, now nicely. We just weaseled up to 80s, printing 76s. Let's pack our patience with this one. See if we can print. Are we printing on the Amazon? The Amazon. I sound like Obi. Yes, we are printing on the Amazon. Not by a lot, though. Remember, we got stopped out. So we got to do a little bit better here. I'm looking at wetting my beak at 75s. And we're already printing 85s. We're short 04s, so I don't want to take anything out here. I think we can move down a little bit, and if we don't, then I'll lose. So that's the look there. So I'm waiting for a possible rejection of this 188 level, which also happens to coincide with the 10 exponential on the 5, but we shall see what we shall see. I love saying meaningless tautologies that don't mean anything. It just allows me to fill some time. We got 3 hours, Satya.
That's a lot of time. A lot of talk.
I love how you just you're like, yeah. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna humor you. I'll humor you. It's all right. No, seriously though, we gotta pay some bills. So allow me a moment over here just to get this one ready. Anything on your end while we set up over here?
Yes, for sure. So a lot of people saying Nvidia in the chat. So you see, with Nvidia, it looks like it is breaking this 121, but guys, we need to be cautious because we are still on a downtrend. I mean, on the 30-minute, it does look good. we have these 1, 2, 3. We have these 3 green candles on the 30-minute, but we are still on a downtrend. I mean, I really want to look at this VWAP 121.70. I think that if we can blast through there, I think that would look good in terms of the long. But I also like to look at the QQQs in comparison to kind of see what it is doing as well, because I find that the QQQs sometimes follow Nvidia, or Nvidia follows the QQQs, whatever way you want to go. But I think that I want to see the QQQs get above this 489.43, and then I would have more conviction in Nvidia. But as of right now, I just feel like I would be taking a stab, not really waiting for confirmation. And these 3 candles, it's not enough confirmation for me. I like more volume. We are approaching, the later half of the day. And so I'm just a little bit cautious.
All right. Sorry, just because we have certain times we have to do it. Sure. All right, guys. Firefly Neurosciences is revolutionizing brain health by making its FDA cleared brain network analytics, BNA for short, technology available to medical professionals in support of providing better outcome for patients with brain health disorders and illnesses like depression, dementia, anxiety, concussion, and ADHD. The company's proprietary technology is built on extensive research and the world's largest standardized database of over 17,000 patients across 12 disorders, including clinically normal people. Join us at Firefly Neurosciences, traded on the Nasdaq as AIFF, and be a part of the transformation to improving the lives of people suffering from brain health illnesses and disorders. Firefly Neurosciences, baby, igniting hope for patients. Can't stress how much I love that kind of stuff, because it's a noble cause looking to cure these ailments. Shout out to them, doing the absolute most in a good way. Okay, it looks as if this market's curling back up here, and I am concerned. Meta's going. And Nvidia is curling back up into the volume weighted average price. The NQ December contract is, let me bring in the side charts, is above the 20 exponential. So, we're not really flying. We're still down 0.4, but I'm involved in a trade on the Amazon. And so I need to account for any market moves that pump this up, because, well, I'm short. So we almost got a couple of beak wetters there in the mid 80s, but that isn't the move, from at least in my estimation so far. If we keep pumping like this, it might be a problem for me, but I don't think we're at the level where I have to be as concerned yet. In fact, I am still interested in adding more at this position, depending on where it ends up going to. So that's a look there. Apple also curling into the volume weighted average price, kind of almost at that 228 and a half. So that's a bit of an interesting look. We got a bit of an umbrella pattern on MSFT, as this one also curled in to the 10 exponential after doing a bottoming tail candle, this is a hammer candle. So this is a look there, but I still feel that Amazon is weak. Whether or not it gives a about how I feel, an entirely different story. I'm in the trade. I'm going to execute the way I know best. I've already got my beak wetters. I've already got my stops, but I need to execute a little bit better here because I did not like the way that I got stopped out, because the pattern is still the same. Nothing's changed since I got in and got stopped out. So we're doing well on it now, not by much, but looking for a down move into about that $0.75 area. That's still 20 pennies south of where we are right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. There we go. We're still zigging and zagging at the whole dollar. What are you guys up to there? Bob S says, I'm still holding Nvidia at $1.26. Triple bag says VIX kind of high. Brendo was telling me today to have a look at the VIX, and it was definitely subdued relative to where we've been at. Fernando's Nvidia moving. You're absolutely right, Fernando. Nvidia looking to curl back in, possibly into the volume weighted average price. We'll have to see. Michael M says, okay, shorties, ready to double down. I'm assuming you're talking to the shorts, I hope, right? But yeah, it can be used a couple of different ways there. So that's a look. Topping tail candle right now, guys, on META. It had a gnarly break of the volume weighted average price, and it also retook that 568 high 567s level. Reason that's relevant is because that's a closing print from yesterday. So we get that breach of VWAP. We get the breach on a closing basis, mind you, of the closing print from yesterday, but this is a candle of indecision right now, kind of an inverse hammer candle on META, maybe showing some selling coming in around this level. I'm not going to say no to that. because I would love some market selling right now to bring down the Amazon position that I'm in at the moment, but I feel like I'm a little bit biased, me wanting the market to go down. If you're short, sure, right? Gorev, SMCI breaking it seems, bull flag. Let's have a look at SMCI. Let's bring in the side charts. I do have SMCI on the side chart over here. Look, man, I think I'm not going to speak for Satea, but this is like a range. This is interesting right here. So the high comes in at around 421. Gorev, obviously, you see the wicks that breach that, but the closing prints all in around that 421. And then when you get to the south side, you get into about that 413 area generally. But one observation I can make is that we're putting incrementally higher lows, not by a whole lot, but a noticeable amount. We're also putting in, though, lower highs. So you have a bit of a compression pattern. The textbook says, look to the trend preceding the compression pattern for where it may or what the likelihood of it breaking out. So if we're up, and then we get a compression pattern, usually we resolve in the direction of the previous trend, which is up. We'll see. It's not a hard and fast rule. It's just about putting the odds more in our favor. That's really all we're talking about here. So keeping an eye on that. Amazon dipping down into the low 90s there, so I'm still waiting 75s. We'll see. Here we go with 88s. If the market can flush, I think I get filled. I'm seeing some topping tail candles right now on the soft one. But, look, maybe the sellers are exhausted at this point, and buyers may step in individually. But the market, it's not really making any newer highs here. But I think I'm just going to pack my patience today. I think I want to stay at that 75 level instead of moving up my beak wetter and paper handing the trade, because God knows I do that enough. So.
Honestly, it happens. It happens a lot. As a trader, it's what happens. You can't do anything about that. Just adding on your point, though, in terms of SMCI, I really like the fact that, so if we go back to the 2-hour chart and we look back from Thursday, it's kind of breaking above this range. So like yesterday, it was at this 411.27 mark, and it's breaking through there. And I like the fact that it's consolidating the high at the top. So I definitely think that, I don't know, how much volume we will get, but it does look like it's trickling up. I don't know if it will break this range at 424.18 today, but in terms of like a longer term trade, I definitely like the look on that as well. 4 hour, yeah, it's even looking good on the 4 hour as well. Like, just look at that, looking pretty nice. I think that, longer term, it's looking pretty decent. Tesla, break 260. Let's look at Tesla. Let's go back on a lower time frame. Tesla. I mean, Tesla it's struggling with that range. I mean, like, look at that. It's just from 12. See, when the new hour starts, I find typically that is really a good indication of like when the new setup is. So this, if we look on the hourly chart, like, I think that by 1 or 2, when the new candlestick forms, I think that might be a better, indication of where we might stop if we go forward there. I think getting in as of right now, especially, on the hourly chart while it's moving down is kind of risky. To be honest, I would wait for the next hour candlestick to form around 1, 2, or 3 and see if there is a bounce on the hourly chart from there. Ooh, a lot of talking. But so I think that's my look on Tesla as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, our beak on some profits there at 75 on AMZN. I'm now looking at 58. Kind of the reason why I'm choosing this random level is just to account for the area trough that we have originally at 40 pennies. I'd like to front run that trough knowing that buyers may step in ahead of that or at that level. So come what may, we're still below the 20 exponential on the 5-minute chart with respect to the futures, but there are signals from other Mag 7 names that the winds of change may be coming on this market. Let me show you. META gone green and holding above green. That's number one. Goggles curling back up. It's already been the strongest monster on the day. Gave up a lot of it. We were talking about possible head and shoulders pattern. Shows how much I know. No, seriously, it's back right above the volume weighted average price and looking at weaseling back up. It's up 1.1. Look at the dead one Apple. It's up 1/3%. And it's also putting in a bunch of green candles here with a pattern looking to retrace into the volume weighted average price at around 228.5. So, you know, if we get this market pump, I'm willing to bet you it pumps Amazon with it, and with that will trigger my stop. So I'm trying not to paper hand the trade. I like my level on Amazon, but the future and the rest of the Mag 7 are going to have to cooperate. If they don't, well, I may get stopped out. Look at the soft one over here. The soft one doing kind of the same thing as the Amazonian. Right, getting into that 10 exponential and give me that rounded top. What's that rounded top for the newer traders? Lower highs and lower lows. After making higher highs and higher lows, we kind of curl. Instead of having that V-shaped pattern, we kind of have a U-shape a little bit. I'm sorry to use my hands so much, but what can I do? I can make a TikTok dance. It's like, yeah. No, you're never ever going to catch me doing that. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Favorite social media platform, be real?
Instagram,
okay.
yeah. I mean, TikTok, I feel like you have better reach, to be honest. Like, you could find a lot of people on there, and randomly, like, I feel like it listens to you sometimes. Like,
TikTok?
If you say certain things, then it will pop up on my feed. Like, I remember I was like, I want to start healthy eating, and so like all these foods started popping up on my page, and I'm like, this is super weird. Yeah, they're definitely listening. So I don't know, like I gotta turn my phone off right there.
What if it's not listening, but Ram, you're taking me down a rabbit hole. She's like, what if you're thinking it because of the patterns you're seeing in the video? You know what I mean? So she's like, okay, so you saw a bunch of different healthy eating foods. Yeah. That got you thinking about healthy eating. So then you start thinking about it, but then you start seeing the videos, but you already saw them anyway.
No, but
that didn't happen.
No,
did it?
I was watching. I know.
Ram, you're wrong.
I said it. I wasn't even, because usually my TikTok feed is like more of like day trading, just like, just looking at day trading stuff. And so when healthy food and stuff came, I was just like, this is a different algorithm that I'm not really used to. And so I definitely knew I was listening, or like even just random stuff like going to the gym clothes, like random stuff like that. Like I don't know if you've seen any of those TikTok videos where they'll be like wedding rings. Like a girlfriend will be like wedding rings to their boyfriend's phone. You never.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That's hilarious because they try to. Oh, that's hilarious.
Exactly.
No way.
If you have a girlfriend, if you see that on your phone, she might have been whispering a little bit to that phone.
That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. I had a question to follow up, but that just took me off my train of thought right there. It'll come back to me in a second. But guys, that's funny. My goodness. All right, we're still curling down on the Amazonian, man. We are finding a little support here, to be honest, though, in the low 60s. I'm still waiting mid 55s, but we keep getting this wave of buying on the Mag 7, and that's preventing me from going any lower. As I say that, we do go a little bit lower, so maybe we can go low a little bit more. I'm not asking for much, Amazon. I'm really not. So let's weasel down a little bit over here, and I will be happy. Keeping my eye on this. You guys send me too much stuff, John. Get this. My girlfriend and I swapped phones for a few hours. And I just kept saying football, soccer, basketball at her phone. Then she got all sports TikToks, and she does not look at sports. John.
You see?
I don't disagree with you. Oh, and here's what I was going to say. So I got my parents live up in Markham. So I got them like a Google Nest, Google Home thing. Okay. All right? And every time I go up on the weekend just to hang out with the rest, I find it disconnected. It's in the kitchen.
Oh,
right?
They didn't disconnect
They disconnected it? And then I go to my old man, I'm like, why is it disconnected, right? He's like, it's listening to me.
See, he's on to that.
Yes. No, but the thing is, like sometimes like you'll use you'll say a word similar to Google and it'll activate. Yeah. You'll be like, hey, whatever, I don't want to activate everybody's phones, because you could do that. Yeah. But it'll activate and it'll be like at 5, he's an early bird, right? So it'll get like 5 in the morning, it'll scare him like half to death, right? So every weekend I go, that thing is disconnected. I think it's the funniest jokes ever, but.
Yeah, I don't think that was the best gift for him, because
but I didn't
skeptical
know
about it.
I didn't know how he felt. It was after. You know what I mean?
That is fair. I mean, I feel like the same thing, like Satya and Siri, like sometimes someone will be like, hey, Satya, and then my Siri will activate, and I'm like, they weren't talking to
I know, right?
Satya, not Siri. Come on, man. Like,
That's hilarious. Yeah, that you should do a little bit better. Ram is like, why don't you prank your old man? The guy, he's got a heart condition, Ram. Calm down over there. No, I'm just joking. I don't want to get it all bleak. I'm just joking. She is obviously joking as well, but I will probably do that now that she's put the idea in my head. So let her help. Yes, I would love to get your ideas because you're so sinister, Ram. I mean, what kind of individual would I be if I didn't consult you for that kind of thing, right? So shout out to Ram. Killing it on the ones and twos. Beanie. Can you please look at IONQ? Yes, absolutely. You ask and I oblige. IONQ is in a second over here. Shout out to the Katina man who's returned with the food. How's the shrimp, Katina man? So good. All right, let's have a look over here. IONQ, yeah, it's doing a bit of a dance here. Let's load up the deets on this one. All right, $2 billion market cap. It's at about 33 million shares on the day. Does it have the headline? Why are we moving up? Here it is. IONQ shares are trading higher on Friday after the company signed a $54.5 million contract with the U.S. Air Force Research Lab. Oh, more belligerencies. Fantastic. Now entering the third year of a substantial commercial revenue, IONQ has achieved nearly 100% compound. Okay, we're not going to read the entire thing, but it is obviously a good move. This one started out its life far early on, about 5 a.m., and it's been awfully respectful of the 50 exponential on the 5. It hasn't got in there too many times, but there you go. The IB low takes us, right into that 50. Here, we do a bit of a dance at the 50, about 9 1/3, 9 1/4 there, and then we break above VWAP again. I gotta tell you though, Beanie, that the volume is dropping off a little bit on this one, and we're not getting that kind of same move anymore. But keep me posted about this one, because if it does that VWAP hold high of daybreak pattern that I talk about a lot, I think this one will be quite good. So we'll pack our patience to look there. We're still in Amazon at the moment, and I'm liking this trade less and less and less as the market shows me its propensity to want to maintain the highs. I live in fear of paper handing trades, and I don't want nightmare. I don't want to take this out if we can actually trigger 20 pennies lower. So I'm trying to see exactly what the future's up to over here and what the other Mag 7 names are doing. Are they going to bleed? Because I think if the Mag 7's other Mag 7 names bleed as well, the future, we can get that low here on the Amazon. So we're not getting it yet. We're nicely in the money, but we want more. Quite frankly, because I already got stopped out on it once, so I got to do a little bit better this time around. So packing my patience here, Satya, looking for that 55 fill, but it's eluding me right now.
Damn. So I am looking at Hood because someone mentioned Hood in the chat. This is, oh my gosh, like I wish that this was on one of my scanners. I don't know exactly what the news is on this, but this is blasting off. From 2274, it was just take off to the moon. And so now we'd want to see, okay, like what is our take profit here? So dating back to, Thursday at least, we want to see like a local time frame of where we may take profits. So we may see some resistance here at 2381 to 2407, but I believe that, if we could blast through that, this is looking really nice. On Hood. So that looks really good. Coin as well for my crypto lovers. It broke that high at 185.96, and that looks good. So I already did like the $10 ATR move. And so, damn, like I thought that, it could have retraced from there because usually I like to take profits around the ATR, but it doesn't look like it's letting up. It's just going up, it's moving, it's blasting off. 190, I could see it going to 195, maybe not today, but definitely getting to that $190, $200 mark for sure. That looks amazing. Let's look on the higher time frame. Wow. Yeah, it broke through this range here. When was this? This was on Tuesday, September 3rd. And so I think that is a good level. Like, look at that. I feel like as long as we could hold that 178.26, we are looking great to the upside. It's doing this rounded bottom here. I really like that. It's just, look at that. doing that kind of action.
And Michael Nauss would be very proud of that drawing.
Yes, and so I definitely think that it could range up there. So Coinbase looking really good as of right now. What else are we looking at? Peep Ethereum by MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy.
Yeah, MSTR.
Oh, MSTR, right.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are breaking above those highs. Oh, why do I have that line there? Delete. So yeah, it's breaking through this high here at 178.35, and we're currently at 179, looking pretty good there. Where are we gonna stop? Where are we gonna go? That is really the question here. If we look back to Monday, dating back from July, okay, that's pretty far back. We stopped around this 185 level. So I definitely think that that could be a take profit level as well, see what we do there. But MSTR is looking really good right now. NEO breaking out. NEO. Ooh. Like sexy love. Like,
get it, girl. Get it,
I don't
girl.
think you meant that.
Yeah, there you go.
But like,
That's a sick song too, bro. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's looking like it's breaking through this high, 665. That looks really good as of right now. Didn't break through VWAP at all. Broke through this pre-market high. I really like that on NEO as well. And you know what? We have that catalyst, with the China and the interest rates. And so I definitely think that NEO is looking really good. Doesn't look like it's letting up. NEO, good luck on that.
No, I thought. Yeah, exactly.
NEO,
yeah.
Yes. Tesla long. Tesla breaking out. Tesla. What is Tesla doing? Tesla. I mean, you guys. Yes. I definitely like this 257.85. The fact that it had that bottom there. I would risk off of that just because, we are approaching those highs. I wouldn't hold it down to VWAP. That's a little bit too much room. I would say 20s, 257.85, breaking through those highs. Tesla looking really good right now. I really like that. VWAP reject. I don't know what they meant on that. But yeah, Tesla looking good as of right now. Oh, Google is what you meant. Okay, Google. Yes, Google, it's VWAP rejecting, but one thing I don't like, that it doesn't seem like it's pushing it down too hard. I mean, at this 163.90, it rejected. I would like to see what it does at this 163.90. I wouldn't just get in. I feel like that is just, jumping the gun right there. But yeah, look what it does at 163.90 and see what it does from there. MU through VWAP. Let's go back to MU.
Micron, oh baby.
Oh, Micron. I like it. But the thing is, I want to see it break that VWAP first. If we could have, strong conviction, 109, 109.50, I really like that. But the thing is, it could reject from here, so I definitely want to see what it does at that VWAP level. SMCI.
We got to shout out somebody.
Yeah.
Hey, Google, remind me to watch Trader TV on Monday morning. Hey, what's up, Hey Google? His name is Hey Google.
Oh.
I mean, it's not my fault. I wasn't trying to activate nobody's phones, right? Look, did Brendo's phone activate? Aw, Brendo, you could have lied to me at least. It doesn't like me, says Brendo. It's averse to me. Oh. Yeah, it's Gemini. Everybody knows my aversion for Gemini Katina. I mean, I complained about it enough on the show. Shout out to Hey Google. I thought that was quite witty, and you deserve a shout out. So shout out to my man. You activated my assistant. Yes, Pitchbull. That's what I was going for, baby. It's Friday. We're having a good time. Guys, I reloaded on LUNR. It got back into the volume weighted average price. I added at 64s initially. I had added at 63s. We wet our beak nicely on some profits there. Alas, it did go up into 80s and it did reject. So I'm looking at wetting my beak possibly at 72. It's kind of the same area where I got in last time. This is going to have to hold, though, above that 50 penny area. I'm quite proud of what I did with Amazon. I didn't get the exact print that I wanted, but I was alive to the winds of change that are coming on these markets here. And the future is back above the 20 exponential. And look at this, Meta, Microsoft have started curling. Tesla was already strong. And now the future is back above that 20 exponential on the 5. I don't want to, trade micro with these Mag 7 names because that's not the move. You get cut up that way. But I kept seeing a floor here in the low 60s on AMZN with the future curling up, with the Mag 7 curling up. So I was like, get out, low 60s, take the profits. That's a 40 some odd penny winner. Not bad, not the best, but we'll take that and hope to do a little bit better next time. Now, this is a problem. LUNR coming back into VWAP here after popping into 70s. It's gonna have to hold this area. This is a small cap gapper, guys. Can't trade this like the Mag 7. It's around for a good time, not a long time. If the bottom goes through, you're not gonna see me DCAing below VWAP here. Not on this name. Certainly not on this name. Monty G, $4.99 super chat. Shout out to the Monty for the pineapple pizza Friday fun. Where's he at? Oh, he's not here. Well, so we'll have to troll him when he gets back. Because remember, I don't know if you were around at the time.
Okay, what's the story?
The story is, do you know the Sally Up, Sally Down challenge?
No.
It's like a song. Goes, bring Sally up, bring Sally down. All you're really supposed to do, you're supposed to do exercise for that. So you
Okay.
could do push-ups, you could do squats. Every time he says Sally up, you go up. Every time he
Okay.
says Sally down, you go down. Simple,
Okay.
right?
Interesting.
So Neil, I don't know how this ended up being, but if I could get the Sally Up, Sally Down challenge done, he'd have to eat pineapple pizza.
He doesn't like pineapple pizza?
No.
I did not know.
Yes.
I
Oh.
love pineapple pizza. That's sweet and salty. Ooh.
He does not like, he likes pineapples.
Oh.
He just doesn't think they belong on pizza.
You know, that's the crazy thing is I'm actually allergic to pineapples.
No way.
But fake pineapples, like the ones that are in a can, I guess it's not fake, but the ones in a can I can eat. And so I think
So
that's
weird.
the ones that they use on
Probably.
Pizza, or, that's our pizza place in Canada.
Yeah.
But yeah.
9, 6, 7, 11,
11, call pizza.
Hey, having a good time. Yeah, so he doesn't like that. So I'm surprised you don't know that about it.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So that's the look there. So yeah, we had to do that, and then Neil had to eat pineapple pizza, which was good because he doesn't like it, and that's fun. So that's the look there. Still in LUNR, guys. Still keeping my eye on this one. Very worried that this one breaches the volume weighted average price. The reason I say that I'm worried about it is because of the pattern that precedes it, right? So look at this. We have the area high over here. We come to test it over here, and then subsequently ram. Every high has been lower than its predecessor, so I'm not looking for a huge breakout trade, but I am looking for it to hold at the volume weighted average price. Say that again. Well, they should, because I say your name a lot. There's someone said in the chat, look at Roku, Ram, and we're gonna do that. By the way, we always tease about how Roku makes money. I went to my cousin's practice over here, and he has a TV in his practice, and it's a Roku TV. And there's like an entire Roku channel. All it does is run ads all day. So these guys are like an advertising company now, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, so people were asking, like, why is this company making money? They're a device company. Device companies, we know what the margins are in device companies.
Yeah.
Like, they're small,
Yeah.
right? Especially on TVs when they're so subdued in price. And that's how they're generating money. We knew that, though, but I hadn't actually seen it live in living color, to actually see the ads. And
Are they good ads? Like, what are the ads regarding?
It's not like a good ads, but they got some heavyweights advertising on there, like big companies.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
They're making their moves. They're making their
Exactly.
money. Don't hate on them.
No, I have
They're
no
just trying to make a
problem.
coin.
I have no problem. It's just when you're Roku, like, you got to see this thing during the pandemic. Look at this thing.
Oh.
Is this not the mother of all double tops? I should
Yeah.
copy this and put it in the
Yeah,
textbook.
that is textbook.
This is
Double
so
top.
bad. This thing was trading at $475 in the pandemic. I know people were locked at home. There was nothing to do, but it doesn't justify this valuation. No, this probably has do more stimmy money than buyer exuberance. In any event, guys, we have been locked in a nice range here on Roku for a hot minute. We did reject the 200 exponential on the weekly here. It looks like over a 3-week basis. We did find a bit of a base at $50. We're up well over that now, 75 and change. Roku ain't my jam. I got to tell you the truth. Unless I see more like breaking above the, let's go over here. Well, okay, here's the daily. The daily gives a bit of a different look with certain support, not certain, but definitely an area of support in that mid-50s area. We break above, we make new highs. But look, guys, I mean, even locally, forget about the pandemic, the 400 double top. Even locally, we're still below 100, and 100 is definitely the ceiling. So, hey, have at it. It's not my cup of tea. It's not something that I invest in personally. I just don't see enough risk to reward there for that. Still packing my patience with the LUNR, but we got a lesson. We didn't do the lesson at thing, so we can do it at 1 now. So we'll just do it twice today. But it's a big boy lesson. So guys, get your learning cap on right now because Sate is about to drop hotlines. Take your time setting up with that. I'll yap while you get that ready. Let's look quickly over here at the Mag 7. Yes, the winds of change are coming in on these markets. Meta is now breaking into 570 territory. The soft one is looking at breaking back into 430. The volume weighted average price a little bit above that. Apple now above the volume weighted average price. Tesla looking at testing highs again, Katina man. And now the December contract of the NQ has weaseled its way back into that 280 point area, which is the 50 exponential on the 5. Let's see what it does at 20,300. Why? 100 point area as well as the volume weighted average price. 20,210. I'm being passed the sticky note by the Katina man. He's asking me to read the Nasdaq dash. Look to bounce off $20,272 level for triple Qs. Shout out to the Dan Katina man, putting his mouth where his mouth is every day, putting those trades on. 80 handle winner on the future vis-a-vis the TQ. We're gonna shout out the Katina man. He's having a hell of a day. Shout out to him. Absolute rocket today. So take it.
Awesome. So today we will be covering stock picking resources or trading resources. So today we will be covering stock picking resources, identifying volatility/volatile stocks, picking the best day trading stocks, identifying unfavorable day trading environments, momentum trading tips. And that is what we're getting into today. So today, guys, I know that a lot of us, started off with investing, but we have to remember that investing and day trading are two separate things, and we need to have two different caps on when we are investing versus day trading. So unlike investing that is most concerned with long-term business fundamentals, day trading is mainly driven by news catalysts and volatility. So here's an example of a pretty low volatility stock. So here we have Dollarama. This is on the TSX market. So this average volume is around $602,000. And look at this chopping action. So a lot of the time when we are day trading, we don't want to see this chopping action on a longer time frame. So this was, I believe, within a 5-day or 7-day time frame. And so we don't really want to see that action. We want to see some longer wicks and candles. So that's what we're looking at. So and then another example that we have is EBF. So EBF is also a low volatility example. This example is $108,000 in terms of volume. And so look at this action. Look at how the candles are very small, and a lot of them look like lines. So we don't want to see those small candles when we are looking at day trading stocks. So next, what is the best volume for stocks? Stocks over 1 million in volume is the most ideal that I like to look at. I find it's pretty consistent. So that is what I look at in terms of looking at volume. So a liquid stock examples. So when you're looking at day trading stocks, you want to make sure that the chart doesn't look like something like this. Being able to scan and just skim through stocks and look and see, okay, is this the right day trading environment for me? I mean, no, because look at these candlesticks. These candles are not even candles. They're just lines. And so when you see those lines, a lot of the time it's very liquid and not really a good day trading environment. And then so on this METU, we have the volume of 213,000, and so not too ideal. Again, we want to stick to over 1 million with those day trading stocks. So when we're looking at volume, I think Yahoo Finance is a really good tool in order to gauge, what the volume is. So you could use Yahoo Finance for news, identifying stocks with volume and volatility, identifying stocks that lack volume, and then you could also look at trending ticker lists. But we're going to focus here on looking at the volume. So I am just going to look at something here. So if we look at Micron, for example, you'd be able to look at the volume and the average volume. So the volume is for the day, so today, and you see that it's moving, and then the average volume is within, a given time frame, typically like a couple of weeks, a couple of months, and so that is how the average volume is typically calculated. So how can you gauge when a stock has low or high volume on the day? I went through that a little bit, but you're looking at the volume and the average volume. So what I'm looking for is identifying discrepancies between the volume and the average volume. So again, the volume is the current day's volume and the average volume is over a period of time. And so you want to make sure that you're looking at those discrepancies between the two. And if there's a big discrepancy, then you may know that this may not be the day that I should trade this stock. So that's what we're looking at in terms of that. So that is an example of low volume. So this is another example, specific example, Crocs. So with this example, this was trading 454,000 shares below the average volume, so it was 36.4% below the average volume. And so what does that look like? So we're going to get into that. So another thing is Banzai. So Banzai was 5,790% above the average volume. So we're going to also look at what that looks like from a visuals perspective. So looking at Crocs, this one was below 34% on the average volume. And so typically this is the choppy action that the volume looks like when it is below the average volume. So, not very ideal in terms of day trading. And then if we look at the BNZI average volume, well, this was 5,790% above the average volume. And so look, we could see definitely there's these bigger candles, and so we can definitely see a difference there. So you want to gauge, the percentage and the volume that is being done on the day. So another resource that I really like to use is Market Chameleon. I usually like to use this one in the morning. So typically I sit down on my desk, it's 9 a.m. I'm looking, what are the pre-market movers? So I go into my Market Chameleon here and you just scroll down, and then we have our most active stocks, we have our gainers, and then we also have our decliners. A lot of the time, me personally, I'm looking for mid cap to large caps, typically a stock, above $50 to $100. And so those are what I'm looking at. There is, some smaller caps, but I'll leave that more to Sharif. And so we have that there. And then we also have unusual options activity. I use that as well. I don't really know too much about options, but what I do use it for is just gauging volatility, and that is mainly what I'm using it for. So that is what I use it for. So I'm just clicking it on there just so you can see what it looks like. So we have NEO, we have BABA, we have PDD, we have MSTR, JD, Rocket Labs, Costco, Baidu, all these things. And so usually I'll look at those tickers, seeing what they're doing for the day, and gauge, if it's looking right for my setup. So I use that as, a watch list and, to give me some trading ideas. So that is what I use, the unusual options activity as well. And then we also have Benzinga. Benzinga, you could, it does the same thing as Market Chameleon, but this is just, it gives you a lot more options. And so we have SPY on there as well. I don't have the Pro, so go get the Pro. But you could see more options as well for unusual options activity. So that is a really good resource as well, guys. So another one that I like to use is investing.com. I find this is what I use most consistently. I like to do earnings plays. I find that there's a lot of volume and momentum there. So I use investing.com. So investing.com is useful for identifying stocks that may have increased volume due to the anticipation of the release of the earnings that take place either before or at the time of market open or after market close. So if we click here and we go on investing.com, you can see here, when a stock is releasing their earnings before market opens, or so it shows this little sun, or it could show after market close, and that is usually the little moon. So you could use that as a gauge to see when the earnings report will occur. And then it has like the daily, the yesterday, today, tomorrow, this week, and then you could also use the little calendar. So I find keeping up to date as to when the earnings are going to come out and using those as trade ideas, watch list ideas are definitely really useful for day trading as well, guys. So another thing that I really like to use is FinViz. I use FinViz a lot for the ATR and the public insider trading list. So going to the ATR, the average price variation within a given time period. So the ATR, you can look at the ATR on a minute time frame, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 hour, daily, monthly, whatever you want to do. And so what I usually do here is I go to FinViz, I type in a ticker that I want to look at. So let's just do Micron. And so I scroll down here and we look at the ATR. The ATR on average is $4.82. So that is typically how much the stock will move within a given day. So that is what I like to look at. You could also use TradingView as well. So if we go down, maybe it'll show me this time. We'll use Mara, for example. We'll go down to Mara. And so you could look here. So it gives me a range. So on average, Mara moves 60 cents to around $3.55 on average within a day. So you guys could look at that and gauge, how much the stock is going to move so that you could look and see take profit targets or stop loss targets as well. So those are really nice resources as well, guys. And then I also use FinViz for public insider trading information. So what is that? So public insider trading information on FinViz shows trading transactions involving an affiliate of the company. So an example of this is a CEO, a director, a chairman, right? And so they're buying or selling a stock, which also includes, so it shows the name, the date, the number of shares, the transactions. So it's showing buy, sell, option exercises, and proposed sales. It shows the cost, the value, the number of shares total, and it also shows the official SEC form. So you guys can look at that on FinViz as well. I really like to use that to gauge, a watch list, a trading list, so that I could use that and gauge some volatility. So that is all. And so just to gauge everything that we talked about today, so overall, how do you identify suitable day trading stocks? So you want to look at the RVol, you want to look at the volume, you want to look at the ATR, we have scanners, we have news catalyst, earnings, volume over 1 million. I really cannot stress that enough. I feel like that is the easiest point that can stop you from getting in some hot water, deviating between the current versus the average volume, unusual options activity in order to gauge that volume as well, and then using indicators such as the RVol, the volume, and the ATR. And so that is, good stock picking resources, guys, and I hope you guys use them, and I hope that they're useful for you guys. So
love it. Thank you very much for that, Satya, and I know that there's likely going to be questions in the chat, so if there are, please tag myself or Satya. Sometimes the best production team around, man. Sometimes they see the questions, they'll screenshot them, they'll send it to me. But, do your part and just tag myself. And now, I got to tell you that we're very close to that cutoff time between now and when the voting stops. 1:50 p.m., you got the opportunity to have the Katina Man, the Neil, look at the tickers as decided by you. But guys, only the top 5 make it on. So persuade, bully, do what you need to do with your friends there in the chat and use that exclamation point. Where man? Exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. If you want to see the 80 handle winner for the Katina Man on the future, vote QQQ or triple Qs, whatever. I mean, that's all the same, NQ, if you want to vote for that. So get into the chat right now. You want to hear about the Tesla short that he had this morning? Get into the chat right now. You want to hear about Neil's Intel trade? Get into the chat right now. Have your say every day on the afternoon rundown. That's why the big kahunas are here, man. They wouldn't be called the big kahunas if they weren't kahunaing up a storm there on the trades. So let me tell you about this trade real quick over here. LUNR Ram. It did break below the volume weighted average price for a hot second. I was able to get some in here, wet my beak on some profits. I'm happy with this trade, but now I need to be concerned, because now we're hovering at VWAP, and we've already breached it. Despite the fact that we reclaimed it pretty quick, I'm talking about VWAP on LU1R, I need to be cognizant of the umpteen amount of lower highs that we are putting, and so I don't want to overstay my welcome. We're 7 whole pennies in the money right now. It's an $8 name, so let's put everything in context. I'm looking at taking out some at the exact same area I took out some last time, to kind of front run that $0.75 area on LUNR. Decent day today for it. Nothing really to write home about there. There is a trade right now that I'm debating what I should do on it. Meta. Meta's been very strong. 565 base. Obviously breached that, but the closing print's around 565. Rockets up, not rockets, but moves up $5 to 570. Now it's retracing into the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, a level that I love for names that are trending and that are giving you a quick pullback from which to get in. But I don't want to be first to the party because Meta's a $500 name and it's spreada for a reason. We joke around and call it spreada because the spread is quite wide, sometimes 50 pennies or so. Now it's breaching the 10 exponential, although not by much. I don't want to guess that whether or not it's going to hold up at the 10 exponential on the day. Quite frankly, when I look back at it and I look at this base that we were making here on the, when we were negative on the day below that 568 level, look where we were bouncing off. We were kind of respecting the 20 more than we really were the 10. There wasn't a whole lot of respect for the 10, but as you can see it here, look at every single dang wick on the way down. Rejects off the 20. Okay, great. Does it do that same thing above the closing print? Because this was below. So is it the same algo, same trader that's trading it this way to the north side as they were trading it to the south side? I don't know. And we'll find out. 568 should be an interesting level because it's a whole dollar level, as well as very much near the closing print, as well as very much close to near the 20 exponential. Here we go. We're at 568, breached it by 6 pennies. Do we hold up here on the Zuck train? I don't know. We're breaching everything right now. Again, you don't need to be first with this name because it can give you dollars. So VWAP is obviously below that level at 567.5. I'm not going to guess with this thing, man. It's looking like it wants to break down. I'd rather just pack my patience and wait till it proves to me that it wants to rounded bottom and then possibly move into the top. Ram sending me, I think, some questions. Thank you, Ram. I appreciate that. Ramin. There we go. All right, so let's see over here. I'm trying to look for the questions for you.
For sure.
Yeah. Which ones was it, Ram? Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go. How do you describe trading? How do you describe trading when you talk to friends and family? That's interesting because I can answer that one too, but I want to hear what you have to say about that.
How do I describe it?
Yeah.
Honestly,
that's actually interesting.
My mom describes it as like the squiggly lines. Like when I first got into trading, she's just like, you're into that squiggly lines. But I talk about it a lot, and so okay. I just talk a lot about momentum trading, being patient. I talk a lot about psychology more so, maybe not so the fundamentals, because I want people to know, the true ins and outs of being a trader. And I said it's dedication. It's not a quick get rich quick scheme, because some people, they think, I'm going to be a millionaire tomorrow, and that is not the reality. And so I like to tell people it is...
Katina man's shocked. What? He's shocked.
And so I tell people, it's a learning experience. You really have to be able to learn every single day. And, you have to be a student within this game. And
Bang.
So definitely think that I just talk about that mainly. And I just say that if you are dedicated to learning, then you're going to make a lot of money because you're not going to think that you know everything. Because when you think you know everything, I feel like you have a very skewed outlook on trading. And so I just think just being open, to various amount of information. That's why I love being on the day trading floor, because I learn something new every day. We have different styles of traders, and so I definitely think that just learning every single day is just the main thing in my trading psychology.
Fantastic. Any negative connotations with the fam? Did they know anything about it? prior to that? Because my family didn't even know what it was. They're like, oh, nice colors.
My mom thought that I was like kind of in a Ponzi scheme. Like, you know, I just one day.
Everybody has different views on it.
Yeah, and so, you know, one day I just started looking at these lines and she's like, are you monitoring your heart rate? And I'm like, no, I'm a day trader. And she's like, what is that? And, you know, I try to explain because I was doing crypto at the time. So I was just like, you know, I'm in, you know, Bitcoin, Ethereum. She's just like, it sounds really sketchy. Just be careful. And so that was their outlook on that. Yeah, you know, it's a mom. She's just saying, be careful. But I said, Mom, I could do it. I could handle it. I've done, you know, my research. And so, yeah, that's just